Good morning, all. Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome our guests? Thank you.
Now, let's move towards the bouquet felicitation ceremony. And I would like to request our chairperson, sir, Shri Nirmal Pawarji, to felicitate Mr. Mahendra Parekh with a floral bouquet. Can we have a big round of applause? And now I would like our chairperson, sir, to felicitate Dr. H.R. Bagaria with a floral bouquet. Can we have a big round of applause for all our guests of today? Now I would like our chairperson, sir, to felicitate Dr. Vandana Patil with a floral bouquet. Let's give a big round of applause for all our dignitaries of this session. Over to you, Vaishnavi.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite our esteemed chairperson, Mr. Nirmal Pawarji, to kindly address the audience to start off the event for the day.
Let's do the Ganesh Vandana next program.
All right. I would also like to invite our college student, Muskan, to grace the stage and kickstart with the word of God through a Ganesh Vandana. Can we please have a huge round of applause for her welcome?
गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
गणेशा देवा श्री 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 गणेशा
ज्वाला सी जलती है आंखों में जिसके भी दिल में तेरा नाम है परवाह क्या उसका आरंभ कैसा है और कैसा परिणाम है
Thank you so much, Muskan. What a lovely performance. Please encourage our performance with a performer with a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for kickstarting the event. Now,
Now, I would like to call upon Dr. H.R. Bagaria, sir, to kindly join us on stage and please enlighten us with your knowledge. Can we have a big round of applause for Bagaria, sir?
Thank you very much, ma'am. I am so delighted and happy to see you this gathering. Pawar Saab is a man of self-made. और self-made person होता है, उसकी जड़ें गहरी होती हैं. I read in English, I taught in English, but now I came to know our language is better than others' language. In English, communication is not always proper. Your language, you gain more. And the fundamentals are very, very clear. इंग्लिश हम पढ़ते भी थे, पढ़ाते भी थे, 40 साल तक सब कुछ काम किया. लेकिन अब आके लगता है कि अल्टीमेटली जब पेशेंट को देखते हैं वो तो अपनी मारवाड़ी भाषा में बात करता है. अगर आप उसकी भाषा नहीं समझते हो और वो समझा नहीं सकते हो तो आपका सब काम गड़बड़ है. आपका जो टॉपिक है न्यूरोपर्सपेक्टिव बिहेवियर, कहने को देखने बहुत सिंपल है, बट दिस इज मोस्ट कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सब्जेक्ट, द मोस्ट कॉम्प्लिकेटेड. इस दुनिया में दो तरह के लोग जिंदा रहते हैं और वो प्रोग्रेस भी करते हैं. एक शकल वाले और एक अकल वाले. शकल वालों की लाइफ, ये लाइट थोड़ी कम हो सकती है. आई कांट सी दी गैदरिंग. ये लाइट थोड़ी मेरे पे थोड़ी डाल लाइट. हाँ हाँ, दैट्स ऑल, थैंक यू. शकल वालों की लाइफ होती है 30, 35, 40, और जो अकल वाले होते हैं वो मरते दम तक कुछ ना कुछ करते रहते हैं. अगर आपके जितने विद्यार्थी ये हैं, अगर आप किसी का बिहेवियर पैटर्न ठीक कर सकते हो तो उससे बड़ा कोई धन्य पुण्य काम नहीं हो सकता. एक आदमी अगर खुश रहता है तो उसे कुछ क्या चाहिए? हर आदमी को खाने पीने के ज़्यादा नहीं चाहिए, बहुत कम चाहिए. और ये आदमी ऐसा कब होता है? वंस यू अप्रोच 50, 60, 70, देन यू कैम टू नो कि यार काहे के लिए बकवास कर रहे थे. इसलिए मेंटल पीस द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट वैल्यूएबल थिंग इन योर लाइफ. जितने भी विद्यार्थी हैं इनका ऐसे पेशेंट से पाला पड़ता है. अगर आप उस पेशेंट को खुश कर सकते हो, नथिंग लाइक दैट. लेकिन उसका सबसे बड़ा पहलू ये है. पहलू क्या है? एक मेरी कहावत है, मैं लोगों से कहता भी हूँ, हर आदमी को स्वर्ग चाहिए. हर कोई स्वर्ग चाहिए, मेरे को भी, सबको भी चाहिए कि यार स्वर्ग में जाएं. लेकिन उसके दिक्कत के उसे प्री कंडीशन है कि आपको मरना पड़ता है. और वहाँ लोग कहते हैं यार हमें बिना मरे स्वर्ग मिल जाए, वो नहीं होता. मेरा कहने का मतलब एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ. अगर आपका पेशेंट आपके पास आ जाए जिसकी थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम, साइकोलॉजिकल हो, वीकनेस हो, ये हो, देयर लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स. समझ नहीं आ पा रहा हो, बोल नहीं पा रहा हो, चल नहीं पा रहा हो, समझ नहीं पा रहा हो, मेमोरी कम हो गई, देयर मल्टी फैक्टोरियल प्रॉब्लम्स. अगर आप उसको अपना समझते हो और उससे आपका जो कनेक्शन अच्छा हो जाए तो उसको ठीक होने में 50% चांस बढ़ जाते हैं. एक आपको छोटा सा एग्जांपल देते हैं. जितने भी हैं, मैं हूँ, सब हैं, सबकी माँ होती है, सबकी माँ होती है. एक छोटा बच्चा 4-5 साल का, बाहर आंधी आ रहा है, तूफान आ रहा है, बहुत कुछ हो रहा है, और जब अपनी माँ की गोद में आ जाता है तो ही फील कंफर्टेबल. दुनिया के सबसे सेफ जगह आ गया, वो सेफ जगह आ गया कि माँ का एक छोटा सा आलिंगन और उसको कडल करना उस बच्चे के लिए कितनी बड़ी चीज़ होती है. चाहे गोलियां चले, तूफान आए, ही इज हैप्पी। अगर आपका पेशेंट आता है जिसे आप बात करना चाहते हो, जिसे समझाना चाहते हो, जिसको कुछ देना चाहते हो, जिस रोज उसमें कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाएगा कि भाई ये जो सज्जन है वो मेरा कुछ फ़ायदा कर सकेंगे, उसके ठीक होने के, अच्छा होने के चांसेस उतने ही गुने बढ़ जाते हैं। तो सबसे पहले हम बात करते हैं ट्रीटमेंट की। अच्छा, ट्रीटमेंट अब करना है, लेकिन सबसे पहले आप उसको ट्रीट करो, उसको ट्रीट हिम वेल। आए तो उससे प्यार से बात करो जैसे आप उसको कई सालों में जानते हो, अच्छी बात करो उसको, उसको लगे अपनापन के, यार अपन सही जगह आ गए। जब वो समझ आए, ट्रीटमेंट उसके बाद चालू करो। भिड़ते ही ट्रीटमेंट चालू कर दोगे तो कहते यार मजा नहीं आया बात में। तो जितनी भी पहले उसको अच्छा ट्रीट करो, और ये हैबिट बना लो। अभी आपका बिगिनिंग कैरियर है, ये हैबिट बना लोगे, आप अच्छे काउंसलर होंगे, अच्छे फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट होंगे, हर तरह से आप अच्छा करोगे। और ये अगर आप फीलिंग नहीं आती तो आप ज़्यादा नहीं कर पाओगे। हाफ हार्टेड मत करो, करो तो दिल से खोल के करो। वैसे बोलने को तो ये टॉपिक इतना है कि सुबह शाम तो बोलते रहें, तो मैं आप लोगों को ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा और बाकी और लोगों को बोलने का मौका दिया जाए। विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट एंड गुड लक फॉर यू दिस ब्यूटीफुल कॉन्फ्रेंस। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक्स अ लॉट एवरीवन।
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. I am delighted to introduce our chief guest, Professor Dr. Nimesh G. Desai. Dr. Desai is a psychiatrist and a public health professional with over 40 years of experience. Thank you, sir, for joining us here today.
Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Mahendra Parak, sir, State Information Commissioner, Rajasthan, to kindly join us on stage and please address our audience. Can we have a big round of applause for sir?
अस्तु मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युर्मा अमृतंगमय। भारतीय संस्कृति में एक बहुत ही अच्छे श्लोक के माध्यम से कितनी सुंदर बात कही गई है। हमें असत्य से सत्य की ओर ले चलो, अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर ले चलो। थोड़ा प्रकाश कर दीजिए सारे हॉल में प्लीज। जो देख रहे हैं हॉल में, ऑडियंस के सामने भी लाइट्स कर दीजिए। मुझे आई कनेक्ट चाहिए, इसलिए सभी ऑडियंस पे लाइट्स कर दीजिए। और लास्ट बात कही गई है, मैं वेट कर रहा था, अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर हम सब कितनी जल्दी से जा पाते हैं। तो इतना समय लगता है जब हम अंधकार में हैं वहाँ से प्रकाश की ओर मूव करने में। और ये सजगता सिर्फ और सिर्फ इस अस्तित्व में है, सिर्फ मनुष्यों में ही ये सजगता है, अवेयरनेस है कि वो अपने आप को अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर ले जा सके। और अंतिम बात कही है, मृत्यु से अमरत्व की ओर ले चलो। अभी बगड़िया साहब जब बात कर रहे थे बहुत एक सुंदर बात कही, पता नहीं आप में से कितने लोगों ने उसे नोटिस किया या नहीं कहा। हैप्पीनेस, खुशी, प्रसन्नता। और ये जब तक आपके स्वयं के भीतर में नहीं होगी आप दूसरों में नहीं बांट पाओगे। हाँ या ना? यस और नो? तो सबसे पहली रिक्वायरमेंट है जो भूमिका, जो रोल आपने अपने लिए चुना है और जिसने प्रारब्ध ने जिसे आपके लिए चुना है, उससे प्यार करो। लव योर जॉब। अनलेस यू लव योर जॉब, you will not be able to treat the person who's coming before you pleasantly and happily. So अपने काम को आप बहुत मन से तभी कर पाओगे जब आप उसको पसंद करोगे। और ये सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है, जीवन पर्यंत हम इस बात को देखें कि हमारा प्रसन्नता का ग्राफ कहाँ है। सही कहा, बहुत सारे भौतिक संसाधन इसके लिए आवश्यक नहीं है। एक बात बताइए, हमारे जीवन की गुणवत्ता किस बात पे निर्भर करती है? कोई बताएगा? अगर किसी मोमेंट हम आपसे पूछें कि आपके क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ क्या है, क्या ये आपके बाहर का परिवेश तय करता है? आपके पास कितनी बड़ी गाड़ी है, कितना बढ़िया बैंगलो है, कितना अच्छा जीवन साथी है, या और बहुत कुछ, क्या ये चीजें तय करती है कि आपकी जीवन की गुणवत्ता क्या है? या फिर हाउ यू आर विद इन योर सेल्फ, आप अपने भीतर कैसे हैं? बहुत सब कुछ संसाधन होते हुए भी यदि आप मन से दुखी हैं, प्रसन्न नहीं हैं, क्या आप कह सकते हैं कि आप अच्छा जीवन जी रहे हैं? ये उसी तरह से है जैसे एक बहुत अच्छे एसी हॉल में आप बैठे हुए हैं, अच्छा माहौल है, और फिर भी भीतर में आपके कुछ चिंता सता रही है, आप उद्विग्न हैं। और दूसरी तरफ तपती धूप में काम करते हुए एक व्यक्ति बहुत खुश है, मन से वो काम कर रहा है। तो दोनों में से किसके जीवन की गुणवत्ता अधिक अच्छी है? निश्चित तौर पे जो प्रसन्न है। रूखी सूखी खाने वाला यदि व्यक्ति प्रसन्नता से भोजन कर रहा है तो वो 5 पकवान खाने वाले उस व्यक्ति से बेहतर है जो खाते हुए भी उस समय या तो अपने नौकर पे झुंझला रहा है या अपने ऑफिस की टेंशन में भागते हुए खाना खा रहा है। सो रिमेंबर दिस थिंग, द मोस्ट सिग्निफिकेंट थिंग इन लाइफ इज हाउ यू आर विद इन योर सेल्फ। आप अपने भीतर कैसे हैं, ये सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है। और जब तक आपके भीतर में प्रसन्नता नहीं होगी, आप अपने चारों ओर प्रसन्नता नहीं बिखेर पाएंगे। The first few words which I utter in the morning, I will close with that, क्योंकि मुझे सिर्फ इनॉग्रल कुछ शब्द कहने के लिए कहा गया है। I keep silence for 2 hours in the morning and after that मैं जय जिनेंद्र कहता हूँ अपने साथ जो भी घर परिवार में जो क्लोज रिलेटिव्स हैं उनमें से, पत्नी, माता, बिटिया। तो पहले जो कुछ शब्द होते हैं बस वो आपके सामने रखते हुए अपनी बात पूरी करूँगा, सिर्फ ये कहने के लिए कि ये सजगता हम में आवश्यक है। फर्स्ट वर्ड इज प्रसन्नता चहूँ और रहे। मेरे चारों ओर प्रसन्नता रहे। ये तभी मुमकिन होगा जब आप खुद भीतर से प्रसन्न होंगे। कम व्हाट में, कोई भी सिचुएशन हो, चैलेंजेस आएंगे दुनिया में सामने, तभी तो आपके इस व्यक्तित्व की और इतने सारे जो अध्ययन करके अपने आप को निखारने की बात हुई है, उसका कुछ महत्व है। चैलेंजेस को कितना कूलली हैंडल करके आप खुश रहते हुए करते हैं, बहुत अच्छे से चुटकियों में बड़ी बड़ी कठिनाइयाँ आप पार पा जाएंगे। सो प्रसन्नता चाहूँ और रहे, और सजगता मुझ में रहे। आई शुड बी अवेयर थ्रू आउट द डे व्हाट आई एम डूइंग। ये सजगता रहनी चाहिए। तीसरा है, हे प्रभु आपकी स्मृति हर पल रहे। क्योंकि चौथी बात है, निमित्त भाव बना रहे। मैं जो कुछ कर रहा हूं उसका निमित्त प्रभु आपने बनाया है, और जब ये निमित्त भाव रहेगा तो आप हमेशा अपना कार्य बिना अहंकार के और अच्छी तरह कर पाएंगे। आपने एक बहुत अच्छी वर्कशॉप यहाँ करने जा रहे हैं, कंटिन्यूअस रिहेबिलिटेशन एंड एम्पावरमेंट, CRE वर्कशॉप, एंड पर्टिकुलरली फॉर न्यूरोलॉजिकल पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ बिहेवियर। ये व्यवहार ही है जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है जीवन में। उसी व्यक्ति को हम याद रखते हैं जो हंसमुख है, खुश मिजाज है, बुझे हुए चेहरे को कभी नहीं। सो आप सभी का मैं इतनी सी बात कहते हुए कि जीवन पर्यंत ये मन में ध्यान रहे कि हम खुद हर समय प्रसन्न रहें, खुश रहें, तभी हम खुशियाँ बिखेर पाएंगे। और अच्छे व्यवहार के लिए जिन लोगों को आप आगे संपर्क में रहेंगे, जिनके लिए कुछ काम करेंगे, उनके लिए बेहतर काम कर पाएंगे। यहाँ मुझे बुलाया उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपकी वर्कशॉप बहुत अच्छी रहे, इसके लिए शुभकामनाएं। जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Welcome, everybody. I'll be delighted to introduce our chief guest for the day, Professor Dr. Nimesh G. Desai. Dr. Desai, I would also like to invite our chairperson, Dr. Nirmal Pawar, Mr. Nirmal Pawar ji, to kindly felicitate Dr. Desai. Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome our guest, please?
Now, I would like to invite all the esteemed guests and dignitaries on stage. Please put a big round of applause for our guest. Please, sir. I would like to invite all the dignitaries and our esteemed guests on our stage. Please, sir. Please. We would like to invite our guest, Mr. Mahendra Parekh, sir, on stage, Mr. Dr. H.R. Bagaria, sir, Dr. Nilesh G. Desai, sir, and Dr. Vandana Patil, ma'am, to join us on stage. We also like to invite our Honorable Chairperson, sir, Dr. Nirmal Pawar ji, on stage. Please, sir, honor us. Thank you so much to our dignitaries and our guests. We cannot express our joy and our excitement to hear your workshop and your sessions. Now, I would like to invite our first speaker of the evening, Dr. Vandana Patil. She is Assistant Professor at R.D. Gadi Medical College, Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh. She specializes in rehabilitation psychology and special education. To show our appreciation for her presence, I would like to invite her and start with this session today. Please, ma'am. Thank you. Please put your big round of applause for ma'am, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll get started with the presentation now. You might have sent it. We'll start with the presentation. You have my pen, right? Sorry, ma'am. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल sir. Thank you so much. It's your ma'am. Yours is first. Please, please, ma'am.
We have to start from on है ना?
जी जी मैम इट्स ऑन एंड डे नीड समथिंग लाइक वाटर और समथिंग
नहीं I don't need anything but if you have the कौन उसको scroll करने वाला
there
है?
is here you'll have somebody I'll get a student there are student you can always ask to change the slide designer you'll be helping with the change the slide you can always guide them out
तो कैसे करूँगी मैं?
we'll be very vigilant you just ask you just ask us I think so कोई monitor है to change the slide you guide us ma'am we'll do it do you need anything else
अच्छा. Then I have to stand here only. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Okay. So should we start now? So good morning everybody. So myself Vandana Patil and I'm very thankful to Mr. Pava to invite me for this very beautiful program and it is this subject is very important for you student also. Though I am in front of him, there are psychiatrists from big institutes, but I will try my best to explain this thing to you. So as you know this CRE program के कुछ steps हैं तो first step में I have to explain in that is in my duty that first is what is the behavior, how it is the environment heredity is associated with the behavior and how the brain there is a equation between the brain and the association with the behavior. चौथा मेजर एनवायरनमेंट होता है साइकोलॉजिकल एनवायरनमेंट, दैट इज़ योर मेंटल पीस, mental health, all comes under this. Your cognition, your intelligence, all come into the psychological environment. So this environment is, this term environment is very important in building a behavior. But how important? Is it dependent on the heredity, or the environment itself is enough to design our behavior? So let us go to the next slide and find out the, is heredity has some weightage also? Next slide, please. So, what is the importance of heredity? तो कुछ इसको ऐसे समझते हैं कि heredity is like a raw material, है ना? It defines your potential to flourish in that given lifespan. So, and what is the role of environment here? The potential you got from your heredity in the form of RNA, DNA, and all that, and the environment provides a catering support to develop this potential at its full, like to up to its maximum level. So as we can see, heredity gives us the basic potential, basic raw material, and environment give that support system to flourish that inner potential of each and every individual. So next slide, please. So in this way, we can say that alone the heredity and environment alone cannot work. The both heredity and environment is important for the making a behavior, or the environment brings the favorable condition to bring out all the potential in a full-blown way. Next, please. So, क्या हम कहेंगे कि we are totally depend on heredity, कि जो हमको heredity ने दिया है सिर्फ उतना ही हम कर सकते हैं? तो एक क्वेश्चन कई बार आता है कि there are some people having the disabilities. So disabilities of different kind of functional or psychological or mental disabilities, तो क्या उनका कोई भी potential नहीं हो सकता है? They cannot flourish? No. If you provide the catering environment, if you provide a nice environment to them, whatever the innate potential in them, you can still get something better from there. So, in this way, we can say, so there are some characteristics which are inherited in us, but to make them flourish, to make them better, we need a caterer environment. Next slide, please. So now, as I said initially, that my topic is very scattered. So I have to I have to explain the environment also, heredity also. Now I have to explain the body and mind relationship also, and then after that, I have to come on the brain and its functions. So, yeah. So there are two terms we generally use when we study the psychology. First is the brain and second is the psyche. What is the difference between brain and psyche? तो अगर हम इसको एक मशीन की तरह लें तो ब्रेन हो गया उसका हार्डवेयर, है ना? एक कंप्यूटर की तरह लें तो ब्रेन हो गया, इट इज़ द हार्डवेयर, CPU, ये माउस, मॉनिटर एंड ऑल दैट. एंड व्हाट इज द साइक? इट इज़ द सॉफ्टवेयर विच रन्स that machine in a meaningful way. Similarly, brain is just hardware of our body, and the psyche is the software which runs effectively our brain. Next. So, again there is a dilemma. Is brain is important or is the psyche is important? So I have दोनों तरह के तर्क हैं मेरे पास. क्यों? क्योंकि कहते हैं कि बॉडी और माइंड दोनों साथ साथ काम करते हैं, दोनों अलग अलग काम नहीं करते. दे आर कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री फॉर ईच अदर. विदाउट a normal brain, the psyche will not do anything. And without a healthy psyche, the brain cannot do anything. So there is a mutual interdependent relationship between the body and the brain. Like see, like first I want to give the some of the like some of the condition which shows that some body affect our bodily conditions affect our behavior or psychological condition. So first is like the if you have increased blood pressure, hypertension, और जनरली क्या होता है जब आपको ब्लड प्रेशर लाइक बॉडीली कंडीशन क्या है, यू हैव हाइपरटेंशन, हाउ इट अफेक्ट्स योर साइकोलॉजी और बिहेवियर. क्या होता है जब बहुत आपका ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ जाता है, आप में से कुछ लोगों को होगा शायद, क्या होता है जब आप किसी दिन गोली खाना भूल जाते हैं और दूसरे दिन क्या क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है आपको, या साइकोलॉजिकली लेते हैं, ठीक है, फिजियोलॉजिकली नहीं ले रहे हैं. How it affects your psychology? You get irritated with the small things, है ना, आपका concentration या attention level down हो जाता है because your whole attention is towards your body's metabolic reaction, so you are not focusing on the other activities of your life, है ना. So there are other conditions which also define that these body conditions affect our साइकोलॉजी और आवर बिहेवियर. लाइक क्रोनिक इलनेस, अगर कोई व्यक्ति के पास सब कुछ है लेकिन लंबे समय से बीमार है, तो आपको उसका जब यदि आप उससे बात करने जाते हो या कोई भी उससे बात करने की कोशिश करता है, तो आप पाएंगे कि हमेशा वो व्यक्ति थोड़ा सा उदास या चिड़चिड़ा या डिप्रेशन में दिखाई देता. क्यों? बिकॉज ऑफ हिज बॉडी डिटोरेटिंग बॉडी कंडीशन, हिज साइकोलॉजिकल हेल्थ और बिहेवियरल हेल्थ इज ऑल्सो डिटोरेटिंग, है ना. सो दीज आर द डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ evidences which help us to understand that any kind of body changes or change in body or metabolic conditions can affect your behavior or your psychological conditions. Next slide, please. So there are some other evidences also which says no, sometimes mental conditions are also important which affect your bodily reaction or metabolic reaction. So let us see the different evidences which give the weight to our this statement that mental condition affect the behavior. Like sometimes you are depressed, you are failed into something, you have broken relationship, or you have scolded by somebody, or something you have planned is not gone in that way. What happened? When you are feeling low, or you are not confident, or somebody has hurted you, you are not able, then सबसे पहले क्या होता है? Appetite, है ना, भूख नहीं लग रही है, इंसोम्निया हो रहा है, नींद नहीं आ रही है, ये सब क्या है? These are the natural physiological reactions of body, है ना, and they are affected due to the psychological conditions. So these are the small evidences which says like there is very important when you are a long time affected with some emotional conflict, the system in the gut or system in the stomach, the release of acid is increased, and if it happened for the longer time, chronic time, for the chronic period of time, it leads to the peptic ulcers. It is not because of was some organic disturbance in the system, but it is because of this constant suppressed or agitated psychological conditions which affect the metabolic reaction of release of excessive hydrochloric acid in the stomach, and that is deteriorating or that is dissolving the endothelial sheet of your stomach and leads to the peptic ulcer. So there are a number of examples which says that yes, the emotional conditions also affect your bodily conditions or maybe health issues. Next slide, please. So these evidences on the both side that body affect behavior and behavior affect body conditions, these both evidences says only one thing, that there is a strong relationship between the body and psychological condition. Vice versa, जो भी पहले हो, but there is a mutual relationship between the mind and the body, which is affecting our health and illness. Next slide, please. No. आप पीछे आ जाओ. No. That's okay. नहीं. थोड़ा आगे आइए. So now I come to the next half of my lecture, that is the how brain and behavior is associated. So now we are going to compare, I am going to explain how this hardware affect the functioning of this hardware affect the software conditions. Okay, so यहाँ पर मैं anatomy नहीं पढ़ा रही हूँ brain की, पर ये जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है. First is the brain. So brain is divided into three parts, that is the forebrain, midbrain and hindbrain. Each forebrain is that has the different structures. है ना, forebrain में there are different organelles of the brain. First is ये Latin words हैं जो Telian and Diencephalon जो आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं. But in general अगर आप देखेंगे तो Telencephalon के अंडर में आता है cerebral cortex. है ना, cerebral cortex क्या होता है? cerebrum के upper layer को हम बोलते हैं cerebral cortex. Then basal ganglia and then the limbic system, it comes into the forebrain. And the second is diencephalon, is the B part of this forebrain, having thalamus and hypothalamus. In the midbrain, mesencephalon, there is tectum and tegment. And the hindbrain part, the metencephalon and myelencephalon. The metencephalon consists of cerebellum and the pons feruli, and the myencephalon consists the medulla oblongata. Okay, so this is the general anatomical subdivision of our brain. Let us see now in the coming slide. You will see how the each part of this brain is related with a particular kind of behavior or different kind of cognitive mental processes. Yeah, next please. Okay, next. So this is the picture of this brain. थोड़ा है ना मेडिकल ज़्यादा जा रहा है, I know, but try to understand this. Then आपने ये पिक्चर तो हमेशा देखा है ना साइंस की बुक में, longitudinal section of our brain. सबसे पहले ये जो अखरोट जैसी स्ट्रक्चर दिखती है ना गायरा और सरकाई के साथ, this is the largest part of our brain and it comes under the forebrain. It called as cerebrum. Cerebrum has 4 lobes. First is, यहाँ से अगर मैं आपको मेरी तरफ देखते हैं तो समझा पाऊंगी. This is the frontal lobe. So it is in the 2 hemisphere. There are 2 hemisphere of the cerebrum. The first 2 lobes these are called the frontal lobes. These are the parietal lobes. These are the two temporal lobes, and there is a single occipital lobe. So there is no clear demarcation in the occipital lobe. So the forebrain this is the maximum 70% of the forebrain consists of the cerebrum having the 4 lobes. Then corpus callosum. As I said, there are 2 hemispheres in the brain, like right hemisphere and left brain. So there is a bridge between 2, so that the information coming from the one side is exchanged to the another side, and from the right to left and left to, so that the both part of the hemisphere can work together for dealing with some information. So this is called corpus callosum. So ventricle, there is a space in which the spinal fluid, cerebrospinal fluid is filled. This is called ventricles. बहुत ज़्यादा anatomy में नहीं जाना चाहती हूँ, but you just see the labels of this brain, है ना, midbrain, thalamus, hypothalamus, pituitary gland, which is the master gland, which is responsible for the different kind of very essential hormones of our growth and development. Then pons, brainstem. Brainstem is the सबसे top part of जो हमारा spinal cord होता है. That is the brainstem. Then cerebellum, which is important for the balance and locomotion, and midbrain, which is very small part but very essential because there is a highway or there is a junction of there is a connection between the forebrain and the part of the hindbrain. Next, please. So, yeah, this is very important because our most of the very cognitive reactions, cognitive processes are associated with their centers are associated with the cerebral cortex. So these lobes, cerebral. First is frontal lobe. So you can see that I have written something in the bracket that the frontal lobe is important to for the perception of sense of smell, motor control, higher mental, higher executive functioning of our ability like reasoning and memory and planning. Parietal lobe कहाँ होता है? यहाँ ऊपर. So parietal lobe is very essential to understand the sensation like touch, temperature, pressure, and there is one very important function which is I missed here is the analytical reasoning part. Is this parietal lobe is responsible for that important function of our behavior. Then occipital lobe, that is here you have the whole work about the vision, processing or of the visual sensation is happen there. Then the cerebellum, which is the part of hindbrain, is responsible for the posture, coordination, muscle tone, memory, and skills and different kind of skills of motor skills. Then the blue is the temporal lobe, which is there are two important functions happening here. First is the perception of hearing. Whatever you are getting the auditory inputs from the environment, you perceive and process here. And even there are two more small functions happen here. One is the short-term memory, and second is the short-term memory center is also here in the temporal lobe. Next, please. Yeah. So as the time is running, I should cut short my topic a little bit. So goes to the please go to the next slide. No, the next one. Yeah. So we directly come to the deficits. Whatever deficit happen in this particular part of our forebrain, how it affects our behavior. So first is whenever there is something happens, some lesion or some damage to the frontal lobe, how it results our behavior. The first thing it will the loss of simple movement of our body. Okay. Second, inability to plan the sequential complex movement of the body. Like complex movement of our body. आप चल भी रहे हो और हाथ भी हिला रहे हो, या आप चलते चलते फ़ोन पे बात भी कर रहे हो, मतलब आप 3-4 काम एक साथ कर रहे हो. So whenever something happens to this frontal lobe, there is the sequence में आप वो काम नहीं कर पाते हैं. There is a deficit in the sequence of the chain of that work, and then there is a loss. There is a there is a not flexibility in thinking. मतलब आप एक तरह का सोचते हो और आप उसको change नहीं कर पाते. You are stick to the particular kind of thinking or schema. Then if there's something happen to the your frontal lobe, you are caged in a particular kind of thinking. Then persistent of single thought, this is we call this preservation. Then inability to focus on tasks like attention and concentration, which is required to complete an activity for a longer time. Then mood changes. Then there will be emotional lability. What do you mean by emotional lability? Lability, what is emotional lability? Somebody? Moods gets changes frequently. Then difficulty in problem solving, as you are not able to do the things in sequential, then it affects your problem solving skills also. And then as you know that the frontal lobe ka right jo frontal lobe that is responsible for your speech, the expression of speech, so it affects your expression of speech because you have Broca's aphasia. Next. So just skip the one more side. Next. Yeah. Yeah. So there is parietal lobe. Now I am talking about the how the if there is some lesion or there is some issues in the your parietal lobe, how it affects your emotional status and how it affects your behavioral responses to the environment. Like first, inability to attain one object in one time. So if there is something happen to your parietal lobe, your attention is just scattered. It is not focusing on one thing. So you are not able to focus on one thing for a long time. क्या होगा अगर आपका attention concentration किसी एक चीज़ पे नहीं रहेगा? So it is keep changing from one to. Then will be ADD, attention deficit disorder. And if there is attention deficit, the things or information not goes into your long-term memory. So there is small working memory also. You are not able to remember the things for longer time. Now there is anomia, that is inability to name an object. Then agoraphobia, that is inability to locate a word for the writing. This is very important thing, that whatever you have learned, whatever you have visually you just visited, you are not able to change into the in the word processing. So generally this happens in the children with the dysgraphia, who have the difficulty in somewhere in the parietal lobe, they have the inability to write. They know, they understand the matter, but they are not able to write it on the paper. Then apraxia, difficulty in drawing the object in a certain kind of structure or in a certain kind of shape, or you are not able to judge the movement of in a three-dimensional space of that object, is called apraxia. Then difficulty of doing mathematics. So as I said, the parietal lobe have the center for analysis and reasoning. And mathematics is the subject where you do the most, the logical reasoning and calculation and analysis. So if something is happening in your parietal section, it will affect your ability to do the reasoning, logic, calculations, and analysis abilities. So dyscalculia, it is a kind of a specific disability where the child is not able to do the mathematical arithmetic sums in the form of difficulty in calculation, or in the difficulty to keep the things digits in a particular manner. Then lack of awareness of certain body part, that is the apraxia, leads to difficulty in self-care. So apraxia का एक एग्जांपल मैं आपको कहूँ कि आपने किसी बच्चे को बॉल फेंकी, दोनों हाथ हैं, आँखें हैं, सब कुछ है, लेकिन वो कैच नहीं कर पा रहा. उसको आपने अलर्ट भी किया है कि कैच द बॉल, बट eyes are seeing something but hands are not following it, so there will be a miss of catch. Or you want to draw something and your eyes are going in certain direction, your hands are not following your eyes. So there is lack of eye-hand coordination, and it give a condition, it is a part of condition, apraxia or dyspraxia. Then inability to focus the visual attention, that you are not able to focus on your visual attention on the one thing, your eyes are keep rotating on. So there is lack of eye contact in such people. They are not able to make the eye contact. They may be alert, but they are not able to focus on, they are not able to make the eye contact for the longer time. So please change the slide. So now I am coming we are on the forebrain only. We are taking the only cerebrum. Lobes, 4 lobes. And how this cerebrum is very important to do. You can see how most of the psychological functions or cognitive function are associated with this lobes. Please shift to the next slide. Temporal. Temporal कहाँ होता है? कानों के दोनों ऊपर, है ना? यहाँ temporal lobes होते हैं. तो there are 2 temporal lobes, है ना? in the both of the hemisphere there are 2 temporal lobes. So they are the center for perceiving the or catching the hearing auditory inputs, auditory stimuli. Then they keep this memory of this whatever information is coming, they keep this memory of this sensation stimuli for some time. So it is the memory acquisition also happen here. Then some visual perception objects into certain categories. Next slide, please. So what happen if there is any kind of organic issues in the our temporal lobe? First is the difficulty in recognize the faces. तो आप बहुत दिनों से पहचानते हो उसका चेहरा, लेकिन आपको वो कहता है हम आपसे मिले हैं, बट यू आर नॉट एबल टू रिमेंबर कि हाँ हमने आपको देखा था. Generally it happens in the old ages, but if the person is having the even younger in age, but if he has difficulty in the temporal region, they may have this condition is prosopagnosia. Then difficulty in understanding the spoken words, that is the Wernicke's aphasia. ये बहुत important चीज़ है. तो generally in cases में temporal deficits में क्या हुआ, ऑडिटरी इनपुट आ रहे हैं. ऑडिटरी इनपुट को सबसे पहले आपको परसीव करना है मीनिंगफुल वे में. उसके बाद क्या करना होता है आपको, यू हैव टू मेक द सीक्वेंस ऑफ दिस इंफॉर्मेशन सो दैट वट एवर यू हैव लिसन you make the sense of it, you know, the auditory information. But in this case, when there is a Wernicke's aphasia, the somebody is keep talking to something with you, but you are not able to make the sense of this whatever in auditory information. जो भी कह रहा है उसका sense मतलब समझने में इनको दिक्कत होती है. Then disturbance with selective attention, what we see and hear. हम कई बार इनसे क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं आपने ये देखा था, अभी आपने कुछ सुना, तो दे आर नॉट एबल टू लोकलाइज कि हाँ मैंने अभी देखा था, जबकि वो विजुअल स्टिमुलाई या ऑडिटरी स्टिमुलाई वहीं से पास हुआ है जिसको सब ने देखा है, पर दे आर नॉट एबल टू कैच इट. सो दिस हैपन विद द पीपल हैविंग द टेम्पोरल लोब इश्यूज. देन इट इंटरफेरेंस विद द लॉन्ग टर्म मेमोरी. क्यों? क्योंकि शॉर्ट टर्म मेमोरी में इश्यूज हैं, इसलिए वो इंफॉर्मेशन लॉन्ग टर्म मेमोरी में ट्रांसमिट नहीं हो पाती. सो इट अफेक्ट्स द लॉन्ग टर्म मेमोरी ऑफ सर्टेन स्टिमुलाई आल्सो. देन इंक्रीज एंड डिक्रीज ऑफ सेक्शुअल बिहेवियर. देन कैटेगराइजेशन, दैट इज इनेबिलिटी टू कैटेगराइज. लाइक कुछ आपने खाने को दिया तो उनको बहुत देर लगती है, या शायद इनेबिलिटी भी हो सकती है कि ये खट्टा था, पर कौन सा वाला खट्टा था, नींबू वाला खट्टा था, इमली वाला खट्टा था, या कोकम का था. सो they are not able to categorize the information in a certain way. So it happens because of issues, lesions in or some issues in the temporal lobe. So please next slide. Yeah. एक छोटी सी पीछे छूट रही कि कभी कोई आपके कनपट्टी पे मारता है तो क्या होता है, क्या आ जाता है? नहीं, आवाज़ तो जाती है. There is resonance. One more thing happened. थोड़ी देर के लिए आपको you are not able to remember what happened. It is because of this you have disturbance in the short-term memory. Then occipital lobe. So what happened if there is something happen? Where is the occipital lobe? Here. ठीक है, ये पूरे के पूरे चारों लोब है ना हमारे सिर पे, पूरे पगड़ी की तरह से होते हैं. और बाकी के सारे ऑर्गन्स ब्रेन के जो होते हैं वो उसके नीचे छुपे हुए रहते हैं, चाहे वो मीजन से हाइंड ब्रेन हो या मिड ब्रेन हो. सो अवर दिस द मैक्सिमम पार्ट इज कवर्ड विद दिस बिकॉज ऑफ दिस cerebrum. So what are the result if there is some deficits or issues in the occipital lobe? First, क्योंकि it is the center of our visual sensation and perception and meaning, all that. So what happened? Visual agnosia. What is visual agnosia? When difficulty to locating object in the environment. आपने कोई instruction दिया है कि वो गोल वाली लाल बॉल उठा के लाओ, नहीं ढूंढ पाएंगे. क्यों? क्योंकि वो देख के उसको वो सेंसेशन गया भी है लेकिन उसको परसीव करने में उनके ब्रेन को टाइम लग रहा है। तो सामने होते हुए भी चीज़ें कई बार नहीं दिखती, नहीं समझ पाते. Then difficulty in identify the color. So it is called as color agnosia. It is different from the color blindness. It is the you are seeing the color. It is not black and white, but you are not able to label it. It is red or white or something. Then visual illusion, inaccurate seeing the object. तो कुछ कुछ ये होता है विजुअल हेल्यूसिनेशन जैसा, या आपको डिस्टर्बिंग मार्जिन्स दिखती हैं उन ऑब्जेक्ट्स की. देन वर्ड ब्लाइंडनेस, इनएबिलिटी टू रिकग्नाइज द वर्ड. ये होता है ज़्यादातर इशू डिसलेक्सिया के चिल्ड्रन में, जिनको दिख तो रहा है कि ये पी है या देर इज सम सिम्बॉल, but they have difficulty in recognizing the symbol in the sound, transfer the information into the certain sound. So they are not able to, or sometimes they have the issues with the mirror images also. And inability to recognize the movement of an objects like movement agnosia, कि वो लेफ्ट जा रहा है या राइट जा रहा है या हमारी तरफ तेजी से आ रहा है या पीछे की तरफ जा रहा है. So these people may have faced the difficulty to judge the movement or direction of any objects. Then there is definitely there will be a difficulty in reading from a print material or something from a material, and writing also. Next please. Yeah, so obviously there is it was found, I think most of there are some other psychiatrists are sitting there, they can throw a light on this, that some of the studies has found that if there is something happen in the frontal lobe and temporal lobe, the criminal behaviors increases. And in the same way, if there is overactive temporal or underactive frontal lobe, can result into the bad behavior. Next please. So this is the a big diagram, a big ray diagram of this our central nervous system. So our brain is divided into two systems, that is the central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. The central nervous system, CNS, is divided into brain and spinal cord, and which is the integrative control center of our body. Peripheral nervous system as include the cranial nerves and the spinal cord. That is the they make the communication between the body and the central nervous system. They are the mediator between our body and the central nervous system. Then the peripheral nervous system is further divided into sensory part and the motor division. That is afferent and efferent. So sensory is when information goes to from peripheral to brain, and the motor is whatever information is coming from the central nervous system to the peripheral system to react for something. Then motor division is this motor cortex divided into two subdivision, that is the ANS, autonomic nervous system, and the somatic nervous system. What is the importance of autonomic nervous system? It controls the involuntary responses. What is involuntary responses? वो जिनके ऊपर हमारा बस नहीं है, जैसे कि हार्ट की एक्टिविटीज़ है, जैसे कि रेस्पिरेशन की एक्टिविटीज़ है, जैसे कि रिफ्लेक्सेस हैं. These all come into autonomic nervous system, which we are not, body control करती है, we are not able to control them to some level. Somatic nervous system, it is the nervous system, part of our nervous system, where we can control the things in our hands. Then the autonomic nervous system is, as this lecture has again, it is more related to, it is the next branching is into the role of sympathetic division and parasympathetic nervous system on our behavior. That is why I am giving you this chart, because our next part is going to the sympathetic relationship of behavior with the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. Next slide, please. I know, we are, yes. Yes. Go to the next. We can skip the slides. सब skip कर दो. Skip कर दो. Next. Skip. Next. 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 One next. 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 So no. Previous slide. Previous slide. Okay. So how the behavior is associated, how the emotions and behaviors and our psychological aspects are related with these two systems, sympathetic and parasympathetic system. Sympathetic nervous system is responsible to response in a excited stage of. Whenever some problem or some issues come or some challenges come from the environment, your body is stimulating the sympathetic nervous system, which leads into flight or fight response. भाग जाओ या फिर लड़ो, ये रिस्पॉन्स के लिए तैयार करती है. अगर ऐसा होता है तो बॉडी में क्या चेंजेस आते हैं, आपका ब्लड क्या होता है, तेज़ी से आपका हार्ट जो है वो तेज़ी से आपका ब्लड को पंप करने लगता है, सो दैट द ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ द बॉडी गेट द मैक्सिमम ऑक्सीजन, so that it could either run away or it could fight with something challenges. Then it relaxes the bronchi. तो ब्रोंकाइज यानी कौन सा पार्ट है, लंग्स के जो नलियां हैं उनको खोल देता है. क्यों? ताकि मैक्सिमम जो ब्लड है उसमें जा सके और ऑक्सीजनेटेड ब्लड को वापस से बॉडी को पहुंचा सके. देन स्लोज द डाइजेशन, है ना. देन एक्सेलरेट हार्ट रेट को बढ़ा देता है, क्योंकि उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस की कंडीशन में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा खून को और ऑक्सीजनेटेड ब्लड को पेरिफेरल सिस्टम तक पहुंचाना है रिएक्ट करने के लिए. तो हार्ट का रेट क्या होता है, इट इंक्रीजेस. देन कॉन्स्ट्रिक्ट द कैपिलरीज. तो कोई चीज़ को आप, जैसे आपने कभी नल वाला पाइप देखा है ना, आप उसको दबाते हो तो पानी कैसा जाता है, फोर्स से आगे तक जाता है. इन द सेम वे इट कंस्ट्रक्ट द कैपिलरीज, ब्लड कैपिलरीज, सो दैट द ब्लड कैन फ्लो विद द हाई स्पीड. देन just opposite to, when the stressful condition are passed, then there is a need to slow down your body. So now the role comes of the parasympathetic system, which slow down all these things, like it relax the body, it constrict the pupil, it constrict the bronchi, it stimulate the digestion, and then it slows the heart rate, and then it relax the capillary system also. Next please. Shift to next. Now comes the last part of our body, that is the very important, which is related to emotions and behavior, that is the limbic system. So there are four, as our coordination madam is keep saying me stop now. So just I am just explaining this, and then I am just wind up my lecture. So limbic system is a very important part of our body. That is, one more slide there is. Next. It is very important. So somewhere it looks like this. So limbic system is not itself a whole part of somewhere in the brain, whole structure in the brain, but it is a cycle, or it is a construct of several small brain organelles which make the limbic system. And it is very, very important for our brain and our behavioral and emotional health. That is the phrenic, septum, hippocampus, amygdala, memory bodies. All these are the small parts which together make our limbic system. Next one. No, you. Next, I mean previous one. So we can do. Yes, just before that. So each part of the limbic system having these roles in our emotional behavior and the cognitive process. Hippocampus, it mediates and acquires the memory involved in storing the explicit memories. Thalamus relays the sensory impulses to the correct place, to the cerebral cortex. What is the role of cerebral cortex? It is a more motor part. So whatever information is gone through thalamus, the cortical part will work on it. Then hypothalamus, it regulates the homeostasis and hunger and thirstness. Amygdala, it controls the emotions, aggression and the formation of emotional memories. So, just it. Okay. So, thank you very much for keeping the concentration for this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an enlightening and engaging session. Please put your hands together for ma'am. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite all the CRR candidates, our Honorable Chairperson, sir. जी 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 जी
So that we get the audience also and the resource people also.
Yes.
Now, I would like to request our Honorable Chairperson, sir, and I would invite Mr. Bagaria, our honorable guest, to come on stage for memento felicitation. Thank you so much. Please put a big round of applause for esteemed guest. I think we need a little more clapping sound as a background music that would fill our heart with joy, and that's how we can express our gratitude to sir that he joined us today. Thank you so much, sir. Now, sir is presenting the memento to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Vandana. Please put your hand together. This is the moment we waited for. Thank you so much, ma'am. We cannot express in words like the knowledge you gave us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, it's a small request. I would like all the CRR number holder member who are there as our audience to come on stage. Okay, now I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Desai, please, sir, for memento felicitation. Thank you so much. Then there is Mahendra sir is left. Ayush sir is there. Yera, ma'am. This is, and Dr. Vanna has gotten it. That's it. There are just two guests. It's just Dr. Neeraj is on guest, and then it's just Dr. Mahendra sir is left. And Dr. RSJ. That's it.
Now I would like to invite Dr. R.S. Jain, sir, to kindly join us on stage for the memento felicitation ceremony. I would also like to invite Dr. Manoj, sir, Manoj Desai sir to kindly join us on stage. Can we have a big round of applause for all our dignitaries of this session? I would like to request all our dignitaries to kindly please be on the stage as we have a photographic session with the CRR students. All our CRR students, kindly join us on stage. Please come quickly. Can we have all our CRR students to kindly please be on the stage for the photographic session? If anybody left from the CRR students, please join us on the stage. Is anybody left in the audience? Guys, this is really important. We have to send it to RCI. So it's a request. If there is anyone CRR students out there, please join us on stage. We have MPhil senior batch over here. Students of MPhil senior batch, kindly join us on stage. MPhil clinical psychology students, join us on stage. Kindly arrange yourself as per the requirement so that in the photograph, everybody can see your face. Your faces should be visible. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, everyone. As we transition to our second session, I would first like to thank Dr. Patil for the insightful session. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us today. I would also like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. R.S. Jain, Senior Professor and Head of Neurology Unit at SMS Medical College, Jaipur. Thank you, Dr. Jain, for joining us today. Dr. Jain will be speaking on neurological aspects of learning, memory, and emotion. Sir?
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? First of all, thanks to Dr. Smriti. She took so much pains and given me this opportunity to be with you this morning. Okay, thank you. On the left side of this slide, this is the SMS Medical College building, and on the right side is the SMS hospital. I am attached with this institution for almost half a century now. Initially as a student, then became faculty and head of the department. So all my memories, whether they are sensory, short-term, long-term, episodic, procedural, all are associated with this institution. I am still part of it. Next. First of all, let us pray Dhanvantri, the Hindu god of medicine, before we start our presentation. Next. This is one of the, I would say, best stroke ICUs, perhaps in the country, in a government setup, which was created and developed during my tenure as head of the department. Next slide. Dr. Smriti gave me an exhaustive topic, neurology of behavior, neurological aspects of learning, memory, emotion, role of neurotransmitters, neuromodulators of behavior in aspects of learning and memory. Let us see how much I can justify since we are already running short of time. Next. Francis Crick in 1994, who along with James Watson won the Nobel Prize for the discovery of the structure of DNA, he rightly said, you, your joys and your sorrows, your sense of personal identity and free will are in fact no more than the behavior of a vast assembly of nerve cells and their associated molecules. Next. So behavior refers to the range of actions and mannerisms exhibited by individuals in response to stimuli underpinned by the neural circuits that process sensory inputs and generate motor outputs. Next. Cognition encompasses the mental activities associated with knowledge acquisition, reasoning, problem solving, language, and memory. It involves the integration of sensory input, memory, and decision-making processes. Cognitive functions are largely mediated by the cerebral cortex, particularly in areas like the prefrontal cortex, temporal lobe, and parietal lobe. Next. Learning is typically defined as a process through which the brain acquires new information or skills leading to change in behavior or knowledge. This process involves the strengthening or modification of neural connections, particularly through mechanisms like synaptic plasticity. Next. Few days back, I saw this picture in the newspaper. So I want to ask you, this audio visual presentation, is it a good way of learning or teaching? When you are reading on laptops, you are reading in mobile, you are searching on Google, is it the right way? Is it the correct way of teaching and training? So it is feasible because of the circumstances. But see this fellow, this teacher, this picture is from Budapest, the capital of Hungary. He was teaching the veterinary students. So he brought the horse in the class. So when I was told that this is a one-day workshop, I would rather suggest, in my opinion, it should be a hands-on workshop rather than sitting in a hall and looking at the audio-visual presentations, because that makes you learn in a much better way. And I don't know the scope of MPhil students who are here. Are you going to interact with the patients? Yes, sir. Okay. So then it is better that you associate yourself with some neurology department or psychiatry department. Maybe you visit in small groups, go there, how the doctors there, the residents there, the faculty there, they interact with the patients, how we gather the information, how we make our interpretations, how do we diagnose. Next. So synaptic plasticity, learning and memory are based on the brain's ability to change and adapt. Synaptic plasticity refers to the strengthening or weakening of connections between neurons, which allows for the formation and consolidation of new memories. Next. So Square in 1987 defined learning as a process of acquiring new information and memory as a persistence of learning in a state that can be revealed at a later time. So you are listening to these presentations, you are registering also, encoding, but until and unless you retrieve this information, you reproduce at the time of your assessment, there is no use of it. So learning has an outcome in terms of memory, and memory has an outcome in terms of behavior. Learning need not imply any conscious attempt. Simple repeated exposure can also lead to learning. The memory word comes from the Anglo-French and the Latin words. So memory is a specific cognitive function, the ability of encoding, storage, and retrieval of information. Three important components. Next. Amnesia refers to an isolated loss of past memories as well as to form new ones despite an alert state of mind and normal attentiveness. Next. Now this is a picture showing you time base of the memory. It's a model of Atkinson and Shiffrin, which was given in 1986. The sensory memory, the short-term memory, and the long-term memory. The sensory memory is sub-second to seconds, few seconds, as when we can recover what was said when we were not paying attention. Short-term is seconds to minutes, as with retaining a phone number. Long-term is longer, maybe in days, weeks, going up to years, or even a lifetime. Next. Next slide. This is information processing model of memory given by Atkinson and Shiffrin. There is a stimulus, then there is sensory memory. You can forget at that stage, you can ignore or forget at that stage. If you pay attention, no tension please, only attention. Goes to the short-term memory, you can forget at that stage. When it gets encoded, it creates long-term memory. You can forget that or retrieve that. Next. I think this is an oversimplification of the process or the stages of memory. The encoding is like a keyboard, storage is like a hard disk, and retrieval is when you retrieve when you display the information on screen. Next. Human memory is much, much different than what the computer is. So human brain is far ahead of it. There are a lot of potentials, lot of factors influencing the human memory, the education, the emotion, the environment, the motivation, and of course, the physical, mental, spiritual health. Next. So we divide memory broadly into long-term memory and the short-term memory. The short-term memory is either sensory memory or short-term working memory. The long-term memory can be further subdivided into declarative memory or the explicit memory, and the non-declarative or the implicit memory. In the declarative group, again we have two categories. For the events, it is episodic memory. For facts, that is factual memory, it is semantic memory. Then in the non-declarative group, we have procedural memory, we have perceptual, we have classical conditioning, we have non-associative learning. Next. Next slide. This shows the anatomic substrates related to these different kinds of memories. Say for example, the declarative memory having related to the facts and the events is the episodic memory. So medial temporal lobe is mainly responsible, especially the hippocampus, and diencephalon also helps in this. In the non-declarative variety, we have procedural memory. There are skills and habits, the response, the learning. Striatum is responsible. Also the motor cortex and cerebellum, because movements are coordinated and controlled by the cerebellum. For priming, we have neocortex. For simple classical conditioning, for the emotional responses, and for the fear, we have amygdala, which is responsible, which is influencing it. The skeletal musculature, again with the help of cerebellum, and the non-associative learning are through the reflex pathways. Next slide. So when we differentiate explicit memory, which is also known as declarative memory, ED, it's not the ED which is popular nowadays. So, and the implicit memory, the non-declarative memory. In the explicit or the declarative memory, it is the factual knowledge of people, places, things, and meaning of facts. The conscious process and recall requires the conscious search of memory. While in the implicit or the non-declarative memory, it is the knowledge, memory of how to do the things. So mainly the motor skills demonstrated by improved performance, and it does not require conscious recall. I'm not saying that an unconscious patient can do that, but it is the better term to use is non-conscious. So the declarative or the explicit memory is episodic for events and personal experience, and it is also called as autobiographical memory. And the second is semantic, that is the memory for facts, factual memory. In the implicit or non-declarative memory, a very simple example is learning and driving a car. So repeated application of declarative learning may lead to implicit. Initially, you may be very conscious when you are learning to drive the car, but then later on, it's a reflex, it's an automatic process. You are looking around, but you're not paying so much attention because things are happening automatically. Your body reflexes are working automatically. So declarative memory, in short, is knowing what, and non-declarative memory is knowing how. Next. Sensory memory, I said, is the shortest term element. It acts as a kind of buffer for stimuli received through the five senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. And it lasts just for a second or few seconds. It may be ignored, it may be perceived, it may be processed further. Next. So sensory memory decays very quickly. Sensory memory through visual stimuli is known as iconic memory. Through oral stimuli, it is known as echoic memory. And through touch, it is known as haptic memory. Next. Episodic memory refers to declarative memory, explicit system used to recall personal experiences framed in our own context, such as a short story or what you had for dinner last night. Depends on the medial temporal lobes, including the hippocampus and the entorhinal and perirhinal cortices. Next. Episodic memory loss follows Ribot's law, which states that events just before an ictus are most vulnerable to dissolution, whereas remote memories are most resistant. Next. Now this is a diagram for the episodic memory. The medial temporal lobes, I think the madam explained different lobes in the previous lecture very nicely. Next. The left medial temporal and the left frontal lobes. So the left sided hemisphere is most active when a person is learning words. And the right medial temporal and right frontal lobes are most active when learning the visual scenes. So visuospatial, that is with the right hemisphere. The frontal lobes are analogous to the file clerk of the episodic memory system. The medial temporal lobes are the recent memory file cabinets, and the other cortical regions are the remote memory file cabinets. Next slide. Semantic memory refers to conceptual and factual knowledge, such as the color of a lion or the first president of India. So whatever the fixed information, the fund of knowledge, the fixed fund of knowledge. Previously acquired semantic memory is spared in patients who have severe impairment of the episodic memory system. Next slide. Semantic memory localizes to the inferior lateral temporal lobes. Alzheimer's disease is the most common clinical disorder disrupting the semantic memory. This disruption may be attributable to pathology in the inferior lateral temporal lobes or to pathology in frontal cortexes, leading to poor activation and retrieval of semantic information. In Alzheimer's disease, episodic and semantic memory decline independently of each other. Next. So this is again a diagram showing different parts of the brain in different colors, the semantic, procedural and working memories. Next. Procedural memory refers to the ability to learn behavioral and cognitive skills and algorithms that are used at an automatic, non-conscious, I said non-conscious, not the unconscious level. Next. Working memory is a combination of the attention, concentration and short-term memory. Because it requires active and conscious participation, working memory is an explicit and declarative memory system. Working memory has traditionally been divided into components that process phonologic information, that is keeping a phone number in your head, or spatial information, mentally following a route, and an executive system that allocates attentional resources. Next. Phonologic working memory tends to involve more regions on the left side of the brain, whereas spatial working memory tends to involve more regions on the right side of the brain. Next slide. The original model of Alan Baddeley and Graham Hitch proposed in 1974 for the working memory had three main components. The central executive, which acts as a supervisory system and controls the flow of information from and to its slave systems, the phonological loop and the visuospatial sketchpad. The phonological loop stores verbal content, whereas the visuospatial sketchpad caters to visuospatial data. Both the slave systems only function as short-term storage centers. In 2000, Badley added a third slave system to his model, the episodic buffer. Next. So you see there is a phonological loop, there is a visuospatial sketchpad, and that was controlled by the central executive. And the next component, episodic buffer, was added later on in the year 2000. So phonological loop for the language, visuospatial sketchpad for the visual semantics, and episodic buffer for the short-term episodic memory. Next. Do you recollect this picture? Who is this? What was the picture? What happened to him? What was the theme of this picture? The hero had sustained head injury and developed the short-term memory loss. So he used to have memory of his mission to kill someone lasting for a few minutes only. Then he used to require reminders. Next. This is another movie, 10-second Tom. So logically 10-second duration will not go into the sensory memory, because sensory memory is for fraction of second or very few seconds. So it will also go into the short-term memory. Next. Next. The phonological loop may play a key role in the acquisition of vocabulary, particularly in the early childhood years. It may also be vital for learning a second language. Now I want to draw your attention to Revasa Dham. Have you heard of this place? The Acharya of Revasa Dham passed away a few days back. I have not visited this place, but I wish to go there because I received one gold medal from the Revasa Dham during my MBBS career. There I am told the children are being trained in Sanskrit for the Vedas, and it is only and only the verbal modality which they are using. No notebook, no copy, no blackboard, nothing. They don't write. They just listen and learn and memorize. Next. This is again a sort of a table showing you different memory systems, their anatomical parts, the length. Next. You must be familiar with him. Who is he? What was his name in the movie? So we are not talking about this circuit today. Next slide, please. We are talking about an important circuit that is called Pepys circuit. The Pepys circuit, as the diagram goes, starts from the hippocampal formation, hippocampus. The original circuit proposed by Pepys is shown by thick lines, and more recent connections are shown by the thin lines. So from the hippocampal formation through the fornix, information goes to mammillary body. From mammillary body through the mammillothalamic tract, it goes to anterior thalamic nuclei, and from thalamic nuclei it goes to the cingulate gyrus, and from cingulate gyrus comes back to the hippocampal formation. So that was the original circuit. But then it has been extended. From the hippocampal formation, the information goes to amygdala, from amygdala to hypothalamus, or information can go to hypothalamus directly from the hippocampal formation. Hypothalamus is connected with the prefrontal cortex and with the association cortex. This association cortex plays very important role. The cingulate gyrus, the association cortex, because the association cortex is to and fro with the hippocampal formation. Next. This is again a diagrammatic representation of Appice circuit, the different parts of the hippocampus. Next. Again, hippocampal anatomy, the subiculum, the CA1, CA2, CA3, CA1 and CA3, they are very, very important. Next. This is another circuit, basolateral limbic circuit. Next slide. The long-term storage of episodic or the memories related to events seems to occur in prefrontal association cortex. The sequential process of memory involves the encoding. Next is the consolidation. Next slide. The storage and the retrieval. Next slide. Coming to the implicit memory, implicit memories are stored differently depending upon how they are acquired. The fear conditioning, training that involves use of fearful stimuli involves the amygdala. Operant conditioning involves the striatum and cerebellum. Classical conditioning, sensitization and habituation involve the sensory and motor systems involved in producing the motor response being conditioned. Next. Now coming to the acetylcholine. Acetylcholine is the most important neurotransmitter as far as the memory functions are concerned. There are two sets of acetylcholine projections. One arising from the brainstem neurotransmitter center and another arising from the basal forebrain. The nucleus basalis of Maynard in the basal forebrain is the major brain center for cholinergic neurons. They have the principal role in mediating memory formation. Short-term memory disturbance of Alzheimer patients is due to degeneration of these cholinergic neurons. Next. This is a diagrammatic representation for the cholinergic fibers. The nucleus basalis of Maynard, can you see there? Next. These are the various cholinergic projections from the basal forebrain to the different parts. Next. Cholinergic deficiency may also be a part of vascular dementia, alcoholic dementia, diffuse Lewy body disease. This may be why some patients respond to cholinesterase inhibitors. So that is how the drugs are working. The frontotemporal dementia, which is because of tau pathology, generally not improved by these cholinesterase inhibitor drugs, because the pathology there is slightly different. Next. These are again different regions of brain involved in specific different types of memories. Next. The process of different stages of memory, encoding. See, there is a perception of stimuli, gets encoded, then there is engram, gets consolidated, then there is long-term potentiation, gets stored, then there is recognition, inference, reconstruction, and it gets recalled or retrieved. Next. Emotion tends to increase the attention, and emotional element of an event is processed on an unconscious pathway in the brain leading to amygdala. So amygdala is the main controlling power center for the emotions and fear. Only then are the actual sensations derived from an event processed. Next. Next slide. There are 3 or 4 main types of encoding. The acoustic encoding from the sound utilizing the phonologic loop. So this is echoic memory. Visual encoding leads to iconic memory. The tactile encoding is from the somatosensory cortex. Then there can be semantic encoding. Next. Then there is process of consolidation, which is again of two types: synaptic consolidation and system consolidation. Next slide. The ability of the connection or a synapse between two neurons to change in strength, which can be enhanced or which can be reduced, and for lasting changes to occur in the efficiency of synaptic transmission is known as synaptic plasticity or neural plasticity. And this is utilized in the treatment part. And it is one of the important neurochemical foundations of memory and learning. Next slide. Sleep improves the consolidation. Sleeping brain solidifies new memories by reactivation and rehearsal. Even when you are sleeping, whatever you have done or whatever you have learned, it gets reactivated and rehearsal during your sleep, especially the deep sleep. Next slide. Storage is a passive process of retaining information. Next slide. The human brain has the capacity to store almost unlimited amounts of information indefinitely. We really don't know the potential of the brain. Forgetting, therefore, is more likely to be a result from incorrectly or incompletely encoded memories and or problems with the recall or retrieval process. So, we really don't know. Forgetting, does it mean that everything has been washed off from the brain? May not be. It may be still there. In a particular given circumstance at particular point of time, you may recall it. Next. Okay, so forgetting whether it is a blessing or a curse. Do you recall something from one of our great Indian epic? Any incidents if you can recall? What are our two main great Indian epics? Great epics. Sorry? Ramayana and Mahabharata. So, can you recall something from the Mahabharata? Next slide. See the Karna. He was given a curse that whatever the weaponry art which he has learned, whatever the knowledge he has gathered and he has been trained, will forget at the time when he needs it most. And that is what happened in Mahabharata. So, it was a curse to Karna. But on the other hand, if you see, it was a blessing for Arjun and the remaining Pandavas. Next. Next slide. Recall or retrieval refers to subsequent reaccessing of events or information from past which have been previously encoded and stored. Commonly it is known as remembering, an act of creative reimagination. Next slide. There are two main methods of accessing the memory, the recognition and recall. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Now, there can be different types of recall, of free recall, cued recall. Now, again for the cued recall, can you recall from the great epic, another great epic? Next slide. Can you recall it now? From the Sundarkand. The Jamvanji, he reminds Hanumanji, because Bal Hanuman was very naughty. So the Rishi Munis have given him a minor curse that he would forget about his potentials, his capabilities, until and unless he is reminded by someone. Next slide. So, these are the chaupais from the Sundarkand. The Jamvanji reminds Hanumanji that kavan so kaj kathin jag mai jo nahi hui tat tum pai. You can do anything. Next. Next slide. This is something interesting, that there is a rare condition called hyperthymesia, also known as hyperamnesia or superior autobiographical memory, in which a few people show an extraordinary capacity to recall detailed specific events from a person's personal past without relying on practiced mnemonic strategies. Only a handful of cases, very few cases have been reported in the literature. This is like super autobiographical. They recollect, they recall each and everything, every act, every step. Next slide. Functional amnesia, the neurology of psychogenic amnesia or functional amnesia is poorly understood. The psychological stress can conceivably alter the structure and function of medial temporolimbic areas, perhaps through the mediation of stress-related hormones, that is glucocorticoids. But in a way it is good, because this situation can be treated, it can be reversed, because it is a functional amnesia. There is no structural damage. Next slide. Then there are some slides for the how to test these persons. I think we can skip these slides, because it will be better for them to interact with the patients. Next slide. Next. 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 But these are all slides which are representing how we interact with the patients in day-to-day practice and assess them. Next slide. Next. 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 So, coming back to the memory model, this is another way of representing it. Environmental stimuli, the iconic memory through the eyes, gustatory memory through the tongue, echoic memory through the ears, haptic memory through the touch. So, all this makes the sensory memory. Then, if there is a selective attention, it goes to short-term memory. From the short-term memory, it can be stored into the long-term memory, which can be retrieved, or at any stage it can be dropped out, forgotten. Next. Next. These are again different parts of the brain on the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere, and how they are controlling different components. Next slide. Do we have time? Because there are few slides on neurotransmitters. No? Should we stop? Okay, then can we take last 2 or 3 slides? Okay, take next. 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 Yeah. This was a study published in 2023. This was conducted on university students from the Pakistan and China, not from India. Next. To study the impact of artificial intelligence. artificial intelligence significantly impacts the loss of human decision making and makes humans lazy. It affects the security and privacy. So preventive measures are needed. And I think every day we read it in the newspaper or in the social media, the TV and everywhere. Today also there was a news that there was an article that we need to take a lot of measures because it is growing very fast. Next. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next. 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 Okay, so just 2 slides, very small questions. What are the 3 components of memory? Come on, say loudly. Encoding, storage and retrieval. What is autobiographical memory? I can't hear. Episodic memory. What is factual memory? Sorry? Semantic. Knowing what is? Knowing how is? Emotional responses and the fear is under the influence of amygdala. Name of most important circuit in memory? Pepe circuit. Sensory memory for visual stimuli? Iconic memory. Oral stimuli? Echoic memory. And touch? Haptic. Next slide, please. Recent memory file cabinet is? Which part of the brain? Sorry? Medial temporal lobes. Semantic memory localizes to? Forgot? Left hemisphere is most active for learning. I told you about the left and the right hemisphere. The left frontal and the left medial temporal lobe is for the learning words and right is for the visuospatial. Name the most important neurotransmitter related to memory. Acetylcholine. Crucial neurotransmitter for brain's reward system is? Which is that neurotransmitter? Dopamine. Key neurotransmitter for mood regulation is? Serotonin. Next. Thank you so much for your patience listening. Thank you. Have time? Okay, if you have time,
Anybody from the audience would like to raise their hand for any questions or any doubt?
Hello, Jan sir. First of all, thank you so much for such an insightful session. I'm Supriya Nogal, working as an assistant professor here in the Department of Special Education. So my question is a bit offshore of today's topic. I wanted to inquire whether can we treat thanatophobia? And if yes, can it be treated through a therapy or we need to have certain medicines for that?
which phobia you say?
Thanatophobia, sir. A phobia related to death.
I think psychiatrist would be in a better position to answer your
Okay,
question.
sir. Okay, sir.
Please.
Right. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Anybody else regarding the PPT, please?
to the hospitals?
Yes, sir.
Visits to the psychiatric center? Neurology department, I don't think anyone comes.
We are MPhil clinical psychology students, so we are posted into different psychiatric settings.
Psychiatric centers.
Please put your hand together. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us. Now, do you know that your brain can change its shape? Like since we are born, we are growing up, we have changed our attire, our skin, our faces change or we develop. But do you know our brain also changes shape? There is something called neuroplasticity that help us enable, our brain to change its shape. If one of your hand, if all of you are like right-handed people and it get broken up, your left hand can take its place very easily. And so does the other areas. Interesting, right? This is just a minor little fact about a very simple phenomena that we have in such, an organ which governs us all and helped us to make this world a better place and a different place too. Now, with this fun fact, I would like to welcome our third speaker of the day, Dr. Gunjan Solanki. Please put your hand together for Dr. Gunjan. She is Associate Professor in Psychiatry at SMS Medical College, Jaipur, and in charge of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I invite Dr. Solanki to please be on stage and enlighten us. She'll be speaking on neurological profile of neuropsychiatric conditions. Please put your hand together to welcome our esteemed guest on our stage. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. And being a psychiatrist, I want to say, and I want to endorse mental health above all health. Since I'm a psychiatrist, I should do that. Okay. So, in the neurological profile of neuropsychiatric conditions, what we will be talking about will be mainly neurological or neurobiological understanding of psychiatric disorders. Psychiatric disorders don't have a definite neurological etiology. They don't have. But even then, there are certain neurobiological changes which underlie our behavior. Even now, we all have a behavior which is caused to be normal because it is a statistical normal behavior. Even that behavior is due to only brain. And brain and mind are the same thing understood in different contexts. So, next slide. Okay, in this neurobiology, we will understand two things. One is genetics and how genetics affect neurobiology because of environmental causes. When we understand etiology of psychiatric disorder, there are psychological theories, there are neurobiological theories, there is genetic basis and lots of other things too. But my role here is to tell about what are the genes which are implicated in and how neurobiological systems affect our behavior. So first I will talk about common understanding, and then I will come to some specific disorders which are common psychiatric disorders. Okay? So, role of genetics in psychiatric disorders. A long back there was inquisitiveness in understanding etiology of psychiatric disorders, and it was seen that psychiatric disorder runs in families. So, there were adoption studies, there were cross-adoption studies, family studies, from which finally it was understood that there is clear genetic component to psychiatric illness. But there is no specific gene to psychiatric illness. Psychiatric illnesses occur due to cumulative effect of multiple genes of small effects. बहुत सारी genes हैं, सबका थोड़ा थोड़ा effect है, सब patient में different genes हैं जो implicated हैं. ऐसा नहीं है कि 10 लोग हमने स्किज़ोफ्रीनिया के अगर हमने देखे तो उनमें सेम ही जीन्स होंगी जो इम्प्लिकेटेड होंगी. अभी भी बहुत स्टडीज़ आर गोइंग ऑन टू आइडेंटिफाई व्हाट जीन्स आर एसोसिएटेड विद स्किज़ोफ्रीनिया, बाइपोलर डिसऑर्डर, डिप्रेशन एंड व्हाट नॉट. Secondly, major adult psychiatric disorders are generally not caused by a single gene or variant, and most of these genes play a role in neurotransmission, because neurological abhi pehle lectures हुए हैं, तो you would have understood that whatever goes in brain is due to communication of the neurons within themselves, and it is through neurotransmitters that they communicate. Whatever behavior we have, whatever emotions we feel, and whatever other neurological activities go in the brain are due to these neurotransmitters. Then not only these genetics, means the genetics, which is the basic genetic makeup, there are epigenetic changes. One of a model which you all know is the stress diathesis model of psychiatric illnesses. That is, we are born with a diathesis. Diathesis may be genetic, may be environmental, and whenever there is a stress enough or multiple stresses enough to overcome the resilience, then there are changes in the even in the genetic stress, genetic structure of the patient, and these are epigenetics. Epigenetics means methylation, acetylation of genes which occur due to environmental effects. Environment doesn't start after child is born. Environment means the environment in which child lives in the womb. It is even the maternal stress affects the neurobiology of the child or neurobiological makeup of the child and make child vulnerable to psychiatric illnesses. Then next, there are some important circuits in the brain which are implicated in behavior, and unme changes he lead to psychiatric illnesses. First, I will start with classical dopaminergic pathways. क्लासिकल डोपामिनर्जिक पाथवेज में देर आर सेल बॉडीज़, जो भी न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर्स होते हैं उनकी ब्रेन में सेल बॉडीज़ होती हैं. तो सेल बॉडीज़ जो हैं उनके हिसाब से वो पाथवेज हैं. अगर फर्स्ट देखेंगे तो फर्स्ट जो है इट इज़ मीज़ो, इसमें जो एक पाथवे है वो कॉर्टेक्स तक जो जा रहा है वो मीज़ोकॉर्टिकल पाथवे है. जो अपर वन है जो कि मीज़ोकॉर्टिकल पाथवे दो एरियाज़ में जाता है. वन इज़ डॉर्सोलेटरल प्रीफ्रंटल कॉर्टेक्स एंड वन इज़ वेंट्रोमीडियल प्रीफ्रंटल कॉर्टेक्स. तो यहाँ से डोपामीन सीक्रेट होता है, वहाँ तक जाता है. वो डिफरेंट न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर चैनल्स, इट इज़ नॉट अ सिंगल न्यूरॉन ऑब्वियसली. तो इसका जो रोल है मेन वो है कॉग्निशन में. जब जो डॉर्सोलेटरल प्रीफ्रंटल कॉर्टेक्स को है वो पाथवे इम्पॉर्टेंट है हमारे कॉग्निशन में. कॉग्निशन का मतलब memory, learning, executive functioning, and all the things which we do, planning, execution, all of this is due to this pathway. Second is ventromedial pathway. So mesocortical pathway which goes to ventromedial prefrontal cortex is important in emotional regulation, as well as all the emotions we feel, whether they are positive or negative. If there are deficiencies in this pathway, it may lead to negative affect, depressed affect, as well as blunted affect. Blunted affect in schizophrenia is because of deficiencies in this medial prefrontal cortex. So this is mesolimbic, midbrain se hota hai, ventral tegmental area se to these both of the area. Third pathway is mesolimbic pathway. Mesolimbic pathway is again from ventral tegmental area क्योंकि वहाँ पे cell bodies हैं dopamine की, and from here it run to nucleus accumbens. Whatever pleasure we feel, whatever positive effect we have, whatever pleasure we feel when there is accomplishments by ourselves, all of these are due to increased dopamine in in this mesolimbic pathway. Not only this, but the pleasure due to substances is also because of excessive release of dopamine in this pathway. Even hallucinations and delusion also occur due to increased activity in this pathway. So this is hyperdopaminergic state. और जो mesocortical pathway में मैंने बताया था, there was a deficiency of dopamine which causes negative effect and which causes cognitive dysfunction which occurs in many of the psychiatric disorder, mostly in schizophrenia, because most cognitive impairment occurs in schizophrenia out of all psychiatric disorders. Then third is, apart from this, there are two other pathways. One is nigrostriatal pathway, which is from substantia nigra to striatum. It regulates our activity, normal motor activity which we do have. Normally psychiatric disorder में there is no significant deficiency or excess in this area, but in certain cases, or there are subtle deficiencies which affect psychomotor activities of the person through this pathway by connections of nigrostriatal pathway from prefrontal cortex. And one is infundibular pathway that is mainly leads to side effect of psychotropics in form of hyperprolactinemia. Then there are glutamatergic pathways. Glutamate is main excitatory neurotransmitter in the brain, and the site of glutamate is mainly prefrontal cortex, or say all of the cortical areas. There are descending pathways from glutamatergic pathways from prefrontal cortex to nucleus accumbens, striatum, as well as to brainstem neurotransmitter centers. And that's why glutamate regulate function of or production of dopamine. And therefore glutamatergic hypothesis of schizophrenia, depression, is because glutamate has the capacity to alter almost all of the neurotransmitters of the brain, because it is a chief excitatory neurotransmitter. Okay, so, but whatever glutamatergic pathways are to brainstem, brainstem also sends pathways to prefrontal cortex, and that's why there is corticostriato-thalamocortical loops. Different area of cortex connect to different areas of striatum and different part of thalamus, and that loop reaches again to, next slide, Kriti. This again reaches to cortex. So it is corticostriato-thalamocortical loops. Most of the behaviors originate due to action or activities in this loop. Most of the behavior means even psychomotor behavior, psychological behavior, memory, learning, and even our happiness as well as sadness. Everything is dependent on this loop. Next important neurotransmitter is serotonin. These are serotonergic pathways. जो पर्पल कलर का जो एरिया है, दैट इज़ रेफे न्यूक्लियस. इट इज़ मेन सीट जहाँ से सेरोटोनिन फॉर्म होता है या फिर जहाँ से सिक्रीट होता है, वहाँ पे सेल बॉडीज होती है. दे सेंड कनेक्शन टू, यू विल बी सीइंग इन ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ द ब्रेन, बट मेनली टू सबस्टेंशिया नाइग्रा, पेरी एक्विडक्टल ग्रे मैटर, हाइपोथैलेमस, एमाइगडाला, and anterior cuneate nucleus. ये जो all of these have a role in affect and emotional regulation. Therefore, serotonin has a main role in management of or in positive affect. Maintenance of positive affect is because of serotonergic pathways, because most of the emotional centers are regulated with serotonin. Now we come to specific disorder. In schizophrenia, how genes affect or how gene is related to etiology of schizophrenia is because of there are genes which affect neuronal connectivity and synaptogenesis. See, why do schizophrenia occur is because of, there are two hypotheses. One is neurodevelopmental hypothesis. How do neurodevelopmental occurs is, in the infancy or early childhood or during neurodevelopmental period, brain development occurs like ki there are lots of neurons which are formed. There is lots of neurogenesis. It occurs just like ki when we grow, we can simulate it with we are growing a lawn. So there will be grass everywhere and it will be haphazard. Then what we do is we do pruning. Pruning means katai chatai. So what happens in brain is also there is synaptogenesis and there are lots of circuits are formed. For the same thing, for same emotion, there are lots of circuits. And then during pruning process, whatever circuits are useless, they are being cut down. They are pruned. And circuits which are useful remain in the brain. If something went wrong during the process of synaptogenesis, means formation of circuits, and then pruning, it may lead to inefficient circuits in the brain. And these inefficient circuits in the brain have neurotransmitter dysregulation. So they are already predisposed to, and whenever there is any stressor or major stressor, and even sometimes without significant stressor, the onset of schizophrenia ensues due to sometimes known and sometimes unknown reasons. So that's why there are 4 key genes which regulate neuronal connectivity and synaptogenesis. Those are disbindin, brain-derived neurotropic factors, disrupted in schizophrenia 1, and neuregulin. These are genes which regulate neuronal connectivity and synaptogenesis. Then there are other genes which regulate NMDA receptors. NMDA receptors are glutamate receptors. जो glutamatergic pathways बताए थे उससे related जो receptors हैं, they are glutamate receptors. उसमें NMDA receptors है. It leads to, these are disbindin, D-amino acid oxidase activator, disrupted in schizophrenia 1, and neuregulin. These genes, what they do is they if these genes are present, they dysregulate NMDA receptors, which are associated with chief excitatory output from the brain. And when NMDA receptors are inefficient, they leads to excessive pruning or say neurodegeneration activities in the brain. So therefore, schizophrenia is understood as a neurodegenerative as well as neurodevelopmental disorder. Means during development, things went wrong, and also there are some degenerative processes in form of excessive pruning which occur, which leads to development of schizophrenia. This is how genetics affect. Next one. Then if we see neuroanatomical changes in the brain, whatever the common findings I have included is, there is a decreased brain volume. Over volume of the brain is lower, is found to be lower in those who are suffering from schizophrenia. Then lateral ventricles are enlarged. Lateral ventricle enlargement shows somehow cortical atrophy. Then enlarged third ventricle and smaller medial temporal lobe. मीडियल टेम्पोरल लोब का जो फंक्शन है वो मेनली जो है टेम्पोरल लोब इज़ इन्वॉल्व इन एबनॉर्मल परसेप्शंस, परसेप्चुअल डेवलपमेंट के लिए और सोशल अंडरस्टैंडिंग डेवलपमेंट के लिए मीज़ो मतलब कि जो मीडियल टेम्पोरल लोब है इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट इन. Then decrease cortical gray matter, वो again neurodegenerative hypothesis को support करती है, and reduce cerebral asymmetry. Right left asymmetry is what has been found in. इनमें से none of the finding is diagnostic of schizophrenia, and neither they are specific to schizophrenia. And therefore there are lots of researches, but there is no conclusive finding in कि this happens in the brain which goes wrong. Then there are neurochemical theories जो कि सबसे ज़्यादा proposed हैं, and some of them have evidences on evidences also. Most common, there are 3 neurotransmitters which have been implicated. One is dopamine, second is glutamate, others में main is serotonergic pathway. Then role of dopamine में there is integrated hypothesis, next slide कर दो, of integrated dopaminergic hypothesis of schizophrenia. These are 4 pathways which have been implicated. वन इज़ नाइग्रोस्ट्राइटल पाथवे, जो अभी मैंने बताया था कि वो मेन जो है वो मूवमेंट के लिए है, रिलेटिवली उसमें ज़्यादा डेफिशिएंसीज आर नॉट फाउंड इन स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया. सेकेंड इज़ मीजोलिम्बिक पाथवे. मीजोलिम्बिक पाथवे में देर इज़ हाइपर डोपामिनर्जिक स्टेट, मीन्स एक्सेसिव डोपामीन इज़ रिलीज्ड एंड इट लीड्स टू सिम्टम्स लाइक डिल्यूजन एंड हेल्यूसिनेशन. Then third is mesocortical pathway. दो हैं उसमें. One is mesocortical pathway to dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which leads to cognitive impairment in schizophrenia. And second is ventromedial prefrontal cortex. उसमें जो dopaminergic deficiency है, it leads to affective symptoms in schizophrenia. So this is dysregulation in dopamine which occurs. That in some pathways dopamine is increasing, which leads to positive symptoms of schizophrenia, and in some pathways dopamine is reduced, which leads to negative symptoms of schizophrenia. Negative and affective symptoms of schizophrenia. This is dopaminergic pathway. And last is infundibular pathway. Infundibular tubular pathway. It is mainly as implicated in side effects due to medications. So it is not directly implicated in etiology of schizophrenia. Next. Then is role of glutamate. Glutamate is considered to be master switch of the brain. As I explained you, it is connected to all of the areas of brain, and there are multiple CSTC loops, corticostriato-thalamocortical loops, which regulate behavior. There are two types of glutamatergic receptors. One are ionotropic, which are mainly implicated in schizophrenia, out of which most important is NMDA. AMP and kainate receptors, they are implicated in pruning process. So neurodevelopmental उसमें जो है उनका रोल है. बाकी मेन रोल इज NMDA hypothesis, क्योंकि most of the neurotransmissions occur through NMDA receptors. Okay. So, glutamate hypothesis of schizophrenia, it posits that the function of NMDA receptor is compromised. And NMDA receptors also play an essential role in the development of neural pathways, including pruning of cortical connections during adolescence, making them a critical component of developmental process whose malformation may lead to schizophrenia. Then NMDA receptor regulation of mesolimbic dopaminergic pathway, how does that occur? Because cortical brainstem gut projection via GABA interneuron affect mesolimbic dopaminergic activity. Glutamate stimulates NMDA receptors on interneurons, causing GABA release, and GABA is main inhibitory neurotransmitter in the brain. It inhibits release of dopamine from mesolimbic pathway. But if this inhibition is not there, it leads to a hyperdopaminergic state, which leads to positive symptoms. Then, which is in the next part of the slide. Then NMDA receptor regulation of mesocortical dopaminergic pathway, cortical brainstem gut projections. They communicate directly with mesocortical dopamine pathway. So direct communication se what happens is dopamine is increased in mesocortical pathway, and this dopaminergic function is necessary for normal cognition and affect and motivation, etc. If this pathway is disrupted, then there is no tonic excitation of mesocortical pathway, that is hypoactivity, that is hypodopaminergic state in mesocortical pathway, which leads to cognitive deficiencies, negative and affective symptoms of schizophrenia. This is what occurs with the, this is the glutamatergic hypothesis of schizophrenia. Next. Now, coming to the depression, this is what I wanted to tell about schizophrenia neurobiology. I thought that would be relevant. Then second important disorder is depression. If we see about the genetics, 40 to 50% of the risk for depression is genetic. Means if some person has a depression, there are 50% chances that there will be a close relative who will be suffering from depression. That is 50% genetic risk है. मतलब जितनी भी risk है उसकी 50% genetic and 50% is environmental. Genes involved is mostly serotonergic genes involved है. Mainly जो है वो those genes who encode for serotonin transporter, and even dopamine receptor, because dopamine is associated with positive effect. Whatever happiness we feel is because of dopaminergic neurotransmission. Serotonin is also involved in, but serotonin reduces negative effect mostly. Serotonin का main role जो है, it is in the feeling pleasure on pleasurable activities is because of serotonin. So there is lots of mutation of tryptophan hydroxylase. Tryptophan is the substance from which serotonin is formed in the brain. Then epigenetic changes also lead to depression. Epigenetic changes में mainly there is DNA methylation and histone modification हो जाता है, और gene silencing हो जाती है, मतलब gene अपने आप silent हो जाती है without any particular reason because of environmental influences. Or all of these things also lead to मतलब कि they lead to genetic diathesis of depression. In depression also, there is no specific gene has been found which leads to depression. There are also multiple genes related to serotonin, serotonergic neurotransmission, transporter, and serotonergic action terminator. There are lots of genes related to this. They have been found in different individuals. Not even the same gene, matlab ki if there will be multiple people, there will be different genes which may be implicated. And it is very difficult to even identify those genes. All of the genes which have been identified are on researches. It's not ki if we will be having a patient of depression, we will identify which gene has been implicated in this, because there is no significance of these genes for treatment till now. Because pharmacogenomics, जिसमें कि genes के हिसाब से medicines identify करते हैं, it is in very primitive stage of development. So one of the vulnerability gene is the gene encoding for the serotonin transporter or SERT, which is the site of action of SSRIs and SNRI. It has been identified, it acts as, but even then there is no significant specific pharmacological agent जो specific gene allele पे work करेगी. It has not been found. Next slide. Then neuroanatomical में there are increased frequency of abnormal hyperintensities in subcortical regions such as periventricular regions, basal ganglia and thalamus, जो कि ये बताता है कि these areas have been involved in. And ventricular enlargement, cortical atrophy, sulcal widening seen in more severe or recurrent affective illnesses. This has been associated with cognitive and impairment, which is seen in patients who have multiple episodes of depression. And some depressed patients have reduced hippocampal or caudate nucleus volumes, and this hippocampal atrophy has been associated with memory, attention and memory impairments commonly seen in depression. And then decreased anterior brain metabolism, reduction of cerebral blood flow or metabolism, or both in the dopaminergically innervated tracts of mesocortical and mesolimbic systems. And there is increased glucose metabolism occur in several limbic regions in patients with severe recurrent depression and a family history of mood disorder. These are other findings which have been, and they are associated with similar findings on neurotransmitter basis of depression. Then if we see about neurochemical basis, that is neurotransmitter and neural circuitries, then there is monoamine hypothesis of depression. There are 3 monoamines. One is dopamine, second is norepinephrine, and third is serotonin. It is initially hypothesized किया था कि इन तीनों की deficiency हो जाती है, which leads to depression. लेकिन जो है later on it was found that it is receptor hypothesis, क्योंकि अगर deficiency होती तो immediate medicine देते ही improvement आ जाता, but it takes 15 days. तो फिर there was a search for कि there should be another mechanisms through which they will be causing improvement in depression. So then it was found that there is receptor dysfunction, that is monoamines are secreted in adequate amount but receptors are inefficient, which lead to, excuse me, जब 5 minutes बचे तो फिर let me know, okay, है ना. Second is GABA hypothesis, that is reduction in GABA occurs in plasma, CSF and brain, and GABA levels क्योंकि GABA जो है वो inhibitory है तो उसका dysregulation may lead to depression. Then there is glutamate hypothesis. Glutamate hypothesis में it was said that कि high concentration of NMDA receptors exist in hippocampus, and glutamate via these receptors activate locus coeruleus, and locus coeruleus is the site of production of serotonin. So it was said that glutamate affects serotonergic neurotransmission and make it non-efficient, due to which depression occurs. Then there was the depletion in norepinephrine is secondary to glutamatergic stimulation to locus coeruleus. तो उसके कारण है. Then glutamate works in conjunction with hypercortisolemia to mediate the deleterious neurocognitive effect of severe recurrent depression, it was found. Next. Norepinephrine metabolism, mainly norepinephrine में it is presynaptic beta 2 receptors है, they result in decrease in amount of norepinephrine released, and therefore lack of norepinephrine leads to negative effect of depression. Next. में इतना sufficient. Then serotonin में most commonly it was found that serotonin is most commonly associated with depression because almost all antidepressants work on serotonin neurotransmission, and some patients with suicidal impulses have low CSF concentration of serotonin. That is, serotonin deficiency has been implicated in suicidality as well as impulsivity seen in depression, and serotonin may be deficient both at presynaptic areas near the cell body and in the synapse itself. That is, it is overall serotonergic deficiency which leads to depression. Then there is dopaminergic hypothesis. That is, decreased mesocortical and mesolimbic dopaminergic activity is implicated in cognitive, motor and anhedonic disturbances which have been found in depression. As I told you already, ki, anhedonia is the very specific and significant symptom of depression, and it is because of dopaminergic deficiency, because all positive effect, all pleasure in pleasurable activities is due to secretion of tonic dopamine, which is always there. That's why mostly we all people remain happy. Right? हाँ. तो इसके आगे कर दो. Then there is hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. ये तो you all will be knowing because of role of cortisol and high adrenergic state, which also lead to depression. और आगे कर दो. फिर डिप्रेशन हो गया है, आप और आगे कर दो. हाँ, अब नाउ नेक्स्ट है बाइपोलर अफेक्टिव डिसऑर्डर में जेनेटिक्स. इट इज़ नाउ वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड दैट बाइपोलर अफेक्टिव डिसऑर्डर इज मोर हेरिटेबल दैन ऑल अदर मूड डिसऑर्डर्स. It is that ki if one parent has a mood disorder, a child will have a risk of between 10 to 25% of mood disorder, and if both parents are affected, then there are 50% chances the child will also develop a mood disorder. Mainly chromosome 18q and 22q hai. Next one. There are circuits in depression जो कि associated है fatigue के साथ और उसके साथ है. आगे कर दो आप ऐसा करो कि last 3-4 स्लाइड छोड़ दो. 3 स्लाइड छोड़ दो बता देते हैं क्योंकि दे आर मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट. हाँ, वापस पहले वाले पे आ जाओ, है ना. दिस इज बिकॉज बाकी सारी न्यूरोबायोलॉजी और कॉजेज तो यू विल फाइंड इन बुक्स एंड एटसेट्रा, बट दिस इज न्यूरोबायोलॉजी ऑफ कॉग्निटिव डेफिसिट्स इन psychiatric disorder. Most of the psychologists will be dealing with patients with chronic psychiatric illness who have cognitive disturbances. These cognitive disturbances are mostly in form of executive functioning deficits. Although cognitive deficits are मतलब कि may include attention, decision making, behavioral, thought and self regulation, problem solving, language and memory, है ना. मेन इसमें मैंने देर आर 2 cognitive deficits which occur. One is executive functioning and second is emotional regulation. Mostly I have included executive deficits because it is the reason of functional impairment in all psychiatric disorder, and it is the thing which affects the overall rehabilitation of psychiatric patients. Next. There are 3 broad categories of functions. One are inhibitory functions. That is the ability to suppress one response in favor of another. Second is working memory. That is ability to maintain and manipulate multiple pieces of information at the same time. And third is cognitive flexibility. That is the ability to adjust response or attention quickly in the face of changing demands. These are the 3 things which come under executive function. Next kar do. And main part of brain implicated is dorsolateral and ventromedial prefrontal cortex. It is required for proper adjustment of in behavior to maintain accuracy and goal directed behavior. Then there are cognitive control networks. उसमें dorsolateral जो prefrontal cortex है और posterior parietal cortex है, and a cingulopapillary network इसमें जो दिखा रखा है वो ऊपर first उसमें. It is anterior insula and anterior prefrontal cortex. इनकी जो circuitry है it is implicated in, or it should be maintained in executive functioning. Second, next slide bata do. Then there is default mode network. This network is comprised of medial prefrontal, medial and lateral parietal and medial temporal regions. Deactivation and default mode network are associated with lapses in attention and behavioral performance. और इसीलिए internally oriented mentation such as self-reflection and autobiographical memory activates the default mode network. Default mode का मतलब ही पता चल रहा है कि default है, मतलब ये हमेशा होना ही चाहिए. जब ये होना चाहिए तभी हमारे सारे cognitive function सही से work करेंगे. Next. Thank you. ठीक है.
Thank you so much, Dr. Solanki, for providing us with such an insightful session. I would like to now open the forum for any questions the students might have or the participants might have. Anyone who has any questions? Ma'am, actually, I had a question as well. Thank you so much for providing such detailed information. So, recently I read something about how the age of onset for schizophrenia usually in males is earlier than females. Could you perhaps provide a little bit of insight regarding that?
Yeah,
Ma'am.
There is no reason why it occurs earlier in males and later in females. But it is a very well-known fact. It may be whatever I'm telling you is a hypothesis, and it has been hypothesized that whenever there are environmental adversities, female gender, due to its own genetic makeup, is less vulnerable to, less affected as compared to a male child. फीमेल जेंडर हैज़र्ड मतलब कि फीमेल चाइल्ड जो अर्लियर डेवलपमेंट भी होते हैं, दे आर लेस अफेक्टेड विद एनवायरमेंटल एडवर्सिटीज़ ड्यू टू रीजन्स अननोन. If there will, in a same situation, there will be a male baby and a female baby, chances of female baby are more in adverse intrauterine as well as extrauterine life. So that resilience is which is genetic. One of the thing is. Secondly, what happens is कि schizophrenia is a very early onset disorder. Even before clinical symptoms arise, there are subtle changes. That is, if we understand it in a different context, it is a social abnormal. मतलब कि social, I won't say schizophrenia is social abnormality, but it is a disorder in which main affected domain is socialization. It starts with asociality, and the social brain of females is probably different from males, and that's why the onset is also late. And in males, negative symptoms are more prominent as compared to that in females. And then in females, there are two age epochs in which schizophrenia has its onset. In males, it is usually teenage, while in females, it is in the third decade, or one epoch is in late second decade and one in third decade. There are two epochs.
Thank you, ma'am. I think ma'am a participant as well. Yeah. So please ask your question, sir.
Yeah. Ma'am, we have seen that depression have got 50% more genetic risk, and bipolar, I think when you were explaining, it was around 15 to 20% if one of the parents, and if both the parents have, it is around 30 to 40. So can we, based on these statistics, can we conclude that depression is more common to be genetically inherited by right?
I didn't include all of the cumulative genetic risk. If one parent is affected, 10 to 25% chances if one of the child will be affected. If both parents are affected, then it will be approximately 50% chances that the child will be having genetic risk.
Okay. And
what did you ask?
actually, I was trying to come out to a conclusion that is depression more prone to be inherited by the younger ones, or is bipolar like which have more risk?
Actually, all of the disorders with the risk, it is the risk of the genetic risk is conferred as vulnerability.
Correct.
है ना? तो in case of depression, this मतलब कि if in case of depression, they are more vulnerable. One person is more vulnerable to depression if they have a genetic history.
Okay.
But it has nothing to do with the overall prevalence of a psychiatric disorder. Overall prevalence is different from genetics. because genetics confers a risk. It is not an absolute guarantee whether
It is the possibility of how, like in
Of,
case they are exposed
हाँ.
to those triggers or
Those triggers.
those stress moments, they will be more vulnerable towards, developing that disorder.
developing that disorder.
Right. My second question was, ma'am, regarding when you said in schizophrenia, कि when a child at a very younger age, जब उसको एक particular situation मिलती है, then there are multiple circuits that gets formed,
Yeah.
and there is always that pruning going on
Yeah.
for those circuits, right?
Yeah.
So are there actually ways where we can strengthen those positive prunings, or how will it help as
Yeah.
a parenting terms?
See, when we talk about what are the various risk factors, क्योंकि वो risk factors ही हैं जिनको हम reduce कर रहे हैं,
Right.
उस pruning पे direct we have no effect. वो तो अगर adversities होंगी तो different तरह से pruning होगी. अगर जेनेटिकली प्रीडिस्पोज होए तो वो भी अफेक्ट करेगा प्रूनिंग को, एनवायरमेंटल फैक्टर्स भी अफेक्ट करेंगे प्रूनिंग को. लेकिन जो रिस्क फैक्टर्स हैं जिनको हम रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं वो है, इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम द कंसेप्शन. वांटेड चाइल्ड है, अनवांटेड चाइल्ड है, न्यूट्रिशनल स्टेटस कैसा है मदर का, वैक्सीनेशन स्टेटस कैसा है मदर का, मदर को कितने इन्फेक्शंस हैं, आप कितना अच्छा एंटीनेटल केयर दे सकते हो. And the thing which is left behind is maternal stress. None of the gynecologists rarely do actually talk about कि mother should, they talk about, but not in the elaborated way. और कितनी families है जिसमें ये ध्यान रखते हैं कि जो ये wanted baby है इसकी mother को stress नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि maternal stress affects synaptogenesis. It is a well-known fact. सो इन सब चीज़ों के लिए सब कुछ अगर करेंगे तो आउटकम बेटर होगा. चांसेस हम रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं, लेकिन ओनली टू एन एक्सटेंट, क्योंकि जेनेटिक वल्नरेबिलिटी है वो अनमॉडिफाइबल फैक्टर है, वो डायथिस हमेशा प्रेजेंट है. और इसीलिए आपके पास क्वेश्चन कम है, क्योंकि आपकी रेजिलियंस लो होगी, क्योंकि आप जेनेटिकली उसमें हो. लेकिन हम हमारे आसपास के लोड को किसी भी तरह से कम कर ही नहीं सकते. डू हैव वी हैव एनीथिंग? वो तो डिफरेंट एपॉक्स ऑफ लाइफ में वो तो आएंगे ही, लेकिन अगर हमने उससे इफेक्टिव डील करना सिखाया, इफ देयर आर, तो और कोपिंग एबिलिटीज बेटर हुई तो चांसेस कम कर सकते हैं, लेकिन एब्सोल्यूट जीरो रिस्क तो कभी कर नहीं सकते. बट दीज आर द फैक्टर्स, दीज आर सम ऑफ द फैक्टर्स, क्योंकि एनवायरमेंटल एडवर्सिटीज ऑल्सो हैव. देयर इज वन हाइपोथेसिस ऑफ जो है वो ये भी है कि देयर वाज this influenza infection, influenza epidemic, which led to increased incidence of schizophrenia too. Now that was beyond control. But there are many things which are under control, lekin we do fail to control even those things.
So in summary, I think it's the life skills that has to be inculcated by the
it is the
parent,
life
right?
skills, it is coping skills.
Coping skills.
And it is specific coping skills, but more of the attitude of the society. और इसलिए क्या है कि हर एक चीज़ स्मॉलर लेवल पे नहीं हो सकती, ओवरऑल एटीट्यूड. क्योंकि हमारी ही फैमिलीज़ हैं जिसमें प्रेग्नेंट विमेन है, हाउ मच पीपल डू एक्चुअली केयर अबाउट कि उसको मैटरनल स्ट्रेस नहीं, उसको वो अभी मदर है, प्रेग्नेंट है, तो उसको स्ट्रेस कम देना चाहिए. ऐसा रियलिटी में होता है ना. तो इवन ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स जिनमें रिस्क है उनमें ये फैक्टर्स भी अफेक्ट करते हैं. ठीक है.
Ma'am, I think Dr. Dixit also had a question for you.
Dopamine and serotonin. Tell about the difference. Just please repeat that, na?
डोपामिन जो है उसमें जो दोनों की अलग-अलग सेल बॉडीज है. डोपामिन की जो सेल बॉडीज है वो दो जगह होती हैं. सेल बॉडीज का मतलब है एक्चुअल सीट जहाँ से उस पर्टिकुलर न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर के न्यूरॉन्स जो हैं वो अराइज होंगे और फिर वो डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ उसमें जाएंगे. वन इज़ वेंट्रल टेगमेंटल एरिया एंड वन इज़ सबस्टेंशिया नाइग्रा. तो वेंट्रल टेगमेंटल एरिया से एक तो मिड ब्रेन, मतलब कि वेंट्रल टेगमेंटल एरिया मिड ब्रेन का पार्ट है, तो इट इज़ मीजोलिम्बिक पाथवे, मतलब कि जो है वो न्यूक्लियस एकम्बन्स तक जाते हैं. वो सब प्लेजर के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है. हमको सारा प्लेजर उस एक टोनिक डोपामिन के कारण मिलता है. हम बहुत खुश होते हैं क्योंकि हमारा डोपामिन रिलीज़ होता है, हम बहुत खुश होते हैं. तो वो हैप्पीनेस के साथ फिर तो वो एसोसिएट केवल इसी के कारण नहीं हो, ड्रग से भी जो है उसके लिए भी है, और बहुत ज़्यादा डोपामिन रिलीज हो जाए तो हेलुसिनेशन डिल्यूजन भी उसी पाथवे के कारण होते हैं। दूसरा मीजोकॉर्टिकल पाथवे होता है, इसमें दो होते हैं, एक तो वेंट्रोमीडियल कॉर्टेक्स को जाता है, एक डॉर्सोलेटरल को जाता है। डॉर्सोलेटरल का कॉग्निशन के लिए ज़रूरी है एडिक्वेट डोपामिन होना, इसमें जब डेफिशिएंसी होती है तो कॉग्निटिव इम्पेयरमेंट होता है। दूसरा वेंट्रोमीडियल पे जाता है, वेंट्रोमीडियल पे क्या है कि अफेक्ट है सारा का सारा, जो हमारा अफेक्ट हम फील करते हैं, इट इज़ नॉट मज़ा आना बट नॉर्मली हमारा एक अफेक्ट है, वो रिएक्टिव है, वो सब चीज़ों पे रिएक्ट करता है, हम दुखी भी होते हैं, हम खुश भी होते हैं, परेशान भी होते हैं, टेंशन भी करते हैं, देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ थिंग्स। तो ऑल ऑफ दीज अफेक्ट इज़ ड्यू टू दैट पाथवे। उसमें अगर डेफिशिएंसी हो जाएगी तो ब्लंटेड अफेक्ट हो जाएगा, इनअप्रोप्रिएट अफेक्ट भी हो सकता है। ये दो है मेनली, मीजोकॉर्टिकल और मीजोलिम्बिक, जो कि उसमें है। जो सेरोटोनर्जिक पाथवे है वो रेफे न्यूक्लियस होता है मिड ब्रेन में, एक वहाँ से रिलीज होते हैं, और ये पाथवेज जो हैं, सेरोटोनिन जो होता है उसके जो रिसेप्टर्स होते हैं उसको हम हेट्रो रिसेप्टर्स कहते हैं, मतलब एक तरह के रिसेप्टर होते हैं जो दूसरे न्यूरॉन के रिसेप्टर पे भी प्रेजेंट होते हैं। एक तो सेल्फ के पे है, डोपामिनर्जिक न्यूरॉन है, डोपामिनर्जिक रिसेप्टर होगा, सेरोटोनर्जिक है, सेरोटोनर्जिक हो गया, उस सब पे है, तो इसलिए वो रेगुलेट करता है डोपामीन के रिलीज़ को। तो सेरोटोनर्जिक डिसफंक्शन होगा तो एक एरिया में डोपामीन बढ़ सकता है, दूसरे में कम हो सकता है, उसके कारण डोपामीन डिसरेगुलेशन करके फाइनल पाथवे में स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया के वो करता है। इसके सिवाय सारा जो पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट है इट इज़ रिलेटेड टू डोपामीन, जो भी पॉजिटिव सिम्टम्स हैं उसके डिप्रेशन के। ठीक है,
Thank you, ma'am. Dr.
Vaishnavi-
Solanki, I would also like
Wait.
to, yes.
Do we have any other doubts? Okay. So this is the last doubt of this session, okay?
मैम जस्ट आउट ऑफ क्रियोसिटी, जैसे आपने बताया कि सेरोटोनिन जो था दैट वाज अबाउट फीलिंग प्लेजर फॉर द प्लेजरेबल एक्टिविटीज, अ सिंगल वन लाइनर डेफिनेशन दैट वाज मोर देन इनफ. डू वी हैव एनी सच फॉर डोपामिन एज वेल? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to request Dr. Solanki to kindly stay on stage, and I would also like to invite Dr. Dikshit, our program coordinator, to kindly felicitate her for the same. All right. All right. I'm so sorry, everybody, for the confusion. Before we break for lunch, I would like to make certain announcements. First one being all the CRE and CRR number holders, they are requested to kindly meet up at the registration area with our team members in order to sign up for the attendance for workshops and sessions. Moreover, I would like to request the participants to kindly proceed to the registration area where our team members will be directing you towards lunch boxes. All right, I'm so sorry, everybody, for the confusion. We'll be felicitating Dr. Solanki after all. Ma'am, kindly enter the stage along with Dr. Dikshit for felicitation purposes. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. We're also joined by our esteemed faculty member, Ms. Mohini Gupta. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. A gentle reminder for the CRR number holders to kindly meet up at the registration desk for signing up for the attendance purpose, as well as all participants to kindly proceed to the registration area so that you can be directed to the lunch boxes. We will be meeting again here after a short 45-minute break at 2 p.m. Kindly assemble for the next session lineup for the same. Thank you. Back, everyone. So we thought a fun thing before we started again with the lecture series would be a little bit of a trivia for everybody. So we encourage everyone to participate, including the speakers, the participants, the professors. All of us are welcome to participate for the same. So beginning with the first question for our trivia, which part of the brain is most associated with emotions like fear and aggression? Option A, cerebellum. Option B, hippocampus. Option C, amygdala. Option D, medulla. Should we lock it? All right, that's correct. Option C, amygdala. The second question. The hippocampus, a part of the limbic system, plays a key role in which of the following mechanisms? Long-term memory formation, regulation of body temperature, coordination of movement, or sleep regulation? I see mixed reactions. Can we have B? We have B for regulation of body temperature. Any other answers? I hear A as well, which is long-term memory formation. Does anyone else have any other answers? All right, the correct answer is option A, which is long-term memory formation. Question number 3. The limbic system is primarily involved in which of the following mechanisms? Fine motor control, sensory perception, emotional regulation and memory, or language processing? C. I think it's a unanimous answer, which is absolutely correct. Emotional regulation and memory is indeed the answer. Question 4. Damage to which part of the limbic system might result in difficulties in forming new memories? Do we need options for this? Should I give options? All right. Thalamus, hypothalamus, hippocampus, or amygdala? That is absolutely correct. Answer is C, hippocampus. Which part of the brain connects the limbic system to the endocrine system, controlling hormone release? A, pons, B, hypothalamus, C, basal ganglia, or D, cerebral cortex? D or B? All right, I hear both, I think. B for Bombay. Is this correct? B for Bombay. All right, the correct answer is indeed B for Bombay, hypothalamus. Question 6. The limbic system interacts closely with which other brain structure to regulate decision making and social behavior? A, prefrontal cortex, B, brainstem, C, parietal lobe, or D, occipital lobe? A, absolutely. Prefrontal cortex is the part which is responsible for regulating decision making and social behavior. Now, question number 7, which will be the final question before we start our lecture series. What role does the hypothalamus play in brain and behavior? Option A, balance and coordination. Option B, regulating hunger, thirst, and sleep. Option C, processing visual information. Or option D, language comprehension. I'm sorry? Okay, B, which is regulating hunger, thirst, and sleep. Yes, absolutely correct. Just give me one moment, please. We will also soon be initiating the process of providing certification for the CRR holders. So the CRR holders are requested to kindly move to row 2 and 3 for convenience purposes.
बच्चों को बोलो बाहर से लेके आए सबको बैठे सब बाहर ही खड़े
Once again, I would like to request all the CRR license holders to kindly proceed to row number 2 and 3 so that it's easier for us to coordinate with you all regarding the quiz, which is mandatory for the RCI registration, also as well as coordinating regarding the certification purposes. Thank you. I'd like to repeat once again, requesting all the CRR holders to kindly proceed to row number 2 and 3 so that it's easier for us to coordinate regarding the quiz, which will be held at the end of the session, as well as distributing the certification. Thank you. Calling. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I would also like to give certain instructions regarding availing the CRE credit points. So as we know, this workshop is going to be providing 6 CRE credit points to the license holders. So it is mandatory for those license holders to complete a quiz which will be given at the end of the workshop, and a 70% score is again mandatory to avail all these credit points. I hope that is clear. We will soon I'm so sorry, just give me a minute. On stage right now. Why? For the certification. That doesn't make sense. Sir, आ रहे हैं अभी certificate दे रहे हैं. Sir, आ रहे हैं. कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. मैम प्रतिष्ठा को बुला रही हूँ, उसके अरेंज कराना, लाइन अप कराना, लेफ्ट साइड ऑफ द स्टेज. यस सर मैम, राइट साइड. कोई बात नहीं, वो ट्रेनिंग करवा लो. Welcome back, everyone. As we begin the second half of the workshop, I'm delighted to introduce our speakers, Professor Dr. Nimesh Desai, as well as Dr. Manoj Bajaj. Thank you, sirs, for taking out the time and imparting knowledge and wisdom onto us. I would also like to invite our guests, Mr. and Mrs. Naruka, and I would like to invite our chairperson, sir, Honorable Nirman Pawarji, to kindly felicitate the guests. Thank you, sir. Can we please have a round of applause for the same? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us today. Now, I would also like to invite our chairperson, sir, to the stage to kindly provide certification to all the CRR holders. I will be speaking the names of the licensed practitioner, so requesting those to kindly come from the left side of the stage to get the certificate. I would like to request Mr. Naruka to kindly come to the stage to address the audience. Please, sir. Can we have a round of applause to welcome sir?
आदरणीय निर्मल जी, सभी उपस्थितिगण, I have been asked to speak something about whatever is going on here on the neurological perspective of the behavior. To ask a retired police officer to speak on this issue will be really, I would say, something unexpected from a police officer, because our behavior patterns throughout, whenever we stay in service for years together, whether it's a normal behavior or abnormal one, nobody can decide. And the way we react to situations, to the environment, to the public around, and to the problems around. When the behavior and reaction of a police officers come around and being watched by the public or the brother officers or colleagues and the subordinates, it's difficult to judge whether what score someone is giving to me about my behavior, whether it is acceptable or not. So, to judge someone about the behavior and to analyze and postmortem or somebody's neurological or whatever behavior by the third party, I think will not be a perfect one. It changes with the person to person, situation to situation. My way of judging or analyzing somebody's behavior could be different. Your way could be really entirely different. It's like the different levels of judiciary. A judge at the lower level convicts somebody with the life imprisonment, and the High Court will discharge that criminal and saying that the judgment of the lower court was not called for and they have not taken into consideration such and such external and the internal factors while deciding about giving the judgment. It's the same thing. And again, you go to the higher court, the Supreme Court, they might again convict the person with the same kind of imprisonment. So how to judge then? Who is right? The lower judge, the middle judge, or the highest judge? And we still always appreciate the pronouncement by all three judges. So while deciding, analyzing, I'm not saying that you are going to decide or to pronounce the neurological aspect of behavior to the same person about whom you are studying. But still, as I understand, it's not my subject at all. So whatever I'm trying to speak is as and when the situation demands. And we army policemen have been asked to be the jack of all trades but the master of none. So you give us anything and I'll speak for an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours, even if I don't know ABC of the subject. So thank you very much. And let me take this opportunity to thank from my heart to Nirmal ji. He had been such a kind friend, such a thick friend throughout, and he had been such a nice and wonderful person to bring this institution to this level where it is known by everyone and being praised. So you all who are faculty, you are who are students, you are all who are invitees, my deep congratulations to you all to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please put your hand together and welcome our CRE candidates who will be receiving the certificates this evening. Thank you so much for joining us. And as an appreciation, I would love to call our honorable chairperson, sir, on stage, Mr. Nirmal Pawar, sir. Please, sir, grace the stage and provide the CRR holders their certificates for the evening. Please, sir. I would also like to invite Mr. Naruka sir to on stage and grace the candidates. Please, sir. And Mrs. Naruka ma'am as well. Please, please ma'am, be on stage. Please put your hand together and welcome our guests. Thank you so much, sir. Now I'll be calling the names of the CRE holders, and please be on stage and collect your certificate. And for the audience, I would appreciate if we be the good audience and appreciate the certificate holders, and always, appreciating by applauding them. Thank you so much. First, I'll call Grishma Kataria. Grishma Kataria. Then Lakshmi Bhati. Please put your hand together. I think we can clap for 5 minutes if that's okay. Thank you so much. Palak Kaur. Our third candidate is Palak Kaur. Palak ko de de, we'll have it later. Chavi Parekh. Next we have is Chavi Parekh. Why there are so... We had lunch, right, people? Yeah. Then it's Ishita Bhatnagar. Next we have Harsha Mahe. Please put your hand together for our beloved faculty. Harsha ma'am. Next is Akshita Rohila. Shikha Shekhar. Vishakha Srivastava. Then we have Vitiksha Sharma. Harshita Gulati. You have to skip to Harshita Gulati. Now we have Dr. Preet Kamal. Harshita de gayi, Dr. Preet Kamal. Next we have Nidhi Mittal. Dr. Sneha Nathawat. Sasi Bhatt. I guess only a few people like lunch. Sonali Agarwal. Neha Sharma. Shlesha Khandelwal. Archana Soni. Soumya Sharma. Soumya Sharma. Okay. Simon Kaul. Priya Seni. Mallavarapu C. Shekhar. Surbhi Khandelwal. Next we have Akshat Agarwal. Anirudh Khandelwal. Navnita Nahata. And then we have Nidhi. Nidhi. Rahi Sharma. Okay. Last but not the least, Vishal Kumar Moore. Now please audience, as appreciation, put a big round of applause for our candidates, those who participated in the workshop. Thank you so much for being here. Over to you, Vaishnavi.
Thank you, Anu. Before we leave the stage, I would like to request our chairman, Sir, Pawar Sir, Mr. Naruka, to kindly stay on stage. I would also like to invite our speakers, Dr. Desai as well as Dr. Bajaj, on the stage so that we can have a photograph with all the RCI licensed practitioners. I would also like to invite all the certificate holders to kindly come on the stage for a group photograph. Thank you. Requesting all the CRE holders to kindly come to the stage, kindly proceed to the stage for a group photograph. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Requesting some of the participants on the left side to kindly proceed to the right side. Thank you, everyone. Welcome, everyone, and as we begin the second half of the workshop, I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. Nimesh G. Desai. Dr. Desai is a psychiatrist and a public health professional with a career spanning over 40 years in AIIMS Delhi, IBHAS Delhi, as well as NIMHANS Bangalore. Sir will be enlightening us and giving us information on functional human brain mapping. I invite Sir to kindly proceed to the stage and begin.
Sorry. Okay. All right. Thank you. Namaskar, good afternoon. Let the body settle down. Okay. चेयरमैन साहब के जो दोस्त आफ्टरनून सेशन में चीफ गेस्ट रहे, उन्होंने जो बहुत कुछ अच्छी बातें बताई, उसमें से एक बात थी, इफ यू रिमेंबर, फ्रॉम द बॉटम ऑफ माई हार्ट आई वांट टू थैंक माय फ्रेंड चेयरमैन मिस्टर पवार. तो ये हार्ट क्या होता है, दिल कहाँ है? दिस इज अ वर्कशॉप मैन, दिस इज नॉट अ लेक्चर. तो दिल कहाँ है, कौन बताएगा? Does the heart really matter? It matters. कैसे? जो हमारे गेस्ट से बात कही थी वो सही है एक्चुअली. When we say from the bottom of the heart, do you actually mean the physical organ heart? What do you think? हमारे जो कॉलीग रिसोर्स पर्सन है वो कुछ और पॉइंट आउट कर रहे हैं. Hey, I want answers, please यार. ये लाइट अभी के लिए बंद करेंगे, थोड़ी या कम करें प्लीज. Let's at least look at them. Because this is where you should begin your understanding of the topic. Right. So where do you represent what our friend referred to as the heart? सर्टिफिकेट वापस ले लिया जाएगा. हाँ जी. Who will answer that? जरा जोर से प्लीज. Gestures and emotions. No, I mean in the body organs.
Sir.
Is that here? It is. कवि और शायर लोग जिसको दिल कहते हैं, है ना, वो साइंस की भाषा में कहाँ माना जाएगा, ये सवाल है. समझ आ गया सवाल? Where? Thoughts to organ नहीं हुआ ना? Brain. Which part of the brain?
Mansi, give him.
I don't know if it has come up since the morning. After the morning session, I had to go back to another conference. But if it has come up, it should be a good revision. Otherwise, it should be a new piece of knowledge that you should begin with. What part of the brain? जो so-called दिल है, शायरों का, वो ब्रेन में कहाँ है? Do we all agree that it's in the brain? Or any difference? Does anyone believe that actually the heart is the dill?
Excuse me, sir.
It's not. I'm sorry to break your heart. Thanks. I'm sorry to break all your hearts, but the so-called dill is not in the heart. Okay? आज के बाद कोई वो गलतफहमी ना करे. Scientifically, it's not here. This is only a set of muscles and whole lot of blood. So अगर आप दिल निकाल के रख देते हो तो खून के अलावा और कुछ नहीं गिरेगा, है ना? ये समझ लो. In the brain where? Quick. Not faculty. हद हो गई यार. हाँ जी. Amygdala. Okay. Any other answer? Okay, that means it has not come up since the morning in one or the other way. I really wasn't there for the entire day, but please समझे. बहुत मोटे तौर पे दो चीज. Two things we need to understand. One, the whole idea of neurological basis of behavior. You don't need to know. First fact is too obvious since the morning, I hope. but is through the brain. जो मैडम ने दिखाया था ना फर्स्ट स्लाइड में, इफ यू रिमेंबर, you know what Dr. Patel showed in the first slide, environment, person, and reaction. It's essentially none of the parts of the body predominantly except for the brain. That's the CPU, right? More importantly, the point that I want to make to you is that the so-called dil is actually mostly the right lobe of the brain. Again, what Madam described in detail about 4 lobes and a whole lot of other brainstem organs, essentially the right lobe of the cerebrum is the emotion, feelings, whatever else you were saying. It's the left lobe that's the logic, intuition, all of that. What about the mind? ये टर्म तो इंट्रोड्यूस हो गई ना सुबह से, ब्रेन, माइंड. So what about the mind? Where is mind? एक मिथ तो मैंने तोड़ दी आप लोगों की कि दिल नहीं होता, राइट? है ना? दिल नहीं होता है, ये तो आज के बाद आप याद रख लो. अब ये सवाल है कि मन कहां होता? Having understood the left and the right lobe, except for the resource person and the faculty, any other? Quick, man. Sorry, quick, ladies. Very few men in the trainees. What about man? What about the relationship between the brain and the mind? Seniors? Experienced? You want to please, huh? भाई कोर्स कोऑर्डिनेटर को, कोर्स डायरेक्टर को सुन लेते हैं ना.
Sir, brain, I think it is only an organ which only process the stimulation and all the thing, and mind has information genetically or जो भी आई हैं. So how someone process it, that is the part of mind. According to their information, knowledge, how do you are taking the thing, that is.
तालियां. आप लोगों में से कोई टीवी शो पे गया है ऑडियंस में? और कुछ नहीं करना होता है, हर 5 मिनट में ताली बजाते रहना. That's what you do when you go to the TV show as audience. Okay? तो मैडम ने जो बात कही मोटे तौर पे, and our 2 elegant masters of ceremony, I don't know why they're called masters, but Anu, right? Yes. Anu has been trying to get all of you to clap, और आप लोग क्लैप नहीं करते हो, तो अब जरा ना हमारे और इनके टॉक के दौरान क्लैप करते रहिएगा. The point is, as she put it, let me put it differently. As she started beautifully, brain is the organ, like the heart, liver, kidney, spleen, whatever, right? Like Madam Patil had said, and this we are just reviewing one more time, brain is, at a very broad simplification, the CPU, right? The hardware of the CPU. Mind is the functional unit. There isn't really an organ. So the basis that I want to take liberty of highlighting before I come to the allotted topic for the whole issue of neurological perspective of behavior, or I would say perhaps brain or neurological perspective of behavior, is one, to understand the 2 lobes of the brain, and besides a lot of specific criteria, that what is the other companion's name? The doll? Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi put those 7 questions to you, right? So you understood some of those amygdala and stuff. But the important part is that, and connecting that with the topic that the organizers have asked me to talk about, the word functional essentially is about what we want to refer to as the mind, the mental functions, the processing, as our course director said, right? Brain is the organ. Now, even before 1970s, when the initial part of the functional 70s or 80s, when the functional brain mapping kind of started, you had X-rays, and you could take X-ray of the skull. ये जो खोपड़िया है ना, खोपड़िया में brain लगा रहता है और brain से mind चलता है, right? Once you understand that, the X-ray machine could at least detect fractures in the skull if you had. I mean, if you had a head injury, the boxers, if they had fractures. So X-rays could easily do the structure part, right? What was not possible was even the functions of the brain, forget the functions of the mind, except for colleagues like you and your seniors and your predecessors, the psychology and especially clinical psychology and even specifically neuropsychology colleagues did was devise tests which would assess the mind functioning, right? Various lobes, specific tasks, executive memory, whatever, you could assess through psychological tests. But please understand that was an indirect way of assessing the mind functioning. So we are adding two parts. In addition to assessing the brain or merely the skull and going beyond the skull to the brain, the neuropsychology teams had at least 50s and 60s started developing psychological tests, which is an indirect measure of assessing the mental functions operating from the brain. In last 40 or 50 years, for a whole lot of reasons and various fields, many advances have come up in, I'm sorry, I can't, you don't have that, right? Okay, so shall I keep telling you every time, please, for the next slide? Yes. Will you do that? Thanks, will you? Or I'll just do this. Thanks. Right. So that's the first slide. In last 30 or 40 years, moving from merely the X-rays, which was a direct way of assessing the bony structure, or the neuropsychological test, which was an indirect way of assessing the mental functions operating from the brain, these are the specialties that contributed to what can now be called as functional brain imaging. As you will see towards the end of this 30 or 40 minutes, if not more than 40, I hope, is that I have serious problems with the term functional brain mapping, but that will come to towards the end. But these are the specialties, and this is essentially from physics, don't forget. Nuclear medicine essentially evolved from the science of physics, very hardcore basic science, right? Now, 50 or 60 years ago, you could not have imagined that a physicist or a physics expert would be relevant to health discipline, right? I mean, as school teachers wanted me to go into mathematics and physics and, IIT and basic sciences. I didn't do that. I went to applied sciences, medical science, and then psychiatry. Terrible, right? But whole lot of disciplines contributed to this, right? Pause, change gears. In the entire body, we're talking about X-rays. X-rays were very useful if you had a fracture anywhere in the arms or the legs, the long bones. At best, the spine, right? Bony structures were easy to assess for damage, especially fractures, except for these three cavities. And please, mind you, especially people at the back, I am not in the habit of reading out that everything that's on the slide, right? So audio-visual aid has to be audio-visual aid. You will listen to what I have to say and you will read what is on the slide, okay? So these were the three cavities that was a problem for medical science, for different reasons. Abdomen has a whole lot of organs thrown in. The small intestine is some miles and miles of length, right? So if you had to assess internal dysfunction or a problem or a disease state in the abdomen, X-rays wouldn't help. For the thoracic cage, rib fracture or back of the spine, yes, X-ray could help, but not too much. So this was not the only cavity that was a matter of interest. Please understand. This is one of the three: the skull, the thorax, and the abdomen, right? To begin with each one of them briefly, I don't know if many of you realize, but like you do a cardiogram when somebody has a cardiac or a heart problem, you do an electroencephalogram somewhere in the 30s or 40s that the first attempt was made, really caught up in the 60s and 70s. All of our organs and all of our body functions, they operate through at least an electrical discharge that can be picked up. If you have had the experience of a minor current passing through your hand when you use the electric rod in the bucket, right? Or if you touch a switch, very minor amount of current. Like cardiogram, the EEG picked up a method of saying we'll place electrodes in a certain fashion, standardized manner, and we'll pick up the waves of very minute electrical activity that happens in the brain Again, you are not directly measuring the brain electrical activity. You are placing the electrodes on the skull because the brain electrical activity is measured through the skull, through those electrodes, right? There are still what is generally called, I have not written it there, surface EEG. You place electrodes here, you pick up some waves, you identify waves that commonly happen in most of us as alpha, beta, gamma, theta, and see if the proportions or the amplitude are less or more. EEG was and still remains one useful thing, and by now perhaps the only condition where it's useful. Epilepsy. The grand mal epilepsy, where you have full-fledged epileptic fits, or petit mal, PITIT, or a few others, temporal lobe epilepsy. EEG was and still is useful for epilepsy and subtypes of epilepsy. But EEG beyond that, very soon we realize, is very non-specific. There was, of course, what if I do this? Do the previous one. Got it. Smart one. Very smart one. Okay? Now, these are special kinds of EEGs, other than the routine surface EEG. You could do a full night 12-hour sleep EEG, where you pick up a whole lot of primary insomnias. Let me digress there for a minute and explain that. Most of us, psychologists, our social work colleagues, counselors, psychiatrists, medical professionals, don't understand or appreciate very well that what we deal with as sleep disturbance is stage 3 and 4 of the sleep. The sleep disturbance is a result of the depression or anxiety or schizophrenia or some psychiatric or psychological distress or disturbance. Primary insomnia is about stage 1 and 2 of sleep, and that has almost nothing to do with any psychological disorder or problem or psychiatric disorder. Okay? This again, some of you might be interested. People in respiratory medicine, people in critical care medicine, which became popular in the recent pandemic, corona, right? Pulmonologists became most famous, like my friend Randeep Guleria from AIIMS. So they study for some reason, because there is something called sleep apnea, and sometimes people have serious distress or even leading to complications or death during the primary disorders of sleep in the night. Sleep EEG picks up those primary disorders which are actually outside the purview of mental health. We neither understand nor do we claim to understand. If we understand, very good. The second part is important. I don't know how many of you understand. Again, briefly, let me try and explain. Thanks. What is called temporal lobe epilepsy, right? Now, temporal lobe epilepsy, like Madam had explained very well in the morning, more than a few times, those 4 lobes, because the temporal lobe has high functionality in terms of emotions and mental functions, even as compared to the others. If there was an epileptic seizure discharge more than the usual electrical activity in the brain from the temporal lobe, it will lead to behavioral disturbance. So for about 2 or 3 or 5 minutes, I might behave in a manner that you will find totally out of keeping with what you see otherwise, right? So across the 40 minutes of this talk, for 3 minutes in between, you'll see me dancing on this stage, right? Or taking my clothes off, or whatever else. No, I won't do that, thanks. Now, temporal lobe epilepsy was very difficult to detect through surface EEG, okay? Even for grand mal epilepsy, and temporal epilepsy much more, what is called false negative, that the result will be normal EEG, no abnormality found, is about 20%. Okay, so 1 in 5 cases of epilepsy, including temporal lobe epilepsy, you might miss out with a very good EEG done. That's when people came up with the idea of in-depth or in situ or sphenoidal lead EEG. You actually put up a small electrode, and this is about 40 or 50 years ago, not even with today's technique. You put up a small metallic lead through the nose right near the temporal lobe and measure the electrical discharge, right? That decreased the false negativity to 1 to 2%. So almost zero chance of missing out at temporal lobe epilepsy. So in your psychology practice or counseling or in psychiatric or neuropsychiatric practice, that neurologist colleague who addressed you, If we were to see a behavioral disturbance that was very short-lived and clinical suspicion of temporal lobe epilepsy, you should be asking for this. Not many people in the country do this by now for various reasons. 20 or 30 years ago, it was very common, popular, but some people still do, Ames, Delhi, and a few others. This is the first time that I'll come close to the topic that the organizers have asked me to do. Generally, what happens, if you recall, or if you have seen ever, or take my word for it, I haven't shown you a whole lot of diagrams at all. Please understand, my slides are very simple text, besides what you can listen verbally. There are pages and how many of you know Bahi Khata? Rajasthan में होता है ना Bahi Khata, accounts रखने के लिए. Almost like Bahi Khata or more than that, there'll be 50 or 60 pages of the electrical discharge recorded from the surface EEG or that one lead put into the nose, right? And of course, you study the pattern of the waves and say this is less or this is more or this is unusual. You don't do that by your visual inspection or three people agreeing or disagreeing. You do that through a computer, okay? What was called power spectral EEG. In the 70s, we at NEMANS worked on that in the 80s, some part of it. So I'm familiar with that very much. Or what's called QEEG, quantified EEG analysis. So it's nothing to do with your impression or my impression or 10 people agreeing or disagreeing. There's a computerized program that assesses those 167 pages of EEG record and will give you the output in half a page, right? That's perhaps the first time that you could say what you are doing is what in dream and in films and in literature and on television you'd love to call as brain mapping. You're already beginning to get the hint of it. Brain mapping is a bit of a misnomer or more than that, okay? There isn't really a good, complete, comprehensive, near perfect way of brain mapping. But this came too close. Some neuropsychology colleagues, not primarily psychiatrists or neurologists, mind you, at NEMANS and a few other centers across the world in the 70s and 80s developed the power spectral or QEEG. Not so useful again in clinical work, not in patients or clients' work that we do. More useful in the forensic or criminology work, right? Oh no, let's try. Did we? No, I think we're done. Perfect. Give me half a minute. Now, beyond X-rays, X-ray से आगे जाकर about 60s में शुरुआत हुई, 70s के दशक में फाइनलाइज हुआ, 1980-81 में फॉर्मल रूप से इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया what is now very popular as CAT scan or CT scan. Now essentially what? Please understand, like I've tried saying here, tomography is essentially images. As simple as that. I mean graphy. Tomo essentially you take slices. मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया था लेकिन मैं फोटोग्राफ्स भी थे कर नहीं पाया. What I wanted to demonstrate to you either on slides or on actual live is this. आप में से कितने लोगों ने खुद पपीता काटा है कभी? How many of you have used a knife on papita? A friend here? Okay, at least 1/4 of the people. Now you can cut papita in various ways, right? आप उसको खड़ा कर दो वर्टिकल को, ऐसे कर दो, लंबा काट दो, 3 तरीके हो सकते हैं, 4 तरीके हो सकते हैं. But essentially you take slices. हम लोग इंडिया में, साउथ एशिया में जो पपीता खाने की आदत है वो कट पीसेस है, what is called diced papaya, right? Westerners for some reason don't do that. If you notice anywhere, in a 5-star hotel or one of the high-fi places, they'll have a long slice of papita, take a spoon, जैसे आम खाते हैं ना, हम लोगों की तरह आम नहीं खाते, फिरंगी, right? आम भी चम्मच से खाते हैं, है ना? वो एक बड़ा सा स्लाइस काट दिया, चम्मच से खा लिया. Papita slice होता है. So essentially, you cut slices. What X-ray could do, what I wanted to demonstrate on photographs, and I have those, for some reason I couldn't convert them to PowerPoint. If they call me next time, I will. आई प्रॉमिस, अगर बुलाएंगे मुझे दोबारा, है ना. तो जैसे मैंने कोशिश की थी डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करने की पपाया स्लाइसिस करके, essentially the same. One X-ray skull could only tell you one version, 2D, right? Two-dimensional. What axial tomography does is create consecutive images, 3D images of slices. And slices not only cut one way, यहाँ से शुरू किया ऊपर से slice काटते गए. ऐसे शुरू किया, अगर आपको photographs याद हो जो I'm sure the neurological colleague showed, but I remember Dr. Patil having showed, you can cut slices this way of the skull and the brain, you can cut slices this way, 2-3 different ways. That's essentially CAT, and that was landmark. करीब 40 साल पहले when I was beginning psychiatry, CAT scan was a landmark for neurology, psychiatry, mental health practice. Does it come close to functional brain mapping? What do you think? Yes or no? Don't go to sleep, you're not allowed. Does CAT scan come close to functional brain mapping? Okay, here the lady says yes. Anybody to differ? हिम्मत करो यार. I'm pushing him. He says no. You say no. Why not?
There we were actually measuring the electric current.
No, यहाँ इलेक्ट्रिक करंट नहीं है बॉस, वो तो ईजी में खत्म हो गया. इलेक्ट्रिक करंट खत्म. अब हम बात करें कैट स्कैन की, जहाँ एक्सरे की तरह, हाँ एक्सरे की तरह, नॉट दी इलेक्ट्रिक करंट, एंड यू एक्चुअली यूज रेडिएशन. जो जिसे मैडम क्यूरी की भी डेथ हुई थी ना, तो you actually use X-rays, but you cut a whole lot of slices and with the help of a computer create 3D images. So once you do a good CT scan, you can get a very good idea of this खोपड़िया. खोपड़ी में जो भी ब्रेन ऑर्गन है, उसका आइडिया एटलीस्ट सरफेस वाला मिल सकता है, राइट? याद रखिएगा, मैं कह रहा हूँ सरफेस वाला. We'll come back to that. So would you call that closer to functional brain mapping? Right. We'll save time. Thank you, both of you. Essential part is it's not functional. CAT scan, CT scan is structural, right? Physical anatomy जो structure है, skull या brain, उसको हम अलग अलग sections में computerize करके 3D images create कर रहे हैं. तो functioning तो आई नहीं ना कहीं पे, right? All those different organs and small things that the first talk mentioned, that's not measured anywhere, right? So you might say it's structural mapping. आपने स्कल का और ब्रेन का स्ट्रक्चरल मैपिंग बढ़िया कर दिया 40 साल पहले कैट स्कैन से, लेकिन नोवेयर नियर फंक्शनल ब्रेन मैपिंग. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, राइट? हाँ, ये जो मैं कह रहा था, पे अटेंशन टू दिस. What EEG did was, like he was hinting, I think, surface. Electrical activity on the, if you remember, cortex, right? जो हमारे चीफ गेस्ट कह रहे थे ना, judges, level of judiciary, is the cortex that the Honorable Supreme Court, right? Amygdala and hypothalamus and limbic system, district session judge, है ना, हाई कोर्ट हो गए, हाई कोर्ट डिवीजन बेंच हो गया, लेकिन एपेक्स कोर्ट का डिवीजन बेंच है, 3 or 5 judge bench, that's the cortex, the highest structure. What EEG was doing was measuring the electrical activity there. हमने CT scan में एक step improve कर लिया कि हमने computerized 3D images create कर ली. Like we said, it was not functional, it was structural, right? At best, mapping. What it helped was, see, if you imagine this to be the skull cavity, right? EEG measured the electrical activity here, हमने CT scan से slices करके कर दिया. But यहाँ जो अंदर के structures हैं, limbic system, amygdala, right, thalamus, hypothalamus, hippocampus, वो कहीं नहीं दिख रहे थे X-ray में, न EEG में. CT scan made one major advance. जो अंदरूनी parts हैं, deeper parts, and mid-brain and the brain stem that was explained in the morning. You could now, thank you. You could now do very good 3D images of the inner structures. दूसरा, स्कल बेस में, यहाँ ऊपर तो सब कुछ है, लेकिन स्कल का जो बेस है जहाँ से स्पाइन कनेक्ट होता है ब्रेन स्टेम से, when it becomes the spinal cord, that is where actually, please appreciate this also very briefly but quickly. All of the activities that happen in the entire huge set of activities that happens in the brain ultimately goes through the spine or the spinal column to the rest of the body. So that area is very thick, like whatever traffic, heavy traffic road in Delhi or Bombay, right? CP on a Monday evening at 5 o'clock, Connaught Place में, जो traffic होता है ना, वो traffic वहाँ brain stem में बनता है. Please understand. It's not कि 4 गाड़ियाँ निकल रही है, 50 गाड़ियाँ वहाँ घुसने की कोशिश कर रही है उस 500 मीटर के stretch में, right? That's the brain stem, and brain stem getting into the spinal cord. What CT scan did was, it could give you images of that region that nobody could earlier, right? But like we said, it was structural brain mapping, if at all it was brain mapping. Next came, we moved from electrophysiology, the currents, to using X-rays, to magnetic resonance imaging, right? आप में से कितने लोगों ने मार्केट में जाकर मिट्टी का घड़ा खरीदा? Quite a few. Okay. How do you make sure कि ऐसा ना हो कि आप घर आए, आप में पानी भरा और पानी टपक रहा है, ठोक बजा के, है ना? बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्रेशन है. घड़े को खरीदने से पहले ठोक बजा के चेक कर लेते हो, right? In a very simplistic, crude form, what you're doing with the help of magnets and creating magnetic fields, you're not using X-rays, mind you. So the danger of X-ray damage is 0, right? You're using magnetic fields, almost us gade ki tarah, anywhere. Please don't forget those 3 cavities. Can be used for abdomen, it can be used for chest, thorax, can be used for the brain and the skull, right? But MRI by the 80s, late 80s and 90s was another significant advance in terms of moving to non-X-ray, less harmful magnetic fields, right? All those advantages remain, that you could do the inner parts of the brain, you could do, very difficult, intricate parts, knife या आपका कोई instrument कभी नहीं पहुंच सकता, लेकिन it was mostly still structural. Don't forget that, right? I hope you know, and I hope it was mentioned since the morning, there is the gray matter, there is the white matter, right? White matter could not be of the brain, which is more the connective tissues. Gray matter determines your capabilities. White matter connects all functions. White matter could not be seen too well. That MRI made possible. Okay? What it made possible was also, this became even easier. CT scan had some advantage. It could reach those very difficult areas. जो CP का M block का traffic है ना, तो वहाँ आप ऊपर से हेलीकॉप्टर से या what is that called यार? This flying whatever, right? तो उससे आप लोगे ड्रोन से तो उतना बढ़िया नहीं आएगा, है ना? आपको सच में ट्रैफिक पैटर्न्स मालूम करनी है और किसने गलत किया, किसने गलत काटा, है ना? So MRI was an improvement to that extent, right? So it could study soft tissue. Please understand, muscles, ligament, tendons, all of these are soft tissues, right? So in any part of the body, certainly these 3 cavities, MRI goes a step further in terms of being able to study soft tissue and the inner parts even better than CT scan. But nowhere near functional brain mapping still, right? And then is the final word as of now. पिछले 15, 20, 25 साल से positron emission tomography. Now let's avoid the details. But as of now, PET is the final word that if at all comes at least silver या bronze medal, functional brain mapping का. Gold medal नहीं कह सकते अभी भी, but silver medal या bronze medal मिल सकता है PET को कि भाई आप you are close to the number 1 position, right? There are 2 or 3 things that I have written there. Oxygen utilization. अब हम सब लोग सीख गए हैं महामारी के बाद ऑक्सीजन सैचुरेशन, है ना, जो लंग्स में मेजर करते थे अंगूठा डाल के, राइट? उसी प्रकार ब्रेन के अलग अलग एरियाज में कौन सी एरिया में कितने टाइम पे कितने समय के लिए कितना स्ट्रांगली ग्लूकोज मेटाबॉलिज्म मेजर हो सकता है, दैट्स व्हाट पेट डज. Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. No.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So PET is, as of now, almost the gold standard, although not the gold medal winner. सिल्वर या ब्रॉन्ज मिल सकता है कि आप जितना अच्छा चाहते हो फंक्शनिंग ब्रेन, लाइव ब्रेन को समझना. One thing that I didn't mention since the morning, when I was doing my medicine and psychiatry, and after a while, for a long time, the only answer for brain lesions was autopsy. इंसान की जब डेथ हो जाए तो ऑटोप्सी में जो ब्रेन फंक्शनिंग मिलेंगे आपको, वहां से कंफर्मेशन हो जाता है. None of you may have read, or I don't know if your books ever mentioned, but medical textbooks often mention for quite a few brain disorders that this is an autopsy diagnosis. इंसान के जीवंत काल में आप उसको डायग्नोसिस कर ही नहीं सकते. वो गुजर जाता है, ऑटोप्सी होती है तो पता चल जाएगा जब इसको ये बीमारी थी, और उसको मदद ले सकते हो बाकी 4 मरीजों में डायग्नोस करने के लिए. बट इसेंशियली लॉट ऑफ डायग्नोसिस वर ऑटोप्सी डायग्नोसिस. दैट गॉट इम्प्रूव्ड. Please also understand briefly, PET is an expensive proposition. To buy the machine, to keep the radioactive material in what is called a cyclotron. India में by now cyclotron शायद या 5 या 7 है, maximally 10. Okay? So cyclotron provides those radioactive material to PET laboratories. SPECT is easier. जो बादाम नहीं खा सकते वो मूंगफली खाएंगे, राइट? गरीबों की बादाम है मूंगफली. सिंगल फोटोन एमिशन कंप्यूटराइज्ड टोमोग्राफी, स्पेक्ट, is easier. 40 to 50 lakhs to buy a machine, no big deal. No cyclotron required. You know, you can have some radioactive material stored in a good spec lab and it will give you at least some of the idea. So this is where it comes to as close as you can. How am I doing on time? Any idea? Guide? Yeah, finish in next few slides. Done, almost. Okay, so my major thing, I do believe that brain mapping, certainly functional brain mapping, is a dream, is a misnomer. Still. A lot of people use it differently. Like I told you, the first time people claimed that was QEEG, power spectral computer aided analysis of those 167 pages of EEG. You know, that a human person might require 7 hours to look at and study, and you and I might differ, you know, in our impressions. Okay? This is one, and this is not very new, but magnetic resonance imaging, again, please realize that was structural, came to spectroscopy. So you could study the functioning of some parts of the brain even before PET and SPECT through MRS. I don't want to, I've specifically tried to visualize no diagrams, no major data, no heavy terms, but permit one in what is called immunohistochemistry. Chemistry, histochemistry, and immunohistochemistry. So what MRS does is immunohistochemistry. For different parts of the brain, specific regions, what's called ROI, regions of interest, not return on investment. Okay? ROI is usually return on investment. This is not return on investment. It's a region of interest. So you want to study the amygdala, right? You want to study the hippocampus. So you make sure that in MRS, you focus on that specific millimeter by 2 millimeter area and see what is the ratio of non-acetyl aspartate versus choline, NaACH, right? To give an example. Again, this is something that I've had some experience in at AIMS in the 90s. What people have also, sorry? You're the boss. Is this. you combine the electrophysiology of EEG with the magnetic strategy of MRI, you know, and of the same person, preferably all done at the same time or simultaneously, with computers is possible. I mean, it was possible even 25, 30 years ago. Now, even wonders are possible, right? As you all know, better than I do. With computerization, this became possible. So that will perhaps come close to brain mapping. And what the Central Forensic Science Laboratory headquarters, the National Forensic Science Laboratory and the University of what's called Raksha University in Gandhinagar, Gujarat, when our current PM was the CM, he set it up there. And some people from the MANS and a few other centers went and helped. Essentially what they were doing was this, a bit of this, and if at all this. So we are close. Like it happens to us in Olympics and Paralympics, a little better. I mean, we win 5 or 7 medals, right? At best 10. Our dream of becoming one of the first 5 nations is still far away, right? India being on the top 5 of the medals tally. But we are close there. Hopefully it will happen. Pet is already a silver or bronze medalist. If you, like in some competitions, if you know, there are situations when 2 or 3 people on the pedestal are all from the same country. Gold medal bhi Zambia ko gaya, silver medal bhi Zambia ko gaya, bronze bhi Zambia ko gaya, right? So when you do that, you possibly get this benefit. But it requires a whole lot of standardization. I think that's my summary. Like my neurology colleague in the morning must have explained to you, in clinical neurology, who deal with the brain and the neurosurgeons, there is still a lot of applicability and usefulness of functional or structural brain mapping or these overlapping techniques in routine day-to-day work. But in routine psychiatry or mental health work that you and I do, very little. If you want to type dementias, yes. If you want to prognosticate dementias, yes. You want to try and study the pattern of dementia in a 70-year-old for next 10 or 15 years. So you'll do one MRI or MRS in 2024, repeat it every 2 years and look at 4 MRI or MRS studies to that extent. Not primarily for diagnosing, right? There isn't really. This is important. I don't know if you guys have followed. After this recent Calcutta incident, and a whole lot of cases like Nithari and Nirbhaya and others, there have always been a whole lot of television and print media debates about functional brain mapping, polygraphy, truth serum. सच निकलवाना है एक्यूज से, नहीं निकलता बॉस, whole lot of BS. There is no truth serum, okay? Please be sure. And more importantly, because there are margins of error on either side, positive and negative, none of that, from polygraphy to any of that, is admissible in a court of law. Like I've argued with CBI teams and a whole lot of others in courts of law, all that polygraphy or brain mapping, as the TV anchors use it when they call us on the panel, is essentially disha nirdesh. You can get a direction. कि अच्छा मुझे इस बंदे को यहाँ से पकड़ना है, एविडेंस यहाँ से जमा करना है, इसको ये सवाल पूछने हैं और एविडेंस जमा करना है सर्कमस्टेंशियल कि हाँ जी वो फला तारीख को फला दिन आया था और इसने ऐसे किया था. बट सीनियर पुलिस ऑफिसर जो हमारे गेस्ट चीफ गेस्ट हैं उनको ज़्यादा पता होगा. दैट्स ऑल दैट इज़ पॉसिबल. सो प्लीज़ अंडरस्टैंड दिस एट वन स्ट्रोक. आई थिंक वी आर डन.
Thank you, sir, for such.
Please feel free. Only WhatsApp, no calls, please. मतलब फट से उठा गए, सर मैं अनीशा बोल रही हूँ. Like मुन्ना भाई से is विनम्र से. विनम्र से, है ना? Calls नहीं, please. Always feel free to send telegram or WhatsApp message or whatever, or mail.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. We have just a little bit time for a few questions. If anybody has any questions or would like to address anything.
Good evening, sir.
Audience.
Good evening, sir. First of all,
Unless you develop that extra skill of being able to sleep while talking. बात करते हुए सो जाओ.
आप सब जगे हुए हैं तो एक बार तेज से सर के लिए तालियां बजा दें. Thank you. Sir, good evening.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, good evening. Thank you so much for such an astoundingly amazing session. So my question is a little bit offshore than the topic today. I just wanted to inquire about the thanatophobia. Can we cure thanatophobia in a human being?
Sigmund Freud, who of course is a Sigmund Freud, who again is a very controversial figure by now, you will remember had posited two basic instincts, sex and aggression. Towards the end of his life and after his life, Anna Freud, his daughter, carried on the third instinct of life and death. Okay, so Sigmund Freud came up with that idea of, I think it's from Greek or Latin, I don't know. Anyway, it's Greek and Latin for me. Okay, so thanatos was the death instinct. So in that theory, each one of us carries the dual instinct, which was not true for sex and aggression. Please understand. That each was a unidirectional instinct. I want more of sex, come what may. I will let my aggressive impulses go unbridled, belaga. Okay, not bidirectional. Life and death was the first thing that they posited, to my understanding and knowledge, some of you might know better, as a bidirectional instinct. So your answer, you already have that, at least in Freud's theorization, that humans carry life and death instinct both. And Anna Freud's positioning was that the suicide behavior that occurs is because the thanatos takes over the life instinct. वो जो द्वंद्व चल रहा है, that duel that's been going on, in a given person's mind, kind of temporarily wins from this side. Generally, the life part of the instinct wins, and you keep the thanatos under control or zero. In some people, unfortunately, they said, and biologically now we know, the thanatos takes over. So, simple is all treatment and prevention of suicide behavior. Or non-fatal DSH, if you know, right? Wrist slashing in borderline personality disorder, right? So one is suicidal behavior with the intent to end one's life. The other set of behavior, much more common, is the non-fatal DSH, deliberate self-harm, but that's non-fatal. I know my life is not going to end, but I'll harm myself. Yeah? Email or WhatsApp, always. Anyone. Nobody plays cricket? No, sir. Sorry, we are out of time, right? Done.
No. Would you like to take a few questions?
Yeah. As long as he doesn't mind. We are eating according to his time.
Don't worry, sir. We are excited to hear him as well. But if anybody wants to ask any question from sir, welcome, please. Upstairs, sir.
Anyone of you can ask a question. Price is one cup of tea or coffee. Right? एक चाय या कॉफी मिला, एक सवाल पूछो.
How many can you drink, sir? In one go, how many? Let's see, there are 150 people. Any questions from anybody?
Sorry. Yes, please, sir.
सर जिस एज में हम लोग एवरेज को बहुत ही मतलब स्टैटिस्टिकल नंबर्स को हमेशा हम जब रेंज डिफाइन करते हैं तो वहाँ पे एवरेज हम लेते हैं एक पर्टिकुलर पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से, उनका जो हमारे पास मीन आ रहा है, मीडियन आ रहा है, वैसे तो हम जब टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को यूज़ कर रहे हैं चीज़ों को जानने के लिए या फिर डायग्नोस करने के लिए, कहीं ना कहीं उसमें चांसेस जो हैं, जैसे एक फॉल्स नेगेटिव आपने एक चीज़ बताई, उसके साथ में कुछ कह सकते हैं हम कि इंस्ट्रूमेंटेशन एरर्स भी होते हैं और चीज़ें भी होती हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा भी हो सकता है ना कि किसी का अगर हम लोग जानने की कोशिश तो कर रहे हैं मरने के बाद या बीच में भी, उसके साथ साथ में कई लोगों में वो नॉर्मल रेंज से ज़्यादा भी चीज़ें हों और हम लोग उनको गलत डायग्नोस करके या हम लोग फिर बता रहे हों।
आप लोगों में से कितने लोग मेरे इस सेशन के बाद ADHD डायग्नोस करेंगे? राइट? एडल्ट ADHD, एल्डरली ADHD पॉसिबल है। मैं मुद्दा ये कह रहा हूं that you're right. There is the observer bias, there is the measurement bias, right? Whole lot biases. You're correct there perfectly. And so my example is only to make that point. See, please understand one thing, if I may. Humor loaded with serious, sincere stuff is the best form of communication, my view, right? So you're correct. Which is why, like I said on that slide, courts of law have not accepted any of those methods as even remotely evidentiary, as it's called. Again, हमारे भाई साहब और ज़्यादा समझें, evidentiary जिसको कहते हैं कि evidence value हो, even one of the 10 things, no. You cannot even as investigating officer say, boss मेरे पास ये 10 सबूत हैं, उसमें से एक है, उसने polygraph में ऐसा कहा. Content, allow me to elaborate on this. Content और कि सच बोल रहा है या झूठ बोल रहा है, जो है ना का ट्रूथ सीरम, थायोपेंटोन केमिकल या पॉलीग्राफ या कुछ भी ब्रेन मैपिंग, इट डजंट, द कोर्ट विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। आप कहोगे यार नहीं हमें पता है कि ये झूठ बोल रहा है, क्योंकि वो पॉलीग्राफ के ना सारे जैसे फिल्मों में दिखाते ना, ऑल दोस ग्राफ्स गो हेवायर, नो सब रेड में जा रहे हैं, है ना, येलो से नहीं होता है ऐसा। कोर्ट में नॉट एडमिसिबल ओनली बिकॉज यू वांट अ सर्टेन डिग्री ऑफ प्रिसीशन, as you are saying. I mean, there are finer aspects which maybe someday, है ना, I'm really hoping that these organizers and this university will keep doing. I'm very impressed, and because I'm now off all structured activities, I have more time and energy and willingness to, है ना, तो टेस्ट की किसी मेजर की सेंसिटिविटी, स्पेसिफिसिटी, फॉल्स नेगेटिव कितने होंगे, फॉल्स पॉजिटिव कितने होंगे, है ना, वो सब जरूरी है। एंड दैट्स वेयर सी इन आवर व्यू साइंटिफिकली इट विल नॉट बी परमिसिबल। भाई मेरे पास 10 मरीज आए हेडेक लेके और मैंने फंक्शनल ब्रेन मैपिंग कर दी और कहा कि 2 में ट्यूमर है, उन 2 में से एक में तो ट्यूमर मिला नहीं मिला, दूसरे में कोई बात नहीं, आपने ओपन कर लिया, क्लोज कर दिया, लेकिन तीसरे केस में ट्यूमर था और हमने डिटेक्ट नहीं किया, राइट, फॉल्स नेगेटिव, वो परमिसिबल नहीं है, राइट, वी डोंट वांट दैट। फॉल्स पॉजिटिव इज स्टिल ओके, कि आपने कहा कि यार एपिलेप्सी है, आपने एंटी एपिलेप्टिक 3 साल तक दे दी, उसको वाकई में एपिलेप्सी थी नहीं, कोई बात नहीं। लेकिन अगर आप एपिलेप्सी मिस कर गए और उसको नेक्स्ट ओकेजन पे ड्राइविंग या स्विमिंग के वक्त एपिलेप्टिक अटैक आया एंड ही डाइज, सो दैट्स द इश्यू ऑफ सेंसिटिविटी, स्पेसिफिसिटी ऑफ अ गिवन टेस्ट, है ना, है बहुत सीरियस प्रॉब्लम।
So one question from my side. So most of us are psychologists here.
I am on your side.
So
I never understood. Sorry, North में ना ये, I mean I come from the West, I worked in South. From my side. Hello,
so Delhi का trend है ये, getting the point.
I am Nimesh Desai this side. Sorry,
Delhi का trend है,
Sorry,
I get
know.
that.
Go ahead.
So we most of us are psychologists over here. We don't deal with all this like fMRIs and every like brain mapping so in depth. But coming from a psychiatrist's point of view, what do you think? Like, what are you expecting from future of brain mapping? Like, these are the areas we are failing, or these are the areas we need to explore.
I failed completely. Because that's what I tried saying in last 2 slides, yeah. No, I'll repeat. We are there. See, even psychiatrists are not really the best group. I mean, we don't know it that well. Our neurology colleagues, our researchers, our forensic criminology experts at the Gandhinagar Raksha University. They know because clinical part and the forensic part are two very different overlapping themes. And the specifications that he was talking about are very different, both. But yes, I think we are there. Like I said, we are almost there, although we are nowhere near what can be called as satisfactory functional brain mapping. Okay, if I get the hint of your question, what I would like is not only for a psychiatrist, but you clinical psychology colleagues or even a counselor, psychology colleague, to be able to say, okay, I will not refer all 10 patients with headache for MRS or fMRI. But I know these 3 people, based on so and so nature of the headache, I must refer. And I will get good positive results where there is a problem. Now that stage is far out. For clinical practice that we all do, forget forensic for a minute. Right? That's not our field. None of us here is a forensic expert. I mean, I dealt with it, but I'm not a forensic expert. I'm expert in nothing, actually. That aside. Okay, so as a clinician, what you want, medical and non-medical clinicians, is that level of specificity and sensitivity to ask for an investigation and rely on the result as positive or negative being 100% true. Now that's going to be far out, right? At least for psychiatry and mental health practice. For neurology and neurosurgery, since they deal with, to go back to where I started, our neurology and neurosurgery colleagues deal with the organ brain. You and I deal with the mind. So functional brain mapping, once it reaches a more perfection level, it's already useful for them. It will be more useful for them. For what you and I deal with, it's going to be far out dreams still. But I must specify this. Why did I must tell you, I mean, Harsha and Dr. Smriti and the entire MRJP, Pawar Savani, I must thank because I had to really push myself to just make this simple slide. It would have been very easy to pick up, like you all know, NETs, MRI, MRS images, and you would have been impressed. PET images.
We are still impressed. We are still impressed.
Okay. I know. She's good. तो ये simple slide बनाने के लिए मैंने वही थी जो आपने पूछा, what you asked. What would I like our non-medical clinical colleagues, clinical psychologists, counselors, social work colleagues, to know this much so that you can identify where to refer. You ask your medical or psychiatrical and say, boss, iska CT MRI kara hai. At least there is a question, right? Be able to advise if a consumer comes and says, doctor, what do you think? Should I get a CT or MRI done? Now, you don't need to say, go ask a medical colleague. You as a clinical psychology colleague should know enough. That's the purpose. Second. 3, if there are reports available, at least make preliminary sense out of those reports. And there you don't need to be diffident at all. For these 3 purposes, any psychology, social work, counseling colleague can do this much. So the idea, it's sad that I have to explain that, because obviously I have not succeeded, I have failed, right? But the idea of trying to summarize it and make it as simple, Hindi में निचोड़, है ना? जो निचोड़ मैंने आपके सामने रखा है, उसका पर्पस सिर्फ इतना था, ये 3, है ना? Yeah? Yes, ma'am.
Sir, can you please?
Please be.
Sir, can you please also throw a light on neuroanalysis that is coming up branch that is emerging?
Sorry?
Can you also talk about neuroanalysis as well as neuropsychoanalysis? I mean, as far as I am known, these 2 are the...
I'll try and briefly answer that. एक हमारे बहुत अच्छे दोस्त हैं मनोज रघुवंशी, टीवी एंकर है. He demonstrates this very well, you know. वो जब भी वो जो जाता है टीवी प्रोग्राम में, ऑडियंस में खास करके तो सवाल ऐसे पूछा कि हाँ जी डॉक्टर साहब मैं उस दिन द्वारका गया था. तो हाथ के साथ माइक वहाँ पूछ जाता है. No, you didn't let that happen. But I always find that very interesting. He actually used to do that very well. Okay. What I did not touch upon, if you realize, except for brief mentions, was neuropsychological testing. The entire gamut of, battery. I hope most of you know 2 broad approaches, Lurias and Halsted returns, right? Now, that's because I thought that when you say functional brain imaging, if you get into neuropsychological testing, it'll become too much of a topic in itself. No, that should be another session. So I kind of left it there. So if I understand your question right, neuro-linguistic programming, neuropsychological testing, whatever else, call it by 4 different names, like Shakespeare said. A rose is a rose is a rose, and will smell as sweet as it does, whatever you call it, right? तो वो एक अपने आप में field है और बहुत अच्छा field है. Neuropsychological testing that a lot of people at NIMANS and AIMS and that I was lucky to be part of have developed and the world over. But again, what he had raised, the issue of false negative and false positives. But where neuropsychological testing is very useful, again, in my sense, as psychology colleagues, you might wish to register this and confirm this with whoever knows better than I do about neuropsychological testing. One, once you have found deficits in the brain functioning in one or the other function, to locate where is the disturbance max, where is the dysfunction or deficit, which psychological faculty and which brain area. That you can do with neuropsychological testing very well by now. So location of the nature of the problem and the brain area. Two, like I said about, I think MRS or MRI or even PET, monitoring. So if you have a 65 or a 70-year-old person being brought to you with query dementia first, you do 1 3-hour or 5-hour neuropsychological test battery today, repeat it after 1 year, repeat it after 2 years, then you know if the person is progressing in dementia. So monitoring, periodic, and location, lobe-wise and even more fine. That's possible. Again, neuropsychological testing, I hope you all know, has gone almost entirely computerized. When I learned it first, it was all paper and pencil, like everything else in life. Scoring to administration to everything. It's all gone computerized, almost completely, digital. Yeah? I think, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Such an enlightening session. Put your hands together. And now we welcome, and moving on to our next session, I would like to welcome Dr. Manoj Bajaj on stage. Please, sir. Please put your hand together for our coordinator, Dr. Smriti Dikshit. And sir, for giving such a nice interactive session to us. Now moving on to Dr. Manoj Bajaj. Dr. Bajaj is an associate professor of clinical psychology at the University of Delhi, and I would like to invite him on stage. He would be taking a session on neurological assessment and issue, a rehabilitation lens on traumatic brain injury, organic brain disorder, and major psychiatric and behavioral disorder. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, sir. So, sir has set the stage for me to next level because a thorough brain mapping assessment and further neuropsychological assessment is continuity to that particular topic, right? So, since neuropsychologist has many role to play, when it started that earlier when we don't have any mapping procedures, imaging studies, so the neuropsychologist does the job. And you must have studied also the Army Alpha, Army Beta, during the Second World War, psychological testing emerged, and the Luria and the Halstead-Ritten, both of them came up with different approaches to assess the brain functions of the soldiers at that time, those who have gunshots in their head. So starting from there, neuropsychologist's role was to see their functional capabilities. And when imaging were not present, the neuropsychologist was doing a thorough assessment of the people with head injuries or different kind of condition, and used to guide the neurosurgeons for neurosurgeries. And later on, many of the studies, if you have found, the initial localization and their functional connections to different brain areas, but there were many studies on that. The Sperry and Gazniga, both were the scientists, they used to open the head and to investigate those brains to understand the functional deficits of the individual. But later on, this was, because of the ethical issues, this was stopped. From there, the understanding between the brain function and the brain structure emerged. The broadband areas, different areas were identified as a functional areas. They were defined numbers with numbers. And on the basis of that, the neurosurgeries were performed. So, but with the invent of the X-ray, then CT, MRI, imaging studies, our role of localizing the lesions and guiding the neurosurgery was disappeared. We remained only with the functional outcomes. So we have to tell the brain functions only. At the end, what matters is how functional is your brain, irrespective of whatever structural abnormalities you are having. But one thing I can surely say, you can diagnose having any brain pathology with the help of neuropsychological assessment. You can tell which area of the brain is involved or having any lesion or any kind of dysfunction in the brain on the basis of neuropsychological testing. But from the structural imaging, you cannot comment on the function of the brain. It is not vice versa. It is one side. Neuropsychological assessment can tell you the involvement of which particular brain area which is under dysfunction. But from the structural imaging, you cannot predict what functional deficit we can have. Right? So, in this context, I am just continuing with this topic. Can we have next slide? So, the topic for assessment was neuropsychological assessment in children and their issues related to that. In between also, I will be covering some of the assessment part in the adulthood, how we process. So, neuropsychological assessment in a developing brain. In adult, we have a almost developed brain. There is no changes. But in children, they are in a developing age. Their brain is also developing. Their white matter, gray matter is increasing. The gray matter volume is increasing. So what we need to know about that? What are the main challenges in that? So many times the pediatric referrals to us, I remember one case, the child was presented with some sort of hemi-neglect, and they didn't find any problem in their visual field studies in the eyes. Basically, it is investigation of the VEP that is done by the ENT people, or the neurology people also does the same. But they didn't find any deficit in the retina and the eye functioning. But the deficits were lying because it was a child, and the parents were not willing to go for any imaging studies further. They asked for the neuropsychological assessment. So we did the neuropsychological assessment and found there is a specific area in the brain which is involved. Because of that, there are certain deficits. And we did the assessment and make a profile of different function of the brain. And we indicated that this particular side of the brain, lateralization, and also we have given the localization of the brain area where the lesion was lying. So after that, we identified that area, but we didn't know whether it's a dysfunctional, dysfunction in the brain as a structure, or it is just underdeveloped area of the brain. So then they go for the MRI studies, and they've identified this as a tumor in the brain. So what happened, after they got to know about the tumor in the child brain, there is only way that this tumor has to be removed. The neurosurgeon did the job, they removed the tumor. What happened after that? The child developed many cognitive deficits in different areas of the brain, functioning. So those dysfunction, because the neurosurgeon role is to give the maximum as much as they can give in the form of structural, or they can save the life of the child. But neuropsychologist has to give a functional life. So he has to assess that child and to give a profile that where the child has to work to improve on those functions. So there comes the rehabilitation aspect. So how you are going to rehabilitate in those deficit area. And surprisingly, after a 2 or 3 year of interventions, the earlier the child was having 79 IQ before the tumor removal, and after that the child had 131 IQ. So why it happened? Until unless you know which area is responsible for which function and what type of guidance you are going to do with the client and what rehabilitation procedures you are going to opt, this all becomes a difficult job and the quality of life of the individual compromised. So this becomes very, very important to know that what type of referrals you get, with which conditions they have been referred, and what are the different factors but this can be misleading. As we were talking about sensitivity and specificity of any instrument or test, but here only test will not does the job. You as a clinician has to understand different theoretical background, theoretical model, and different information processing theories in the brain functioning. Until unless you know that, you will not be able to reach to a localized area, and you will not be able to develop a task to improve that particular function. So their performance may be affected because of their developing age. And that can be a hurdle, that can be a positive aspect as well, because it's developing brain. I was part of epilepsy surgery team in Dayanand Medical College for 3 years. And the patients, though, who have refractory epilepsy, they were not treatable with the medication, they were having frequent seizures. They usually come there, and the neurologist was specialized in epilepsy treatment, and I was member of that team. So there my job was to assess his cognitive functioning or the functional aspect of the brain, and to give a report that whether we can perform surgery in this patient or not to stop the seizures. Although epilepsy surgery programs are very, very successful in stopping the seizures, but what after that? What is their quality of life after that? We need to decide it firsthand. So generally, a neurosurgeon, a radiodiagnosis person, a neurologist, a neuropsychologist. These 4 people are involved in that team, and I was one of them. We did 30 surgeries during that time, but how many of them I have assessed? More than 130 patients we have assessed, and only in 30 patients we could recommend the epilepsy surgery to stop their seizures, refractory seizures, which are unstoppable. How we arrive on that conclusion that only these children or these clients can be given this surgery, can be done surgery. So there was a clinical approach as well as functional approach. So when we assess and we are able to localize and we understand the level of functioning of that particular brain area. For example, a patient with temporal lobe epilepsy having seizures, I assessed him for neuropsychological functioning, and I found there is a verbal memory deficit. And the area of interest is left temporal. So I recommended for that from our side, the whatever the deficits has to be there that are already occurred. So we can go ahead with the surgery. If I find the left mesial temporal lobe is intact in their functioning, suppose there is no memory deficit at all in that client, but SPECT analysis, MRI, EEG is suggesting the left area of that mesial temporal lobe, indicating for removal of that particular area for stopping seizures. I refused there. I gave a statement that we cannot perform surgery in this patient because if this area is removed, his memory will be affected, and because of the memory is affected, his quality of life will be affected. He will not be gaining that much level of regain that kind of memory. So even then he is having refractory epilepsy, we have to control with medication or some other ketogenic diets or something like that. So that is the reason to decide about the candidacy of epilepsy surgery. So as a neuropsychologist, our role becomes very, very important in the form of not only localizing and lateralizing, but also for functional outcome. We assess the individual for their functional recovery, to diagnose and to support the diagnosis, whether they are going in a right direction, whether they are going for a right treatment. So, interpreting the test performance and providing feedback and case, these are the outline of my today's talk. Brain behavior relationship is in a developing child are both qualitatively and quantitatively different than those of an adult. So how these are different? Let's move. It is crucial that the child neuropsychologist be familiar with the range of normal variation at each age level and be knowledgeable about how to adjust his or her clinical impression for the child developmental stage. Now you know there are so many intelligence tests. Why there are so many intelligence tests? According to age. Infants, we have a different test. For children, we have a different test. For adult, we have a different test. Why? Because they are developing. Their brain is developing over the period of time, and that is why they require a different set of skills at every age level. Like 7-year-old child will be having a specific function, 8-year-old child will be having a specific function, and 10-year-old child will be having specific functions. So we, according to Piaget, we develop our cognitive functioning over the period of time. So that also required to be keep in mind when we are assessing for the neuropsychological assessment. Next. So what is the age appropriate behavior child develops through that? We need to know beforehand when we are conducting neuropsychological assessment with children. Brain develops normal and abnormal. Critical period of developments are also there. In adolescent age group, you will find there are external factors and we develop social brain. So we interact with the system and the society and develop certain things, certain behaviors. So age, for example, the prefrontal area of the brain, which we were talking about, orbitofrontal, is responsible for our social behavior. So that is developing through a specific period of time. It's not from the beginning only it was developed. Over the period of time, we develop these areas. So there are different things you need to know: age at injury, plasticity versus early vulnerabilities. So you need to know whether the child was initially having underdeveloped brain or having certain deficit in the brain areas. But one question comes many times. The patients and the clients comes to us with a problem when they have a problem. They don't come to us in a normal functioning brain, right? So how we ascertain their premorbid functioning? So in one of the case I remember, a neurologist referred the case for neuropsychological assessment. And we did a battery of tests in our department, and my student gave a normal report after so much of dysfunction in the brain. So neurologist referred this client back to me and talked to me. डॉक्टर साहब ये इसको इतनी सारी दिक्कतें हुई हैं इंजरी होने के बाद में, और आपने फिर से इसकी नॉर्मल रिपोर्ट दे दी. तो व्हाट आई फाउंड वाज वी वर यूजिंग नॉर्मेटिव डाटा. So we generally do that. We are psychologists. We are doing normative data. We are using normative data. This much score comes under this percentile range, and we compare the functioning of the individual, and we say that within this range, normal functioning. That is the case. But that is not sufficient. You need to take a careful history of his performance before that dysfunction occurred. And until unless you know the premorbid functioning, you cannot tell how much decline was there. So when I took the history of that client, it seems to be in an average, I thought it has to be 130 IQ. But now his IQ is coming 95. So how much deficit is there? 35 IQ points. Is it not a problem? It is not a dysfunction. Is it the fault of the individual that he is performing beforehand at 130 IQ, and now he is having 95, and still we are saying there is no deficit? It lacks understanding of their concepts. So we need to know the premorbid functioning of the individual before we commenting on how much deficit is there, and we gave 70% deficit disability in that particular areas, despite being normal scores on the neuropsychological test. That only you can give when you have a experience, training, and understanding of brain functioning and the approach in a clinical setup. Now, moving next.
Next slide.
The main challenges remains developmental delay versus impairment. Now, whether it is because of the developmental delays in the children, in case of children, or it is an impairment. How do you ascertain that? Erroneous variability in development. Not every child develops in the same pattern. Not every child develops having the same abilities in the same period. Every child is unique. Children use different cognitive processes and recruit different brain region to adult when activating the same task. And these are less localized and less lateralized tasks. In case of children, the functioning of the brain and the area, different functions are less lateralized and less localized. It is more of a diffuse function, unlike in adults where they are localized. So we need to keep in mind that. Again, reliability and predictive ability of the assessment with increasing age, and availability of the validated assessment tool with good norms. Next. So this is one of the graph. If you see, with increasing age, how the impairment and delay takes place. The development takes 2 years to, you say, 15 years going above. And impairment takes place like that. Earlier he was having 100 and then going down. So, move next. Next. So these are the different reasons the pediatricians, because the children are being generally referred by the pediatrician or the child from the child guidance clinics, and they come with different type of problems, not specific problems of dysfunction in the brain. They come with early developmental delay, school or behavioral problems. Medical physician, they say CNS trauma or medical intervention. Diagnosis, maybe they are having learning disability, ADHD, PDD, pervasive developmental disorder. Next. Now, whenever you have to do any assessment, you have to look into the referral question. What specific question has been asked? and you have to answer that question to the referring clinician. It is not always that you need to perform a full battery. There many times you will be requiring a specific function test. So there are two approaches, fixed battery approach and flexible approaches. So accordingly, you have to decide if you are able to answer the specific question with specific approach, you go ahead with that. So many of the cases, a child requires to be assessed on different parameters, as if their strength in that personality, their profile in the abilities, or the weaknesses in their profile. So when we have to get a profile, we need to see the strength and weakness as well. So profile also means strength and weaknesses both, not only deficit. Many times our students makes a mistake. They have an idea of looking at the deficit only. They don't report their adequacies. If we don't report the adequacies, then how we are going to utilize that ability in their rehabilitation process? So you have to do a profile analysis unbiased. And you have to say that these abilities are also adequate and better. And these abilities are less developed or deficient. So accordingly, you have to do a profile analysis. Next. These are the different components as the report format we generally follow. And next. Next. Now, when you are assessing a child, during the testing itself, you need to assess the child for the additional factors. For example, sleep deprivation or fatigue. Many times these children are brought from the school itself in the afternoon. The whole day they spend in the school, and when there is a time for taking rest at home, they are brought to the clinics. So what will happen then? Whether they will be able to give their adequate performance? No. So you need to ensure that the child is not fatigued, and there is no sleep deprivation. Right? Attention deficit. Sometimes the children are having some attention deficits. So you have to be having a close observation of that. Family disharmony. Now, you are assessing a child for neuropsychological assessment. But in the morning, father and mother, parents have fought. Has a fight on certain issues, and they were just observing that fight. Whether they are in a good state of assessment. So how many times we ask that? When we assess the child, we don't ask them. So you need to look into that as well. Negative association with doctors and hospital. Have you ever asked previous experiences with the previous doctors and the hospitals from the child? No, we never ask this. These also affects their performance. Expectations. What is their expectations? We never ask. We see the referral question, do it. Our faculty member used to force our students, you have to do and complete this assessment today only. Write a report next day. Submit the report. Attach the report. Insecurities, distrust, separation anxiety. A child may have. Are you inquiring about these? Are you interviewing the child for that? No. We need to take care of that. Hearing or visual impairment. Many times these are underlooked. Child may have hearing impairment. Child may have visual impairment. They are not knowing it. They are not aware of that. So you have to look into those aspects. Next. Next. How we can maximize this performance during the assessment? Conduct the sessions in the morning when the child is in energy, having energy. state of well-being. Establish good rapport and trust with the child. Don't start any assessment if you don't develop rapport with the child. You will not be getting any. I was also member of the NEET examination. The person with disability, they appear for NEET examination, and there was a center in our hospital. So the student from Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, or different states came with the learning disability certificates. So they scored very low on NEET exam. But they were sure that in disability category, they will be able to get the seat. So unfortunately, they were not able to, there is a board assigned by the NEET authorities, and we were part of that team. And when we interviewed these students, they are students, 16, 17 years old. On intelligence testing itself, they got 60 score. How it is possible? On intelligence testing, they got 60 score. Student used to say that this person is not fit for, sir, this student is not fit for the NEET examination. So we need not to do any SLD assessment further. So when I interviewed the student, I found they were malingering. They were just told that you don't have to give right answers to everything. You just fake some answers. When I tell them, you require at least 85 IQ to go ahead with the SLD assessment. So they say that, sir, पहले तो कभी नहीं किया किसी ने. उन्होंने तो ऐसे ही सर्टिफिकेट बना दिया. उन्होंने तो कोई assessment नहीं किया. So the true pictures comes. Then I asked for that. Did you get any compensation or some compensatory help in 10th exam? No. In 12th exam? No. Then how then now SLD has emerged? So they were again reassessed their anxieties. You see, expectations. But in expectation, they were making mistakes. So I interview them, I make a good rapport with them, I educated them. Then you perform honestly. Then only we will help you if you are specifically having any problem. And after that, tremendous improvement in their IQ scores, reassessment. So why it happens? We sometimes underestimate. There are certain things which other people can also fake. So we as a clinician need to see. Prepare the testing environment. For children, it is very, very important. If you don't have a healthy environment around you, or there is a noise, there is a fluctuations, people are coming and going, distractions are there, you will not be able to assess the child in a right manner. So depending on age and emotional state, parents should not be present. In many of the cases, the parents used to accompany the child in the assessments. So you can take a separate interview from the parents, and then together, and after that, once you develop the rapport, you send the parents out, and then you assess the child. Next slide. Provides rest breaks. Don't do continuous testing. In neuropsychological testing, as you know, minimum 2 to 3 hours required. So don't do it at one go. Take some break, then ask for some tea, coffee if they want to take, and had some water, move around, and ask them to come after 10 minutes or 15 minutes. At least you should give them some breaks during the assessment. Make sure child does not need to go to toilet, isn't thirsty or hungry. We never ask that. We just start with our assessments. Break up assessment over a number of sessions. Be caring, sensitive, positive, bubbly, and encouraging. You should not be an authority figure to the child. You appear like you have to work with their own ego state. Their ego state, you have to work with that. You should be bubbly. Should be look like a child friend, right? Use appropriate language. Engage them in eye contact. Just the child comprehension of instructions. Next. Next. Test score needs to be interpreted in conjunction with the qualitative observation of the child. I always recommend don't go with scores. Even on Rorschach, even on any personality test, even on any kind of intelligence test or neuropsychological test. You should not be only believing on scores. Scores are not the only thing which you have to consider. Avoid overstating the significance of test scores unless these are supported consistent with the performance on other tests. Now there is a concept called double dissociation. How many of you have heard? Tuber has given this concept, double dissociation. Anybody? No one. Without that, your neuropsychological assessment is incomplete. Now you understand what mistake you are doing if you are not doing it. Neurologist uses the same concept for diagnosing their conditions. We are not still aware. So, when you can assess for different tests, you know there are two different sensory systems we require for assessment, visual and hearing. And these are required for almost all of the tests in neuropsychological testing. That has to be consistent on all the tests. So that is a little bit systematic approach which we can do only with the examples on whiteboard. It may not be understood in this way. So if anybody wants that, I can tell. Next. Now, you know so many factors we have discussed that can affect the performance. And until unless you have observation, double dissociation, and test finding together to analyze the profile, you may be making some mistakes. So, you have to assess the true competency of the child. And in neuropsychological assessment, these are not speed tests. These are power tests. You have to get maximum of their performance as much as you can. Unlike in intelligence testing where you require time limitations. Here you have multiple times you can administer the test multiple times. No worry. You have to get the maximum performance of the child. There is no limitation to that. Reassess them again and again until unless you are sure that it is his best performance. Because ultimately we have to see their brain functioning, not IQ testing. Next. These are some of the tests you may be familiar with. Ray complex figure test. Why there are different colors? Because they are children. So they like different colors. Arrange some different colors and crayons with you for performance. That has to be very playful activity. Right? Next. Now, this simple test of Ray verbal learning test, which we are doing in adult neuropsychological testing also, this only single test can tell you so many aspects of your memory. It can tell you encoding error or encoding deficits. It can tell you storage issues. It can tell you retrieval issues. There were 3 components of memory: encoding, storage, and retrieval. The impairment means we are fail to recall. How do you know that there is a problem in encoding? For encoding, there is a different brain structure involved. For storage, there is a different brain structure involved. For retrieval, also, there is a different brain structure involved. And it starts from your prefrontal to your temporal. HERA model, you have listened? Have you heard about HERA model? HERA? Hemispheric encoding retrieval asymmetry. नहीं? अच्छा, निमांस बैटरी में दिया है वर्बल लर्निंग टेस्ट में पहला पैराग्राफ, उसको पढ़ना, टुलविंग. आई एम नॉट गोइंग इनटू डिटेल. Next. These are some of the tests. And now feedback is also very, very important. You have to give the feedback to the child that how he is performing. Can he improve or can he perform better? And start a discussion with the child about his strengths first. We generally make an error discounting positives. We start with the negative things first. So with the children, you have to be very careful. You start with their strengths. Develop that habit. And how these strength area can help the child to overcome his difficulties. How it can be utilized. Next. Present possible strategies for home, classroom and other relevant situations. So I will be talking about the rehabilitation topic after this, and that I will be quickly covering because I think I have to manage the time also because everybody wants to go home.
So we have to do that by 5:30.
5:30?
Yes.
So you need to know the interpretation by the family members, how they have interpreted all these things, performance and then dysfunctions. And accordingly you have to encourage. Or the family members are not seeking any certain questions, then you can encourage them. They need to know about this. Many times they are not aware. They are prefixed. They have a prefixed ideas. Many times in SLD cases, parents comes with only getting a certificate. आप डॉक्टर साहब सर्टिफिकेट दे दो, जैसे मर्जी दे दो. हाँ, मेंशन भी कर दो ऐसे वाला. ये स्कूल ने बोला ऐसे ही लिखना है. अगर हम उनको कहते हैं कि इस बच्चे का परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा है और इसको कोई डेफिसिट नहीं है, वो एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं करते. क्यों? स्कूल वालों ने भेजा है, उसके बिना स्कूल से निकाल देंगे बच्चे को, या उसको क्लासिफाई कर देंगे अलग ग्रुप में, ये डिसेबिलिटी ग्रुप में. वो हमारी मेरिट में नहीं काउंट होगा. वो मेरिट लिस्ट अलग बनेगी स्कूल की. डिसेबिलिटी वाले बच्चे एक साइड, वो सारे अलग. प्रोटोकॉल है स्कूलों का भी कि भी उनको अपनी मेरिट सबसे ज्यादा दिखानी, कंपटीशन है. तो वो बच्चे जो परफॉर्म ज्यादा अच्छे से नहीं कर पाते, उनको सेपरेट करना चाहते, अलग करना चाहते, अलग दिखाना चाहते. तो उस चक्कर में वो भेजते हैं कि सर्टिफिकेट लेके आना है. जब हम उनको समझाते हैं कि आपके बच्चे की परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी है, ये आपके लिए अच्छी बात है कि खराब बात है, तो क्या कहते हैं? बात तो अच्छी है लेकिन सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए. फिर मैं उनको पूछता हूं, आपके बच्चे को बैसाखी दे दें? कहते हैं नहीं. क्यों? नहीं, ये चल फिर सकता है. मैंने कहा सर्टिफिकेट भी तो वही काम कर रहा है. आज हम उसको सर्टिफाई कर रहे हैं तो कल उसके सामने अपॉर्चुनिटीज खत्म. वो कभी कोशिश ही नहीं करेगा उस एरिया में काम करने की, जबकि वो सही है. तो फिर धीरे धीरे करके जब पेरेंट्स को आप कन्विंस करते हो तो उनको समझ में आता है. फिर वो फाइट बैक भी करते हैं स्कूल वालों से कि हम एक्स्ट्रा पढ़ा लेंगे, हम स्पेशल एजुकेशन से एक्स्ट्रा क्लासेस ले लेंगे, लेकिन इसको जैसा ये करता है वैसा करने दो. Finish positively and re-emphasize the main findings. So only main findings you have to positively communicate. Next. Hanji. Many times school sends the letter to the hospitals along with the child. In my career, almost 50% of the cases where the children were not having any problem, I have to convince the school counselor and school principals. And I was doing it. Many times we don't bother to talk to the school principal. Even principal don't give their numbers to talk. But I ask them. Until unless I communicate with them, I will not be able to get the idea then why they have this understanding of having this child is disabled in that particular area. Right? So, many times you need to talk to the counselors and school principals as well and convince them. You are a psychologist, you will convince. Next.
Next slide.
So, I am just skipping this.
Yes, sir.
So, next presentation.
Next presentation.
Rehabilitation.
So we have to make an announcement.
Can we make an announcement like for
Yes. So we'll be having 2 minutes break.
Yeah.
2 minutes break, and then I'll be covering next topic.
Okay, this is an announcement to all the CRR number holder students who are attending this workshop. Very soon we'll be sharing the assessment link for the workshop. That link will be open for a limited period of time. So you need to fill it as soon as possible. And you need to score 70% marks in that. And it's necessary and compulsory for you people to get your CRR points. So soon you will get your assessment link on your WhatsApp number. So we can start.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Are you sure? You want to, or you want a little more break?
नहीं ठीक है, मुझे कोई इशू नहीं. थोड़ी लाइट्स ये कम करो और ऑडियंस की लाइट जला दो. नहीं, अब जाने का टाइम है तो थोड़ी सी जगा दें. ऑडियंस की लाइट जला दो सारी. उनको देखने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी मुझे लगता है. यहाँ पे अंधेरा होना चाहिए स्लाइड के पास. स्लाइड के पास ही अंधेरा होना चाहिए, बाकी सब रोशनी में रह सकते हैं. अभी मुझे ये आंखें सामने पड़ रही है ना लाइट, तो दिख ही नहीं रहा कोई. वो अच्छा भी है कि अच्छे से बोल लेते हैं.
We're doing it, sir. सामने वाली है तो और now is this?
So is this fine or do you want more dim?
डिम कर दो.
dim कर दो और
बस. और हाँ ये
थोड़ी लाइट चाहिएगी. सर थोड़ी लाइट चाहिएगी, अदरवाइज यू विल बी वेरी.
मैं डार्क मेरी आवाज
you won't be visible on the camera.
On the camera actually.
हल्की सी कर दो.
थोड़ी सी कर दो. ठीक है, अब आ गया.
एक बार वो वहाँ पे देखो.
सर एक बार आप सेंटर में आ जाओ थोड़ा. थोड़ा सा.
यहाँ मैं हूँ. यहाँ तो लाइट आ जाए.
नहीं आ रहे सर. वी हैव टू इंक्रीज द लाइट. थोड़ी सी बढ़ा दो.
बस.
So can we start your presentation?
Next presentation. Next topic I am covering on neuropsychological rehabilitation. So assessment part I covered specific topic. Apart from the which assessment we are doing with the adults, the concept of interpreting the results, analyzing the profiles remains the same. The only precautions I have told you, when you are assessing any child case, these things you should keep in your mind, right? So you can get better and maximum performance, right? So this topic is very close to me, that I was full-time involved in rehabilitation of the patients who have brain dysfunctions. And we followed a approach, neuropsychological rehabilitation approach, which we generally don't know how to do. Many times we do for attention deficit, we are doing some task, drawing task or some kind of task. For different purposes, we just recommend same techniques to everybody. We don't understand where is the problem. We just recommend you do this. For memory, we say, remember this list and recall, like that. How different approaches are chosen, how different approaches are there, and how we can choose what approach will be helpful in this client having this kind of deficient functioning, right? So this will be the main. As you know, for brain dysfunctions, what are the different causes? This traumatic brain injury is basically a acquired brain injury, acquired brain damage. Acquired means you were normally functioning and you met with an accident. You had some infection, you had some disease or some condition. Stroke. It's a very common phenomena nowadays. Even in 40s, 35, 40 year of age, we are hearing cases of stroke, brain stroke. Alzheimer's disease, brain tumor, viral infections, herpes encephalitis and the different kind of encephalitis, meningitis can cause brain dysfunctions. Right, next. If we talk about the head injury per se, that is traumatic brain injury, 50% of the cases are from the roadside accidents. 30% they fall. And 10% are assault, fight or some ranjish or some kind of behavior, aggressive behavior. But falls are the most common cause for children. And the vast majority are closed injuries, not open penetrating injury. What do you mean by closed injury and open injuries? Open injuries, you have an external bleeding, head injury, outside your head. But many times, you fall or you had a roadside accident, you have an inside injuries. And you must have read the reports in which a very common language is लिखन, SDH. क्या होता है वो? SDH. पढ़ा होगा कभी MRI रिपोर्ट में? SDH. Subdural hematoma. So you know meninges, some covering of your brain, different areas, pyometer, diameter, subarachnoid matter. Not interested. Not interested? या लाइट ऑन हो गई है तब मुझे पता लग गया, पहले भी नहीं थे. So most of the injuries are closed head injuries. Like boxer gets the concussion inside the head. His brain is hitting other side of the part, other side of the skull. That is causing damage this side. Hit is this side, damage is this side. But when you don't have any open injuries, then you don't find it important. But two things are very important. If after the injury or after the fall or after an accident, you find two symptoms. One, vomiting. Second, nausea. Then definitely go for CT scan. Always. So these are the two classical features of your closed head injuries where you can have some impact. Next. Primary damage, major damage often due to acceleration or deceleration. Like forward, backward, or left or right. DAI, diffuse axonal injuries. This is another term you will find in MRI reports or CT scan reports. May only be visible microscopically. So diffuse axonal injuries, MRI only can tell you. Damage especially to deep white matter, brainstem corpus callosum. How you are going to know this? There are injuries, but we never understand. MRI is the best possible. If there is a injury and there is a hemorrhage or any blood hemorrhage, so then go for CT scan. If there is no indication for any kind of hemorrhage or bleeding, then go for MRI. Right? Brushing, contusions under the blow and where brain hits scalp against skull, especially frontal and temporal pore, and counter cop. Next.
Next slide.
Now secondary damage. Damage itself is a problem, but due to damage, if there is a bleeding, that clotting of that particular blood into certain area of the brain will also affect your functioning. So that is why whenever a stroke happens, so there is a window period. That person has to be, in the morning also Dr. Jain was telling, the first itself is the well-equipped stroke ICU in Savai Mansingh Hospital, they have established in a government setup. Right? So why it is so? That there is a need of ICU then. So why specific stroke ICU? Because there is a window period. In window period of 1 to 2 hours, the person is brought to the hospital, nearby hospital, there CT scan facility is available. The first only thing is done, has to be done is the CT scan. If there is a bleeding, so they will be injecting some drugs to dilute the blood so that this should not become a clot in the brain. Otherwise, what will happen? क्रेनियोटमी आपने सुना है कभी? क्रेनियोटमी, आधा ब्रेन निकाल देते हैं जिसका, नहीं सुना? So what happens in that, when the bleeding is inside the, and that is blood is clotted inside the brain, one side. Generally in stroke, there are certain major arteries which are broken. For example, MCA, middle cerebral artery. So if that is damaged in stroke, so what will happen? The bleeding in the whole left side of the brain, which is a center for language. And you will find a person having language problem and half body paralysis because of the MCA infarct. MCA, middle cerebral artery. That is a major artery starting from your heart to supply the brain, blood to the brain. If in the main artery that happens, the half of the brain is affected, left side. Left side, you understand how much we are using in our life? 80% of the time we are using our left side of the brain because we are right-handed. And if there is a damage, then what will happen? You will become disabled for a longer period of time. So that is the window period. You have to bring the patients to the nearby emergencies where CT scan can be performed and that person can be saved from further disability. क्योंकि एक बार क्लोटिंग हो गई तो वो न्यूरोनल डैमेज होगा, और न्यूरॉन एक बार खत्म, न्यूरॉन की एक खास बात होती है कि एक बार वो मर गया तो जिंदा नहीं कर सकते आप उसको. बॉडी के सेल्स अगर खत्म होते हैं तो दोबारा आ जाते हैं, स्किन सेल्स और कोई भी सेल्स हैं, टिश्यूज. लेकिन न्यूरॉन एक बार खत्म हुआ तो दोबारा नहीं जनरेट कर सकते आप उसको. दैट इज वाई इट इज सेड इन अल्जाइमर डीजनरेशन cannot be reversible. It is not reversible. It is irreversible condition. Neurons, when it comes to the neurons. So be careful. भगवान ने आपको जो दिमाग दिया ना, सीपीयू दिया है, इसकी सुरक्षा के लिए सबसे मजबूत हड्डी दी है। और आप करोड़ों साल के बाद भी निकालोगे तो आपका हेड जो है ना, हेड का स्कल, वो फिर भी मजबूत मिलेगा। क्यों? क्योंकि सबसे प्रीशियस, जिसको कहते हैं ना सबसे बढ़िया ऑर्गन जो है, उसको सबसे ज्यादा प्रोटेक्शन की जरूरत है, इसलिए उसको यहां रखा है, उसकी इतनी प्रोटेक्शन की है। स्कल के अंदर भी कवरिंग की है, उसके अंदर भी कुशन दिया है आपको सीएसएफ का, जिससे कि वो सारा कुछ झेल सके, और मुझे भी झेल रहे हो आप जैसे, उसी ब्रेन से। तो ये बहुत जबरदस्त मशीन है, ये बहुत जबरदस्त ऑर्गन है, इसकी उतनी ही केयर करने की जरूरत होती है। तो इसके बिना तो कुछ नहीं, बॉडी सारी काम करती रही, ये काम ना करे तो क्या होगा? जरूरत नहीं है इसकी, बॉडी की कहां जरूरत है फिर? ठीक है। तो ड्यू टू ब्लीडिंग हेमोटोमा अकर्स एंड दैट एंटी टीपीए और टीपीए इंजेक्शंस आर इंजेक्टेड अकॉर्डिंगली। इफ देयर इज ए ब्लॉकेज because of some aneurysm or because of some fatty substance is deposited and it is blocking the blood supply of particular region of the brain, that is also a stroke. The stroke has two kinds, one blockage, the other one is hemorrhage. So hemorrhagic stroke or blockage. So for blockage खून को पतला करने की दवाई देते हैं। कौन सी दवाई देते हैं? एस्प्रिन। इसको क्या बोलते थे? संजीवनी बोलते हैं ना, हार्ट के पेशेंट्स में भी देते हैं, एंटी ब्लड क्लोटिंग एजेंट होते हैं। इकोस्प्रिन के नाम से बहुत मशहूर है, आप लोगों ने जरूर सुना होगा इसके बारे में, कुछ लोगों ने, क्योंकि ये बहुत कॉमनली चलती है जिनको हार्ट के इश्यूज हैं या कोई इश्यूज है। खून को पतला करने की दवाई बोलते हैं। तो ब्लॉकेज है तो खून को पतला करके क्या करेंगे? डिसॉल्व कर देंगे, ब्लॉकेज को हटा देंगे, ब्रेन के फंक्शन और बॉडी के फंक्शंस चलने लगेंगे विद इन विंडो पीरियड। अगर हेमरेज है तो एंटी क्लोटिंग एजेंट देंगे, जिससे कि वो क्लोट ना कर सके और वो सीएसएफ में घुल के बाहर निकल जाए, वेस्ट के साथ निकल जाए, और पेशेंट्स को रिकवर किया जा सके, इसलिए इंपॉर्टेंट है। थर्ड इज एडिमा, swelling. When you have some hit from this side, the other side is damaged or may get some swelling or some injury is in the brain. अब हमारे को यहाँ पे कोई कट लगा बॉडी पे तो क्या होता है? स्वेलिंग होती है ना, उसके आसपास स्वेलिंग होती है, या मोच आ जाती है तो स्वेलिंग होती है। ब्रेन के अंदर भी होता है ऐसा, उसको भी स्वेलिंग होती है। कोई जोर से थप्पड़ लगा दे कान के नीचे तो क्या होगा? स्वेलिंग होगी अंदर, उस साइड नहीं होगी। स्कल बहुत मजबूत है, ठीक है, लेकिन अगर ज्यादा डेंसिटी का और ज्यादा इंटेंसिटी का अगर हिट होता है तो दैट कैन कॉज एडिमा, और एनी इंजरी in the brain can cause edema, or because of the edema the person may disoriented, may perform differently, or may behave irrelevantly, or delirium kind of condition you can face. Next, acute head injury is a medical emergency. Discrete focal damage is usually preferred site for damage, but very variable and not always visible. Limited value of brain scan for neuropsychology, therefore importance of behavioral cognitive assessment is important. So whenever there is a head injury, so these scan will not able to tell you any functional aspect. You have to go for neuropsychological assessment. Next. One thing more happens. When you met with any accident, you forget the incident. After you just hit by somebody or some accident occur, during that period, that kind of memory you will not form. And many times you see and interview the client when they are into hospital and admitted there. You will ask them, they will not be able to provide any detail. Who is providing the detail? Those who is the witnessing that. Or if family members are there and somebody had told some story that this happened, and that information is now told to the patient and patient is telling that, there will be always a gap in information. So don't rely fully on the patient's information. It may be fabricated, it may be confabulated. So take some time, and after that you look back. So gradually they recover the memories when they have been asked for the reconstruction of the incident. So gradually they recover from, but up to certain amount only they can recover. Next. So what type of pattern of problems they are facing? Long-term problems reported by relatives, that is slowness, forgetfulness, irritability, personality changes. In head injury cases, you have classically seen the orbitofrontal, that rod, Vela case, frontal lobe. HM case, another case. Third, epilepsy case, H case. These are classically reported in our textbooks. So you can read that and you can get an idea that how much damage this can happen. Lejac ascribed slowing to DAI, diffuse axonal injuries. Memory problems to temporal damage. This is dubious given that damage is seldom focal. So, need for awareness of typical problems plus cognitive analysis. So, not only the cognitive functioning will help you in analyzing their problems, your interview with the client and what decision making they have been doing, how they are performing the task, how they are carrying out their ADLs, that can also help you and substantiate you that this person might be having some problem. In case of memory, very surprisingly, patient will report no deficit. Because a patient has to tell what he is forgetting. And how it is possible, a person who forgets, how he can tell he is forgetting. That also he need to remember. So this is the pseudo-dementia and dementia. In pseudo-dementia cases, the patient will say, मुझे भूलने की प्रॉब्लम होने लगी है, मैं चीजें रख के भूल जाता हूं. In actual dementia cases, patient say, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. Understanding me? To remember things, you need a memory. And patient, those who are saying, I'm forgetting, they also remember this, I'm forgetting. How it is possible? So, careful inquiry. Next. How much time it takes to recovery? That is a very, very important pertaining question. A patient met with a roadside accident, had head injury, admitted to neurosurgery. There was some treatment going on, and after 1 month or 2 months with physiotherapy, they were referred back to home and go and घर वालों को बोल दिया physiotherapy कराओ और इसको खाना खिलाओ, दवाई चलाओ, एंटी एपिलेप्टिक ड्रग्स भी दे दिया उसको, अब नॉर्मल है सब. अब ऐसे ही फॉलो अप पे आते रहो हर महीने. यही प्रैक्टिस है. कभी कहते हैं न्यूरोसाइकोलॉजिस्ट के पास जाओ, न्यूरोसाइकोलॉजिकल इवैल्यूएशन कराओ, उसकी रिहैबिलिटेशन कराओ. नहीं कराते. क्यों? अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं है. सुबह न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट भी बोल के गए हमें कि आप अपने स्टूडेंट्स को वहां भेजो. उनको पता कैसे चलेगा कैसे पेशेंट्स होते हैं, क्या होती उनको दिक्कतें, कैसे उनको असेस किया जाता है. जब आप देखोगे ही नहीं तो न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट को भी कैसे पता चलेगा कि आप क्या क्या करना जानते हो. न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट को भी तो बताना पड़ेगा ना कि आपके फंक्शन क्या है. जब मैंने डीएमसी में न्यूरोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट में ज्वाइन किया, 4 साल मैंने न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट के साथ काम किया. And they all were big fan of me. And they don't want me to leave. Because then they realized that how much important we can contribute in their patients' well-being. In case of epilepsy, in case of stroke, in case of Parkinson, in head injuries, I was doing wonderful work with them. And they realized the need that there should be an permanent post of neuropsychologist in the neurology department. Until we go and expose to such situation and our colleague professionals know our abilities, how we are going to be posted. Career opportunity wise, I am telling you, nobody can deny you once you are trained in clinical psychology and specifically neuropsychology. So neurologist will be happy to keep you in their department. So how much time it is required to recover? Some say as soon as the injury is settled and the vital functions are settled, you start with the rehabilitation. Very true. Why to delay? If there is a neuron available, why don't you give the function? Why you are delaying it? Start as it is. As early as possible, you can start the behavioral, neuropsychological rehabilitation or cognitive retraining. Start with this. Approaches may be different in all conditions. That I will be covering now. So it may take minutes to week and 6 months to several. Injury, coma, post-traumatic amnesia, minutes to week, they can recover. Recovery period, permanent deficit, 6 months to several years. And the progress is very slow. The improvement will be very slow. जितना आप लेट करेंगे उसमें rehabilitation, उतना improvement भी slow होता जाएगा. तो as early as possible, you have to start the intervention. Next. In head injury, mild injury, post-traumatic amnesia, less than 1 hour, it can recover within 1 hour, less than 1 hour. So I can skip this. So these are the different damages can occur to our brain, and dysfunction can be in the form of anxiety, depression, neurological factor, impaired emotional control. Generally, these people are with head injury having a opposite behavior. Earlier, the person who are aggressive now have become submissive. The earlier the patients who are submissive, now they have become aggressive. Most common. But any variations can be there. Mood regulation problem will be there. Right? Next. These are the different domain in which they can have different deficits. Chal, next. I'm just trying to focus on rehabilitation approaches. Next. Now, neuropsychological rehabilitation. In your syllabus also, this is very important topic. And I don't know how many cases you will be able to take, but at least you should be able to analyze the patient and can develop certain kind of rehabilitation program. So this is a process of helping an individual to recover the psychological functions which are impaired due to brain damage. Shobhini Rao, 2003. It aims to help the patient to overcome neuropsychological deficits. Next. Restore the patient to premorbid level of functioning. And if attaining premorbid levels is not possible, then goal is to restore the patient to as close to the premorbid levels as possible. यहाँ पे कहीं नहीं बोला है कि नॉर्मेटिव डाटा के हिसाब से नॉर्मल है वहाँ पे लेके जाना आपको. यहाँ पे बोला प्रीमॉर्बिड फंक्शनिंग पे लेके जाना है. तो आपको ये इंश्योर करना होगा कि प्रीमॉर्बिड फंक्शनिंग कैसी थी उसकी. तो उसको उस फंक्शनिंग तक लेके जाना गोल होना चाहिए. नहीं तो क्लोज तो लेके जाना गोल हो सकता है. Patient functioning in specific cognitive and emotional function, then improving his functional status and hence his quality of life. This overall goal includes 3 approaches. Next. Next. So this is the plasticity concept. As you give training to any of the functioning, you are doing doing any functions, there is some neuroplasticity occurs because there is a neuronal firing over there. There are new synapses are created, and these synapses are created and acquiring information and functions. So there is always a cortical plasticity concept behind the neuropsychological rehabilitation process. So next. Now, these are the very, very important two approaches, basic function approach and the functional skill approach. Basic function approach is, for example, a patient is having attention deficit. You just work on attention, improving the attention with task. Simple. Attention mein problem, attention related task, you start with them, give a repetitive exercises, and over the period of time his attention improves. This is basic function approach. Whoever is the function is there, you start with that training. That requires a tier 1, 2, 3 approach. The other approach is functional skill approach. Many times patients are illiterate. Patients are not able to follow your task. What you need to do is, you have to engage them in some behaviors, some tasks, not cognitive functioning task. As such, the test which we are giving for retraining. No. Engage them some in activities of ADL, instrumental activity of daily living. So by default, what will happen while doing those activities, and they require a brain area to function, that will stimulate those areas and there will be a plasticity. So the person who are not able to follow your task, cognitive task, you start with them functional skill approach. A patient came to us from Punjab, and he had an head injury and he was not much educated. So he came to the hospital and we analyzed that he will not be able to follow cognitive tasks. Paper pencil task, something like that, dot connecting, color trail, this, like that. Even we could not do the thorough assessment. We made the observations. On the basis of observation, I took a history, close history from the family, that his Mamaji used to have a welding workshop. So I asked the patient father, he sent him to the Mamaji and engage him in welding work. Not straight away the welding work, starting with the scrap, raw work. Over the period of 6 months, we didn't ask for the follow-up. See, after 6 months, they came themselves and they told that ये पूरी तरह से ठीक हो गया, अब तो वेल्डिंग भी सीख गया, काम भी आ गया और सारा कुछ अपने आप कर रहा है. सी, कई बार आपको कुछ भी नहीं करना रिहेबिलिटेशन के लिए, उनके पास सारी फैसिलिटी है, बस आपको क्या करना है, उसको फिट करना है कि उसके लिए वो कितनी फिजिबल हो सकती है. और उसके मामा जी के लिए मैंने एक बात बोली थी, जितना जितना वो काम करता जाए उसको इंसेंटिव देते जाना, जब जब वो काम करे उसको एप्रिशिएट करना, और एक बार में नहीं समझ में आए तो 2-3 बार बता देना. समझ गए? तो आपने क्या अप्रोच यूज की? फंक्शनल स्किल अप्रोच. अगर आपने क्लिनिक में बैठ के कुछ टास्क कराए, कंप्यूटर पे ट्रेनिंग की, वो आ गई आपकी कॉग्निटिव रीट्रेनिंग की, कॉग्निटिव फंक्शंस की टास्क, उसको बोलते हैं बेसिक फंक्शन. राइट? सो अब क्लाइंट की बैकग्राउंड के हिसाब से आपने डिसाइड किया कि कौन सी अप्रोच उसमें काम करेगी. अब इन अप्रोचेज में 3 मेथड होते हैं. एक होता है रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एक होता है कॉम्पनसेशन, एक होता है रेस्टिट्यूशन, रिस्टोरेशन. व्हाट इज रिस्टोरेशन? आप कंप्यूटर यूज करते हैं, आप कोई फाइल को डिलीट कर देते हैं, रिसाइकल बिन में चली जाती है, तो उसको रिस्टोर करते हैं. उस पेशेंट में फंक्शन खत्म नहीं हुए, वो फंक्शन किसी तरीके से रिसाइकल बिन में चले गए, यूज में नहीं है. तो आपने उन फंक्शंस को रीयूज करने के लिए उन फंक्शंस के टास्क देके उसको स्टार्ट करा देना है, तो रिस्टोर हो गया. तो ऐसे कौन से लोग होंगे जिनके फंक्शन वो काम नहीं कर रहे होते हैं या वो भूल गए होते हैं? जिनको ब्रेन डैमेज हुआ होता है उनमें ऐसा नहीं होगा. जिनमें इमोशनल अपसेट्स हैं, एंजाइटी इश्यूज है, डिप्रेशन है, उन केसेस में आपको क्या करना होगा? रिस्टोरेशन करानी है. जैसे एक्टिविटी शेड्यूलिंग कराते हैं हम डिप्रेशन में, वो क्या है? अपने आप में एक रीट्रेनिंग कर रहे हो आप उसकी. उसको रिस्टोर करवा रहे हो उसके फंक्शंस को, तो क्या होता है, बिहेवियरल चेंजेस आते हैं, बिहेवियरल एक्टिवेशन मेथड है वो। अब देखो सीबीटी का प्रिंसिपल है डिप्रेशन का, लेकिन क्या काम कर रहा है, रिहेबिलिटेट कर रहा है, रिस्टोर करना। रिस्टोर उसी में करते हैं जिसमें पहले से है, डैमेज नहीं है, यूज में नहीं है बस फंक्शन, तो यूज कराना है। आपने असेस किया था बट स्किल परफॉर्मेंस में नहीं दिख रहा। बहुत सारे लोग हैं हमारी लाइफ में जो लोगों के पास वो फंक्शन हैं लेकिन वो यूज नहीं करते, तो उनको जब हम उस टास्क में लगा देंगे तो वो यूज करने लग जाते हैं। समझ रहे हो? तो रिस्टोर उन पेशेंट्स में किया जा सकता है, उन लोगों में किया जा सकता है। अब आता है कि रीऑर्गेनाइज करना। अब ऑर्गेनाइज किसको करना पड़ता है, जो डिसऑर्गेनाइज हो गया हो। फंक्शन लॉस्ट नहीं है, बहुत सारी साइकेट्रिक कंडीशंस में फंक्शन लॉस्ट नहीं होते, वो मिक्स हो गए, कंफ्यूज हो गए, उनको क्या करना है, रीऑर्गेनाइज करना है। तो रीऑर्गेनाइज कैसे करते हैं, जैसे डेस्कटॉप पे हमारे पास बहुत सारे आइकन आ गए, अब बहुत सारा ऐसे स्केच वैसा हो गया है ना, हम क्या करते हैं, अलग अलग फाइल फोल्डर बना देते हैं, उसके हिसाब से उसको कैटेगराइज करके उसमें फिट कर देते हैं, और क्या हो जाता है, ईजी हो जाता है हमारा डेस्कटॉप। इसी तरह से हमारे ब्रेन के फंक्शंस जो हैं वो डिसऑर्गेनाइज्ड हैं, उनको ऑर्गेनाइज करना है। वो नॉर्मल डेली इश्यूज की वजह से कंफ्यूज थे, वो अप्रोप्रिएटली यूज नहीं कर पा रहे थे। तो अब यहाँ पे कोई भी डैमेज का सवाल नहीं है कि किसी को डैमेज हुआ है। तो किन केसेस में आपको इनको यूज करने की जरूरत पड़ी, जहां पे आपको ब्रेन के अंदर डैमेज का कोई एविडेंस नहीं है। समझ गए? तीसरा है कॉम्पनसेशन। कॉम्पनसेशन मीन्स यू हैव टू कॉम्पनसेट, यानी कि ब्रेन के दूसरे एरिया को, उस फंक्शन को कॉम्पनसेट करना पड़ेगा। इसको बोलते हैं कंपनसेटरी लीव। आपने एक दिन एक्स्ट्रा काम किया, आपने अगले दिन छुट्टी ले ली। जैसे आपने कॉन्फ्रेंस में बिजी रहे, एक दिन की छुट्टी ले लो, तो कॉम्पनसेट हो गया। इसी तरह से ब्रेन के अंदर क्या होता है कि हमारा कुछ एरिया ब्रेन का डैमेज हो चुका है, अब उसमें फंक्शन वापस नहीं आ सकता। तो जैसे एक कंपनी में 5 एम्प्लॉइज हैं, सब अपनी अपनी सीट का काम कर रहे हैं, उसमें से 2 एम्प्लॉय छुट्टी पे गए, लंबी छुट्टी पे, या सस्पेंड हो गए। अब क्या बोलता है ऑफिसर, बॉस, उन 3 को ही उन 2 का काम भी करना पड़ेगा। तो क्या वो इतना एफिशिएंटली अपना काम कर पाएंगे? लेकिन काम चला देंगे। तो जो कॉम्पनसेशन मेथड होता है वो आपके जो ब्रेन के डिफरेंट एरियाज जो फंक्शनिंग कर रहे हैं, जो अलोंग साइड हैं, जो इंटैक्ट हैं, उनके ऊपर थोड़ा बर्डन एक्स्ट्रा दे के उनसे वो काम कराने की कोशिश करना। प्रीमॉर्बिड फंक्शनिंग तो नहीं आएगी ना उसमें, और ये ऐसा तब पॉसिबल है जहां पे क्लियर कट डैमेज हो चुका है। तो वहां पे आपको कॉम्पनसेटरी टेक्निक्स लगानी होंगी। आप उसमें अटेंशन की ट्रेनिंग देते रहो, अटेंशन का एरिया ही नहीं है, तो आप उसको डिफरेंटली उसको यूटिलाइज कराओगे, उसको डिफरेंट तरीके से इंगेज करोगे, उसके टास्क ऐसे बनाओगे जिससे कि वो जो उसके साथ वाली फैकल्टीज हैं वो उसके टास्क को ओवरटेक करे। हालांकि उसकी दूसरे फंक्शन की परफॉर्मेंस थोड़ी सी कम होगी, लेकिन वो उसको कवर करेगी, तो थोड़ा सा बेटर उसकी परफॉर्मेंस निकल आएगी। Residuals will be always there in damaged patients. So that cannot be a goal कि आप प्रीमॉर्बिड फंक्शनिंग अचीव कर पाओ। तो आपको पहले से पता होगा तो आप उसी हिसाब से टास्क डिजाइन कर सकते हो। तो ये जो 3 टेक्निक मैंने आपको बताई हैं, इसी के हिसाब से आपके टास्क डिजाइन होने हैं। और इसके लिए आपको बैकग्राउंड इंफॉर्मेशन होना जरूरी है कि उसको क्या इश्यूज हैं, उनके कौन से डेफिसिट्स हैं, डिसऑर्गेनाइज्ड है, अनयूज्ड है या डैमेज्ड है। तो अकॉर्डिंगली यू चूज द टेक्निक, अकॉर्डिंगली यू डिवाइस द टास्क। और वो टास्क के लिए अब जरूरी नहीं कि आपको मैनुअल्स देखनी है, आपको उसके सराउंडिंग्स में देखो, उसकी फैमिली में देखो। आप दो ये वाली अप्रोच, बेसिक फंक्शन कराओगे या फंक्शनल स्किल कराओगे, तो आप दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन भी करा सकते हो। और इसके ऊपर एक और अप्रोच है जिसको बोलते हैं होलिस्टिक अप्रोच। अभी तक ये दोनों अप्रोच पेशेंट सेंटर्ड थी, अभी क्या कर रहे हो, फैमिली को भी इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हो। फैमिली में बर्डन इश्यूज हैं, केयर गिविंग स्ट्रेस है, इमोशनल इश्यूज हैं, बिहेवियरल इश्यूज हैं, पेशेंट के भी इश्यूज हैं, कम्युनिकेशन इश्यूज हैं, रिलेशनशिप इश्यूज हैं। जब आप सारी चीजों को एक टास्क, एक इन्वॉल्वमेंट कर लेते हो सब लोगों का, एक टीम, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी टीम बनकर काम करते हो, दैट बिकम्स ए होलिस्टिक अप्रोच. Every aspect of their clients is been covered in that approach. So there are 3 approaches: basic function approach, functional skill approach, and the third one is holistic approach. Next. So I have already discussed. Next. Next. So whenever you have to do some, I can tell you one patient detail. There was one patient who was a traffic havaldar, and his task is to manage the traffic. So he presented to the psychiatry OPD with the complaints of fearfulness. And definitely, if it is a fearfulness, then the psychiatrist is going to treat first in a simple approach, because that is considered as a fear psychosis. So when he was sent to the psychiatrist, so he took the history and everything, and he referred the client for neuropsychological assessment to us, looking at the occipital lobe infarct. Occipital lobe infarct, maybe because of some blood pressure issues, and that was sent to tiny infarct basically. So sent to us, and we did the neuropsychological assessment. And when we were assessing the neuropsychological on a test, we found that he was not able to perform on digit vigilance task. I found that he was missing some of the area of the paper where he was not crossing the number. So my student told me that, sir, he is not performing. Okay, no problem. Take the observations. We didn't complete that assessment. That is not always necessary. I told my students that it is not always possible that you will be able to assess all, or you will be able to conduct all tasks. Whatever task you can conduct, you do it and write the observation of that task. Which test you have given, sub-test you have given, just make the observation on that sub-test. Don't keep it empty that you could not perform. Write the observation there. And on the basis of that, we can analyze the profile. So what we found that he was having some visual, I hypothesized that there was some visual issues, vision issues. I asked the patient to get an visual field study analysis from the ENT department, this eye department. The visual field study indicated some area of missing of that information from this side, half side. So he was a traffic havaldar. He was performing his duty. He was not able to see this area. So what was happening? The traffic coming from this side until this, he was not able to see. And he see the traffic, he just shocked that how it happened. So if something happens immediately, incidentally, अचानक से कुछ होता है तो क्या होता है? एकदम से डरते हैं. तो ये उसकी कंप्लेंट थी. प्रोसेस हुआ वो फियर साइकोसिस. हमने एनालाइज किया हेमी इनअटेंशन, विजुअल फील्ड स्टडी से कंफर्म किया. हमने उसको टास्क क्या दिया? एक बॉल को, उसके बेटा साथ में आया था, उसको बॉल को लेना है, एक रस्सी बांधना, उस बॉल को ऐसे लटकाना और उसको स्ट्रेट खड़ा होने के लिए बोलना और बॉल को ऐसे ऐसे मूव करना. और इसको गर्दन नहीं घुमानी है, बस आंखों के जरिए देखना है कि बॉल कहां तक जाती है. कोशिश करनी है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा उस बॉल को देखे बिना गर्दन को घुमाए. और फिर दूसरा आगे ऐसे ऐसे. 3 महीने के लिए एक्सरसाइज दी. 3 महीने के बाद आए, ऑल राइट. कहां गया फिर साइकोसिस? कोई दवाई नहीं, कोई डिटेल असेसमेंट नहीं करना पड़ा. समझ रहे हो बात को? 15-20 मिनट लगे, वो ऑब्जर्वेशन ही की हमने, पेपर पेंसिल टेस्ट, विजुअल फील्ड स्टडी कराई, 3 महीने का टास्क दिया, बेटे को बोला, 3 महीने के बाद फुल ऑफ पे आए, कहते जी ऑल राइट, रिकवरी हो गई। कितने एफर्ट्स लगे? अगर आपको अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं होगी तो क्या होगा? आप मिस कर जाओगे। आप करते रहो साइकोमेट्री एनालिसिस, उसमें भी रोरशाक में भी कुछ का कुछ दिखेगा, आप उसकी फॉल्टी रिपोर्ट बनाओगे, उसको साइकोसिस डायग्नोस करेंगे, फिर उसको एंटीसाइकोटिक्स चलेंगी और मेटाबॉलिक सिंड्रोम डेवलप हो जाएंगे और उसको लेबल लग जाएगा। लो, कितना, अगर आपको अंडरस्टैंडिंग है तो आसानी से आप क्लियर कर सकते हो। एक पेशेंट और था, अभी मैं पेशेंट्स ही बताता हूँ, मुझे याद है सारे। अच्छा, मैं यही सुनना चाह रहा था बस। रैप अप करने के लिए तो सुनना चाह रहा था मैं कि कब बोले, तब तक मैंने कहा कंटिन्यू करते हैं। एक पेशेंट और बताता हूँ बस। एक पेशेंट था, वो डेंटिस्ट के पास काम करता था और सारा रिसेप्शन का काम करना, डेंटिस्ट का सारा आगे पीछे क्लिनिक का सारा काम वही करता था। मोटरसाइकिल पे जा रहा था, रोड साइड एक्सीडेंट हुआ, गड़बड़ हो गया। अब उसकी सिस्टर उसको लेकर आई हॉस्पिटल में और कहा कि इसको बड़ी अनाप शनाप बातें करता है, उल्टी सीधी बातें करता है। पेशेंट्स आते हैं रिसेप्शन पे या उनके घर वाले आते हैं, उनके साथ अजीबो गरीबो बात करता है और कई बार लड़ाई हो जाती है। अब आपको लगेगा इररिलेवेंट टॉकिंग, अजीब बातें, हेड इंजरी, सो मेनी थिंग्स आर देयर। हमने न्यूरोसाइकोलॉजिकल असेसमेंट स्टार्ट किया। आप यकीन मानोगे, हमने जो इंटरवेंशन की, पता क्या की? हमने A to Z तक ABCD सिखाई। और उससे वो ठीक हो गया। When I asked him to do write A to Z, he was missing many alphabets. He was not knowing many alphabets. And that is why that was the problem. And when we analyze his sample of communication, we found those alphabets were the culprit in communication. Can you think that way? Teaching anybody ABCD and improving from irrelevant talking. Third patient, conceptual enrichment therapy. 1 मिनट में, मैं बड़ी एक मिनट में बता रहा हूँ केसेस। थोड़ा इनको एंथुजियास्टिक ऐसा लगना चाहिए कि हाँ केसेस ठीक होते हैं। एक पेशेंट था और उसने 7 साल तक मेमोरी के लिए सारी जगह ट्रीटमेंट कराया और वो पीजीआई में जब था चंडीगढ़ में, उसके सारे असेसमेंट हो चुके, निम्हान से भी उसकी ट्रेनिंग हुई, सारा कुछ। 7 साल हो गए उसकी इंजरी को और उसको अभी भी याद नहीं रहता। और वो डॉक्टर जो उनको ट्रीट करते थे उनको वो टोपी वाले डॉक्टर कह के याद रखता था, और जो भी टोपी डाल के घूमता था बाजार में दिखता था उसको वो डॉक्टर समझ लेता। मेरे पास आया, मैं टोपी वाला नहीं था तो चेंज हुआ, तो मैंने उसका असेसमेंट किया। मैंने कहा सारी इंटरवेंशन टेक्निक इसके साथ लगाई जा चुकी हैं, अभी क्या करना है, इसको इम्प्रोवाइज करना है। MBA का स्टूडेंट था वो। मैंने उसके साथ की कॉन्सेप्चुअल इनरिचमेंट थेरेपी। मैंने उसके कॉन्सेप्ट्स का एनालिसिस किया। बेसिक ठीक था उसका, ABCD ठीक था, सब कुछ ठीक था। अब वो वर्टिकल लाइन हॉरिजॉन्टल लाइंस में फर्क नहीं कर पाता था, ना उसको पता चलता था ये क्या होती है। सिंपल कॉन्सेप्ट है। सर्कल और ट्राइंगल में फर्क नहीं कर पा रहा था, कॉन्सेप्ट है। तो मैंने उसके कॉन्सेप्ट्स का एनालिसिस किया। ये मुकुंदन सर ने दिया है कॉन्सेप्चुअल इनरिचमेंट थेरेपी का कॉन्सेप्ट। उसको मैंने पढ़ा उनकी बुक से और उसमें उन्होंने एक असेसमेंट का तरीका भी दिया, कौन से कॉन्सेप्ट्स हमारी डेली लाइफ में हम यूज़ करते हैं जो हमारी रूटीन में काम आते हैं। तो उन कॉन्सेप्ट्स को मैंने निमोनिक्स टेक्निक्स के साथ सिखाया उसको 6 महीने के लिए। 7 साल हो चुके थे, 6 महीने के लिए सिखाया। उसके अंदर 90% इंप्रूवमेंट हुई और वो इंप्रूवमेंट इस लेवल तक हुई, आज वो अपनी गाड़ी भी चलाता है, बन ठन के टाई वाई लगा के आप उससे बात करोगे आपको लगेगा भी नहीं कि उसको कोई प्रॉब्लम है, और सारे काम खुद से करता है इंडिपेंडेंटली। उसी की मैंने केस स्टडी इसमें लगाई थी, एक बार जस्ट थ्रू कर देते हैं। ये दिस वाज द पेशेंट, जैसे ऐसे ही पास करते जाओ। बाकी सारे फंक्शंस में इंप्रूवमेंट हुई लेकिन मेमोरी में नहीं हुई। अब मेमोरी भी स्पेसिफिक टाइप की, सिमेंटिक मेमोरी। अब सिमेंटिक मेमोरी तक आप कैसे पहुंचे? मॉडल्स तो पढ़े हमने, थियोरेटिकल सारा कवर किया, लेकिन पहुंचोगे कैसे? असेसमेंट के जरिए पहुंचे कैसे? क्योंकि आपको जो एक्टिविटीज प्लान करनी है, आपको एक जैसे समझ लो एक छोटा बच्चा है, अब वो पैदा हुआ है, उसकी स्कूलिंग शुरू करनी है, आपको वहां से एनालाइज करना है कि उसके बेसिक्स लेवल पे क्या फर्क पड़ा है। उसके बेसिक्स जैसे ठीक है, फिर टायर 2 अप्रोच पे आओ, हायर फंक्शंस पे आओ। तो सबसे पहले आपको क्या ट्रीट करने हैं? बेसिक फंक्शंस ट्रीट करने हैं, क्योंकि बेसिक फंक्शंस के बाद ही हायर फंक्शंस पे काम कर पाओगे। तो जिसके आपने बेसिक फंक्शन ट्रीट किए, उसके हायर फंक्शन ऑटोमेटिकली इंप्रूव होने शुरू हो जाएंगे। तो बेसिक फंक्शन में अटेंशन, लैंग्वेज, मेमोरी, इसके बिना तो काम नहीं चलता। ये तो सब जगह चाहिए। प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग तो तब करोगे ना जब आपके पास लैंग्वेज होगी, जब आपके पास मेमोरी होगी, जब आपके पास अटेंशन होगी। तो आप बेसिक फंक्शन अप्रोच को, बेसिक फंक्शंस को ट्रीट करो, ऑटोमेटिकली हायर फंक्शन इंप्रूव कर जाते हैं। लास्ट वाली स्लाइड दिखा दो इसमें। ये डिमांड्स बैटरी की हुई है सारी, और नॉर्मली हम जो करते हैं रूटीन में। बैक सो अब जो इंप्रूवमेंट है, आप जब कॉग्निटिव फंक्शंस की ट्रेनिंग करते हो, तो कॉग्निटिव आपने न्यूरोसाइकोलॉजिकल बैटरी की टेस्ट किया, आपने दोबारा उसको 6 महीने के बाद एडमिनिस्टर किया, उसमें इंप्रूवमेंट आ गई, वो नॉर्मल स्कोर आ गए। इसको इंप्रूवमेंट मत मानना जब तक उसकी लाइफ में चेंजेस नहीं आए उसकी वजह से, यानी कि जनरलाइजेबिलिटी नहीं हुई, तब तक वो इंप्रूवमेंट नहीं है। आप एक लिस्ट को 50 बार दिखाओगे, याद कर लेगा, उसी पे स्कोर फिर दे दिया 100% रिकॉल, लेकिन रियल लाइफ में तो अभी भी भूलता है। तो टास्क ऐसे होने चाहिए जो आपकी डेली लाइफ में जनरलाइज करे उस एबिलिटी को, यूटिलाइज करे उस फंक्शन को, जिससे कि उसकी लाइफ इजी हो, उसकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ इंप्रूव करे। हमारा पर्पस उसकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ को इंप्रूव करना है, रीट्रेनिंग करना नहीं है। रीट्रेनिंग करो, चाहे फंक्शनल स्किल अप्रोच करो, चाहे होलिस्टिक अप्रोच करो, अल्टीमेट आउटकम इज उसकी लाइफ इंप्रूव करना है, उसकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ को बेहतर करना है। दिस इज व्हाट।
Thank you so much, Dr. Bajaj, for being here with us today. I think all of us felt, especially me, this is from my side as well, it was very interesting to hear real life case studies and the way that they were dealt with. And of course, we would like to provide you with a small token of our appreciation by our program coordinator, Dr. Dikshit. I'd like to apologize to the audience. Due to time constraints, we won't be able to open the forum for questioning. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. I would just like to take a note for all the CRR application holders and the license holders. I hope you've already been added to a group where the link for the questionnaire will be given or will be shared. In case that has not been conducted successfully, please do reach out to one of our team members. And I would also like to invite our program coordinator, Dr. Dikshit, to kindly conclude the ceremony. So while she enters the stage, can all the CRE holders please just check if they've been added to the group? And if not, we'll send assistance your way so that that can be done. I would like to once again call Dr. Dikshit to kindly conclude the day. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all of you to listen patientfully all the lectures and get the very good knowledge regarding the neurological perspective of behavior. I just want to thank first of the Almighty that they provide us that opportunity and we conducted it successfully. I would like to give the thank to all my team, BA department, हमारा special education department, then they cooperate a lot and provide complete support to us. And I especially thank to clinical student of the MJRP University that they did a lot. There are the words are less in my mind because the vocabulary cannot give you the expression of the thanks. So in the last, and thanks to Chairman Sir, he is not right now not available over here, but definitely he provide a good support, very good support to us and keep a trust on us that we will do a very good, successful workshop. Thanks a lot to all of you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you everyone for being here today. And with this, we conclude our workshop. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. We also have the facility for some tea and snacks